Didn't see you there. Hello and welcome to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Runeterra Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Spids. We'll be bringing you all of the action here for the APAC Runeterra Open, the final one where we are sunsetting sort of the competitive scene as a whole. Spids, how you doing?
I'm going a bit sorrowful at the moment. I'm really sad that, the PvP scene's going a bit away, but we have a last hurrah, and hopefully it'll be a good last hurrah.
Yeah, going to be a lot of gallows humor from both us and the chat and the competitors, but hey, we've got one last tournament. We might as well make the absolute most of it because at least we get that, right? So we're going to jump right into it because we're running a little bit behind schedule. We're going to skip over the prize pool. We're going to skip over the format because if you're here, I assume you've watched some Legends of Runeterra before. Maybe you recognize our faces from, I don't know, the World Championship. We're kind of a big deal, but we're just going to jump straight into the players and highlight the 64 competitors that are going to be rounding out sort of the competitive circuit of Legends of Runeterra. So taking a look here, we are obviously going to recognize quite a few of these names. Green Slimy and Ryan Laguashuan are two that jump out at me here, but of course everybody here deserves it. And a lot of name changes actually coming into these final seasons, so you might not recognize everyone just based off of their screen name here today.
Yeah, I mean, for some of the players, this is like their final opportunity to try and get that top spot, or for some people, it's just like a fun time to bring their random favorite decks and see what they can do with it. So you might see a bunch of, well-known names or a bunch of very, very new names. Looking at this page, we see Rossidon as well, who has been, I feel like, in every single APAC top cut for the last 4 years. Very, very well-known name.
And we have Keystick, who, not as present in the top cuts, but definitely someone from, like, the early days of Duels of Runeterra. Keystick is definitely one of those players that was, like, hopping onto the America Shard to play in those grassroots tournaments, so love to see them making a little bit of a resurgence here at the end. Then, of course, we have Worlds competitor NTNN3, the winner, I believe, of the Last Chance qualifier for APAC, and a lot of other players that you're going to recognize, for second, even.
Yeah. There's also Bandit Keith, Yada, Amy, KDF Peter, Zunko, all these people that, like, definitely in 2023, I remember when doing the broadcast, these names would constantly appear, and it seems they're trying to go for their final win.
And, I mean, we are going to crown one final champion here, and it could be anyone that you have seen before. EV Dial, a KDF Reroll, a couple of more players that are just constantly within these top cuts, probably 10 or so of them under their belt. I didn't actually check the numbers, don't quote me on that one.
I also see Not Playing Well here. I feel like this is a player that, like, I've consistently seen, I remember I saw them in the last Open from memory as well, from like the Last Chance qualifier, and I saw them doing quite well as well, and I'm excited to see them maybe finally start playing well and get to the top cut and get the first place.
It would be awesome to see that for sure. A lot of new players as well. Based on like the decks that I'm running into on ladder, it feels like some people don't know that everything is coming crashing down around all of us, and some people are just like, yes, the next Runeterra Open. Can't wait to log in, play it, wait for my prizes when I win. But yeah, we are excited to get into the action here. It shouldn't be too much longer. We have already picked our round number 1 that we're going to be spectating. It is going to be previously ABG Amy, I believe, now just Amy versus Bandit Keith, two absolute staples of the APAC competitive scene.
Yeah, I find it interesting. We say there's no prizes. There are still the board, and I think the board is like the best thing you can get in this game anyway.
That's true.
But Bandit Keith has started with Scouts in their lineup. Very stock standard bring for just a good fun time in LOR. Fun list. I don't really like the fact that it's become a champion strength pile, but it's been a staple for so long, and I'm half glad to see it.
Yeah, today's going to be a really weird mix when we talk about the meta. It's going to be a lot of people that are like trying to get that last hurrah with the decks that they love. People that are playing the meta, which based on the ladder is primarily aggro. And of course, the Galio Elder Morgana, but we've got Jaxor and Bandit Keith just like all in on these mid-range piles.
Yeah, this wouldn't be like a Boulevard broadcast if there wasn't a Jaxorn round one to sort of make us all suffer. But, it's Jaxorn. What are we going to expect from, a 2023-2024 Open if not for this? And we're going to see that it's also been brought with this Elder Dragon deck. A triple mid-range lineup for Bandit Keith. I think this is sort of comfort for him.
Yeah, it's really hard throughout the day, throughout the weekend, because I'm doing the Americas as well. It's going to be really hard to talk about like the context of the meta, just sort of given what this event is, and talking about like, was this a meta choice? Do you just like these decks? There's really no way to know for sure, but we're just gonna do our best to parse through what we're going on here. But I got to say, a very strong lineup coming out of Bandit Keith. Definitely, I would say Jaxorn and the Galio Elder Morgana two of the mid-range staples for the game. The scouts may be a little bit of a surprise, but it does get on board and always plays pretty well into aggro when you get to just stat check them.
Interesting that it's still on the recently nerfed sign, and it's a very powerful card, but comes on the same turn as the Galio turn, which can be a little bit awkward. And we can see Amy's version has entirely cut the... Oh, never mind. Sorry. I was expecting a Mahira there. There it's not. It's still got the sign and doesn't have the Mahira as top end.
Yes.
Going for Winsinger and Firespitter as the 6-drops.
Actually going for Balin the Benevolent as well instead of the Mageseeker Inquisitor, which, at least from what I've been seeing, a lot of people are still on the Inquisitor. Obviously doesn't feel as good, but when you can just, like, dogpile on those suppressions, it's not too bad. And it looks like we actually are going to have to skip the rest of this, going through the decks, the Frostbite midrange and the Echo Jinx coming out for Amy, as we do have to get into the bans so that we can get you straight into the action without any delay. Spids, I know you're a huge Echo Jinx enjoyer. Do you feel like that's going to be a strong point for Amy, who, honestly, overall looks like they have a very powerful anti-mid-range lineup?
Yeah, this is like the pinnacle of anti-midrange. Like, if Ash LeBlanc does one thing, it's demolish midrange, and Echo Jinx has done that historically against things like Scouts, but Elder Dragon, Galio, and, like, Jax Ornn are so big that they almost get larger than the anti-midrange that Echo Jinx can try and do. You really need to rely on, like, a turn 6 or turn 7 Chrono Break at the latest, and if you can't get that, the other decks just, like, pummel you down. But, I mean, as you were saying, I think Amy's in a fantastic position here. Every single ban is something that Bandit Keith needs to do, but then there's two other decks that are also incredibly strong into them.
And I'm really curious about how Amy is going to choose to ban this one, because when you look at Scouts, you can run into this weird situation with the Echo Jinx where you go for your big Chrono Break turn, and they counter it by going for a big Champion Strength turn. And it looks like actually we are going to switch because one of these players has conceded their round and just decided, you know what, the top 64 was good enough for me, I'm out. And that's something that we're gonna see a couple of times here in the final days of Legends of Runeterra, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to be moving on to, I believe, KDF PETA is the word that I got from production. KDF PETA is someone who I'm not sure if they changed their name, because Camdong Freaks is obviously one of the most popular teams in South Korea for Legends of Runeterra. Legends like Reroll being on that team. And PETA is someone who I'm not sure if they changed their name halfway through the year, or if this is just someone, because we've seen them in a lot of top cuts before. And actually, we're just going to go straight into it. Poros and Seraphine band up against Elder Nora, which we are no longer contractually obligated to call respect your elders, and the Neelajana going up against Galio, Udyr, and Targon Seraphine. Apparently, PETA not getting the sort of memo that the cool new variety patch cards are not out yet. A big Udyr follower in that one.
Yeah, Udyr did get recently buffed, obviously, is now a 5/5, and during the APAC Brawl a couple of weeks ago, there was a lot of Udyr representation, way more than you'd ever expect in a tournament for Legends of Runeterra. But I think a lot of people are sort of trying to respect Udyr in this Freljord Demacia list. We're going to be in-game right now, Seraphine versus Neelajana. Janna already on the field, going to be trying to get that value, but not a lot of else in hand.
No, and coming in this late, we're not sure if there are fleeting draws coming on the following turn or what's going on. Actually, it's taking just a little bit of time for everything to catch up, because if you look at your screen and you see the Mystic Shot come down, and then there's just like 17 cards flowing into Zankuo's hand. But given the position, yeah, it's a little bit rough. Neither player having the Sunken Temple. That is going to be a big reason that you're running a list like this, I say, without checking whether or not Zankuo is running the Sunken Temple or running, maybe net decking our world champion, Talpinator.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many versions of this Neelajana you can run. You can go for this tempo version, go for late game with the elephant. That often gets you a bunch of value. But PETA on a very unique version of the Seraphine deck. We've seen, like, Seraphine Targon ebb and flow in being, like, part of the meta than part of not. But Morgana has brought, like, a new life into this archetype that's typically gone towards Ionia. But Morgana is so good against general mid-range stuff that it makes sense to bring it in, maybe a mid-range meta, question mark?
Yeah, definitely a lot of question marks about how you would classify the meta, but I do agree that regardless, like, Morgana obviously doing very powerful things in terms of locking down units that are played on curve, but also just being a lifesteal unit that taxes the mana of an aggressive deck, and ultimately going to find a lot more healing and stabilization coming out of the Targon variant. So it makes sense to run it into a more aggressive meta, if you would expect it. And Zankuo, I have confirmed, not on the Sunken Temple, is on the more aggressive version of this list, like we saw Talpinator win the World Championship with.
Very good draw from Zankuo, but going in for the open attack anyway, getting hit by the Sump Fumes on the 2/2, but still pressuring in for a fair bit of damage. PETA doesn't have great ways to sort of play for their own game plan. There is the Rocket Barrage that can take out Janna at some point, but there's no landmark on the field right now with PETA. I presume it's a Catastrophe deck, but obviously we don't see it around or any easy way to draw it. No draw in the hand. So PETA's going to have to stall out this game for quite a bit, while Zankuo does have this sort of unique burn and draw that they can go for over the next couple of turns.
PETA, like you mentioned, that Rocket Barrage looking okay as a single target spell, but would need to pair it with something to actually clear out the rest of the board. One of the things that I'm really interested in here, Spids, is Transfusion Morgana. You know, Morgana was recently nerfed to be up to 10 targets instead of 8, so yes, you're going to get 2 out of that out of the Transfusion, but I think like a 5 or a 6 lifesteal swing from PETA could be enough to bury Zankuo, because when you're playing the more aggressive version of this Janna Neela, you need to constantly find the right top deck, like really, really important to string together Exalted Cloudwinder after Exalted Cloudwinder and more and more. And we can even see this Janna starting to get pretty close to the level up, which... with that taking out the Morgana, thanks to PETA tapping below Transfusion, that could be the nail in the coffin for PETA. Zankuo might be picking up this game.
Yeah, being very aggressive with the spells, making sure you're getting rid of the units that allow you to attack with more units on your future turn, and also denying the lifesteal is a very good play from Zankuo, drawing into this Neela. We don't know what the level up on the Neela is, but it's pretty far into the game. Neela's probably quite close. She also got buffed. Now she's got 1 less on the level condition. We're going to see the Rocket Barrage come down, try and deal with this Janna just before she flips, which you got to do at some point. But KDF PETA doesn't have a lot to do afterwards. They can go for the Aftershock to clear out more of the board, but not much else you can do after that.
No, and none of these look like an appealing Aftershock option. There's just a lot of 1 HP units, and if that Neela is leveled, like I suspect she is, then Aftershock's not going to be able to take her out either, as she is going to come down as a 3/4. Looks like 6 out of 8 reduced cards on the Janna. Zankuo, unfortunately, not going to be able to finish that one off before getting into... just level it up, avoid this finish off of the Rocket Barrage as the Janna would gain an additional HP. And I cannot see what that card is in Zankuo's hand, and I'm really curious. Oh, it's just not Divine... No, it is Divine Whirlwind. Or Howlingale? It's Divine Whirlwind or Howlingale. I never got their names right.
It's Divine Whirlwind.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. This is going to be like a really bad pop quiz to give you. Is Death Lotus in Standard?
Not if I have anything to say about it. Can you get that from
Song Spinner?
I will rotate that. I believe
I guess
Death
Caustic's
Lotus
the
is
other option.
Yeah,
you can draw Caustic. Yeah.
I do not believe Death Lotus is in Standard. Caustic Riff is pretty normal to see in these Seraphine lists, especially in a more aggressive meta like this. I mean, obviously it looks beautiful in a situation like this. I will do my best to side-eye my other monitor and see if I can pull up PETA's deck lists and check if it's in there. Spids, now's a good time for your 90-minute monologue while I take forever to boomer my way through this spreadsheet.
We do see a formula drawn, which gives the capacity to try and find something like a Caustic Riff, versus Slipstream on the side of Zankuo, getting the 2 burn from the Neela.
Riff in here.
All right, 2 draws, 2 options. Celestial Impact and Janna don't say Caustic Riff, unfortunately, and Zankuo just takes this very easily.
Yeah, PETA in a situation that a lot of Targon players will find themselves in, where they're getting killed and they stare at Hush and go, surely this stops some amount of damage, right? And it's just not in a situation like that. Everything was nice and honest from the side of Zankuo, who now going to go into the Elder Nora, which is not something we've seen a lot of recently. It kind of came out really strong at the World Championship, and then without any big changes to the deck, buff nerf-wise, just sort of started to fall off in favor of other Elder Dragon lists, and now the Sign-End down up to 7 mana, it's not a more appealing option than it was previously.
Yeah, I was thinking about bringing this to my own open run, and then I looked at the sign-in for 7 mana. I was like, nah, I gotta change the deck to anything else. We do see it still does broad main stuff, and it is going to be going against Formidable's Udyr, which does suffer to broad main decks quite aggressively. There is Gentleman's Duel to try and deal with broad main, maybe some challenger units at some point, but broad main's going to do quite a good job into this, and we see broad main plus Pytos plus Condense, all you really need, while KDF PETA has a lot of interaction in Harsh Winds and Elixir of Iron, but not a lot of pressure.
We are seeing an incredibly mid-range focused meta out of APAC so far in Lord Broadmain, designed to dismantle metas like that. A low interaction coming out of decks like these, usually a single strike spell. But if the Broadmain can come down and stick a Deathless, that's going to be nearly impossible for a lot of these decks to deal with. And, you know, I'm very happy to see PETA on the Udyr. APAC was a huge innovator of the Demacia Udyr lists. Jarvan Udyr, Vayne Udyr, Galio Udyr, all these kinds of things before we actually got Balin the Benevolent and Formidables really started to take off as an archetype. APAC's been doing it months before that.
Gonna see the Nora come down, try and get a strike in. Not interacted with Gentleman's Duel, seeing that Gentleman's Duel is a more important interaction piece from KDF PETA side, just trying to develop this 3-drop that got buffed just by the spear alone into the Omen Hawk, which is a great curve, but gonna just go for the open attack to prevent any sort of development like a Conchologist. And Nora going in for a block, needing to preserve the HP.
Yeah, Zenko is running into one of the big hands that, like, made me have significant problems with this deck, where you open, like, a Lord Broadmane, a Burblefish, and a Plaza Guardian, and you know from that point forward, obviously that Broadmane's not doing anything until turn 6. 2, you're not progressing these Plaza Guardians or these Burblefishes with your opening hand, so you kind of have to just hope to top deck spell after spell after spell to start to get them on board, and that's not going to play well into what your opponent is doing. And consistently I see players having to drop like a 5-mana Burblefish, a 7-mana Plaza Guardian, and that's exactly what we're going to see out of Zenko here, who might just have to condense for some kind of defensive capabilities.
Yeah, that other draw of the Burblefish is so like awful feeling for Zunko. While KDF Peter just gets to develop this Udyr, put Overwhelm or Regen on something and keep smacking in constantly, getting another Udyr to get another buff if they want. We do see a fantastic portal of Camavor and Soldier blocking 2 units. Very, very lucky, can maintain staying in this game just off that.
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at this Gentleman's Duel and this Elixir of Iron like, yeah, this might just be lethal on the open attack, but Zankuo trusting in the portals. And if you're going to be running Respect Your Elders or Nora Elders or whatever we're going to call it, I'm going to constantly flip-flop between the two throughout the weekend. That's just how I am as a person. I apologize. You really have to trust in those portals. And Zankuo says, you know what, I might be dead to the open attack, but I believe not only am I going to get my portal unit here, but I'm going to get 2 units out of this portal.
And this is looking really up and up for Zunko. I mean, they've got the Broadmane, and even if KDF Peter tries to go for a strike spell, the double group shot on the stack will deny any capacity of that actually going through. Every unit's damaged as well, which is a great setup for trying to organize the Broadmane to do a very, very effective thing. KDF Peter would need like multiple strike spells to try and get through this. We see the Dragon Boon, not deathless, but I don't really think it matters at this point.
No, just getting that down is going to be great. I mean, PETA has the strike spell in response, but Zankuo can still finish off a couple of the units on the board with the... Okay, that doesn't actually work. That, you picked the one unit that says I can't take damage from enemy spells or skills. I mean, the group shots can still finish off the Udyr and the Petricite Charger, but Zankuo, I'm not sure. Please don't aim it back at the Charger.
Please no.
Please no. Not like this.
We all sit with bated breath, just waiting to see what they could possibly be thinking.
Zankuo,
okay, phew.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm not sure why the Broadmane ability, I'm going to chalk it up to a misclick and just say, yeah, that's what happened with Zankuo there. It was just a little bit of a misclick, but unfortunately for PETA and honestly just the viewers at home, Udyr does go down here, which means we don't get to see Spirits Unleashed, because I think champion spells that have rotated that you can still get access to as a champion spell, like Spirits Unleashed, like Ravenous Flock, are incredibly fun when you do get to see them, on top of the fact that I think a lot of people consider Spirits Unleashed to just be like one of the best Freljord cards ever printed.
Yeah, it does such a powerful thing, and it feels great to play every single time. The animation makes you feel so powerful, clearing out the board and buffing everything up. It's interesting to see Zunko not go for the Condense to try and continue Broadmane stuff in future, but deciding that they'd rather just go for spamming units, or they can just draw another Broadmane, like the rest of us good players do when we need it.
Zankuo really trusting in this deck. I was going to say something really smart and witty, but then I accidentally made eye contact with like a particularly dusty corner of my desk, and it just really threw my brain for a loop. I lost sight of everything, and Udyr are going to be damaged again. But now, with the double group shot gone, Zankuo doesn't have a way to actually finish off the Udyr. Would need to find like either a condense onto the Broadmane, which PETA has to give them an opportunity to do, or find something out of these Burblefish, which very likely to happen given the Mandal City region, but there's still 5-mana Burblefish.
There's a very interesting aggressive line that PETA can go for. The Shield of Durand can buff this Petricite Charger by +5 health over the course of 2 turns, and that overwhelm damage can be very aggressive, but you also need to respect some forms of interaction, like Wallop, for example, which I assume is in Sungo's deck. It's sort of a necessary Bandle City stall card. We're going to see the Anarka come down, try and pull something else. Can Anarka pull champions? I feel like I've had this discussion, and the answer is no. It can't pull Galio.
Cannot pull champions. Cannot pull champions, and I believe if it pulls a Darkin, we'll just pull it into the actual unit side of it, but finds Balin the Benevolent. And, I mean, Group Shot was generated by the Concologist, so Zankuo will have a way to deal with this Udyr. There's no way for PETA to actually play around this, because none of their cards heal. You can get its health as high as you want. It will still fall to that Broadmane. but struggling to line up the blocks in other categories. And it's going to be... I don't think this is safe from lethal if PETA wants to push. I'm trying to do math, and oh man, is that... oh no, it's going to be one shy.
I mean, if PETA had pre-committed the spell on the previous turn to get the 3-on-1 turn 2 on the next, it would have been lethal and it would have been anyway, but you have to play around what Zunko could have. But it does give Zunko more time, especially if another spell is drawn, right? We have this condense and Burblefish will generate spells. There's a pretty decent chance that Zunko is going to have a fully flooded board able to pressure in like next turn and sort of force some blocks the other way around.
Yeah, I'm sure that even if Zanguo manages to just take their entire hand and flop it out onto the board, which I'm not sure that they can do. With Burblefish and Condense, the math gets a little dicey. If they hit like a pie toss, then obviously they can like double reduce the other Plaza Guardians. But let's say Zanguo manages to throw all of these units down onto the table. Nothing kills that overwhelming Petricite Charger, and PETA does have Harsh Winds to survive the onslaught. I'm pretty sure that even if Zanguo can have their cake and eat it too, they might actually need to find like an Elder Dragon top deck here. Something to get, just something that is so... No, even that just gets hit with a Harsh Winds. I don't know. Okay, if Zanguo just draws Wallop, we're just back to Wallop. 1 out of 75 on the Elder Dragon. Thank you, production, for that pitiful little memo onto the level up progression.
I'm also, this is something I only learned yesterday. I'm really late to the party on this. I just realized, like yesterday or 2 days ago, that Elder Dragon doesn't flip in these Galio decks typically because they have Formidable. I'm really late to the party on this one. But we do see Magical Fettering be drawn and Wallop, as you were pointing out, the sort of one way to beat it.
Ooh, which means if Zankuo taps down too low trying to run out Plaza Guardians and Burblefish, they might actually just get stuck with that suppression going into the next turn and will not be able to have that wallop available for the overwhelming Petricite Charger. But it's really complicated to try and figure out exactly how this is all going to play out, because if Zankuo needs to put on a 2-turn clock. There's no way that they're going to just one-shot PETA here. They need to force out the Harsh Winds. They need to force out a couple of things. Sound like you want to say something, Spids. Lay it on us.
Yeah, they went for Heroic Refrain. They could have gone for the shuffle a unit into the deck spell and gotten rid of Overwhelm permanently from the Charger, right? It can still be targeted by spells. It just can't be damaged or killed by them, right? Or just damaged.
I don't think you know what that card does.
Did they change it? They changed it off, didn't they?
It's kill a landmark or put 2 multi-region followers in your
used
hand.
to... Am I crazy? Didn't it used to be the Poppy Champion spell?
It might have.
I thought it used to be the Poppy spell.
Tellstones. So you very well could be correct on that.
I might be wrong. Never mind. It's been 2 months since, we casted something this large.
Oh no, this is rough because PETA gets the suppression down at a beautiful timing, which means Zankuo is not going to be able to clear the suppression and use the Heroic Refrain. If they choose to use Heroic Refrain to push damage, they take themselves off of Wallop for the next turn, which will be lethal.
Yeah. That was a well-timed suppression by PETA, probably knowing what Zunko had taken just by making the logical decision on what to go for, going for the aggressive line. We do see the attack come in, threaten a little bit. Maybe we'll get another amazing portal, but presumably just going to be suppression into Wallop for the next 2 turns.
Yeah, I gotta say, the skill expression on when you suppress your opponent, pretty cool. Very skill expressive, definitely takes a lot of knowledge. It still feels bad. Like, I still hate it. I don't want to give you your props for suppressing me at a good time.
You do see the attack come in. Cater the arm coming down, which is a very funny draw to get. Not going to be relevant for the block too much. We're going to see the Wallop lined up, trying to get rid of this Overwhelm unit, and the rest of the blocks come in to block the Formidables.
PETA going in for the open attack despite the top deck of the Vulpine Wanderer that could have potentially given them a second lethal threat in another overwhelming Petricite Charger with the Elixir of Iron and the Shield of Durand on backup. And I'm not sure what Zankuo could have thrown down here that they were that worried about. Maybe it's Elder Dragon. Maybe they were like, hey, if a 12 HP tough blocker comes through, I don't handle that very well. But is going to sort of lose to the Wallop here. And now, the stance swap still gets value potentially. You might actually end up going for like Ram stance to clear out one of these Burblefish, one of these broad mains, and that will actually take the rest of the broad mains out of play. Not that it matters too much for what PETA's looking at for the rest of the game, but if you can clear out one of these elusive threats and get this Harsh Winds onto these Plaza Guardians or whatever Cato the Arm gives Overwhelm over to, it gives you a much better shot at surviving for that second shot at lethal.
We're going to see the Shujiran come down, try and deal with the Kato of the Arm, trying to get rid of all of the potential that Zankuo could have to win the game. KDF Peter sort of having the secured late game just by the nature of this single unit that has overwhelm and regen. You're going to see, I think this is Trinket Trade come down, look for Bandle Tellstones again, or Oedipus.
I mean, so Bandle Tellstones could be used here with... Oh, actually, it's just not. Zankuo passes over. I thought maybe they were going to go for a way to save the Kato the Arm with the Heroic Refrain, but it chooses against it. Now we're just going to see what Plaza Guardians can roll. This is a lot of attackers to not a lot of blockers, but again, the Ram stance can really shake things up here, so really haven't started to map this out on where we land between the Harsh Winds, and actually Zankuo is just offering up a pass.
Gonna see the Vulpine Wanderer come down, have the ramps, whatever stance it ends up being in hand. We see Plaza Guardian with Tough or Deathless, chooses Deathless, keep it around for a little bit longer, probably gonna curve into the next one to try and set up a good open attack. See, Ram stance come down, you're right.
Alright,
because this is the wrong unit, right?
Yeah. I would Ram stance the Vulpine Wanderer. Just, it doesn't, like, super matter, I guess, but the fact that my Petricite Chargers can't take damage, I guess it doesn't really matter if you throw some damage onto your Vulpine Wanderer.
Udyr is flipped. If third Udyr gets drawn, that guy will be a big boy, able to threaten the Nexus. You just need to get the third one.
Alright, Heroic Refrain being used defensively rather than aggressively. That's actually going to be pretty good for PETA, I would think. Like, obviously not super happy to see these units surviving, but it does mean that your Harsh Winds isn't going to get surprised, blown out by Zankuo just giving more attack over to these elusive units.
Do see the choice of Oceanic Will or Infernal Might, going for the heal, keeping your things around a little bit, making sure your Nexus is a little bit topped up. This attack does need to force out the Harsh Winds. I don't think you're allowed to not play Harsh Winds here, but... Actually, you are, I think. I think you just survive without doing Harsh Winds as well. We do see Conchologist drawn, which is a pretty good draw for Junko. If they can get the other, another wallop, they can stay in this game for a little bit longer.
Oh, now I have to go check how many wallops are in Zankuo's list. Not just for the presence, but to see how many there are. We also want to check for Riptide Rex, because if any damage does come through onto the Nexus, that's something PETA's going to have to be cognizant of, and there actually are 2 Riptide Rex in this list. 2 wallop as well.
Yeah, we might see the Harsh Winds come down just to deny the possibility of Riptide Rex threatening the board. If Riptide Rex hits the charger, the spell gets, like, denied, right? It doesn't, like, go through or anything.
Correct.
So if you kill off your Vulpine Wanderer, you're immune from Riptide Rex?
Yes.
Good info.
Did I make that up? Yes. Did I intuit it, though? Also, yes. So we are looking at, I would say... Yeah, it should be lethal again on PETA's turn. I believe the Overwhelm Charger is at 11 HP, and there's a wallop off of the Conchologist. We go again, and I don't think PETA's going to be able to survive the next round of attacks from Zankuo.
Zankuo just getting every possible luck at the draw. Getting the Galio, good draw. Try and pressure a little bit more, but needs to find a way to deal with this, like, 7 damage elusive on the next turn.
Galio's really good here. I think probably one of the better top decks that PETA could have hoped for, because this still is going to force a lot of blocks out of Zankuo. One of the challengers gets to take out one of the elusives as well. That's only going to be 5 elusive damage coming through on the following turn. Electro Harpoon picked up to try... Okay, so Zankuo saying, you're going to take out one of my elusives, but after that, I'm going to push 5 elusive damage and then just knock you off with this Harpoon.
Yeah, a very, very good choice from the Conchologist. And from the... I think that was a Trinket Trade getting the second one, I imagine?
I believe so.
Just... This is what I miss about LoR. Getting into these, like, top deck situations where both players are getting, like, the best card they can possibly get, and Zankuo managing to find a really, really good set of 2 cards from Conchu into Wallop, and now this Electro Harpoon. And KDF Peter's gonna need to find a freeze. I know you've had the deck list open for a little bit. Are there freezes besides that one Harsh Winds in Peter's list?
Yeah, I definitely leave these open like a good caster after I look away from them. I have problems with objects' permanence as it pertains to deck lists, but there's only 1 copy of the Harsh Winds in here.
I presume there's 2 more Strack spells that could still come in?
Yeah, actually quite a few. There's 2 single combat as well as the 3 Gentleman's Duel. I believe we've only seen 1 Gentleman's Duel, but it's going to be Elixir of Iron. And actually, there's the Elder Dragon out of Zankuo as well, but if they just go for the open attack, that will be the end of it. It looks like the elusives are going to come through. No issue. No strikes out of PETA. And that Electro Harpoon discarding Elder Dragon will push Zankuo into the top 32.
ADF Peter just bricked up with all these drinks, but no capacity to actually influence the board with them. Getting +2 health on something doesn't matter at all, and Zonkore taking this out, and I think we're all a little bit surprised by this. I thought Peter had like a really good early turns, and Zonkore managing to survive with the double Plaza Guardian, double Burblefish.
And given the way that the game kind of played out, obviously, you know, hindsight's going to make it a lot easier for us just to tell, like, what could have happened, what should have happened. But that's kind of our role as casters, is to remind you, like, hey, this could have gone a different way. PETA, you know, had the option for the stance swap to, like, maybe build up another Overwhelm Petricite Charger. It wouldn't have had regen, so it wouldn't have been as impactful. And I haven't run the math, so I'm not sure that it would have turned out into lethal anyway. It might have just been, like, another, like, 5 damage on the Nexus, which only would have put Zankuo down to 2. But that's not how it works out. Instead, the second wall-up is found, and Zankuo takes down PETA.
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 situations where PETA played really, really slowly, trying to respect possible hand states of Zonkore, right? That one time where they didn't develop because they were scared of something like, I don't know, an Elder Dragon or like a Cyanin drawing into a couple of things, but taking it too slow gives the late game deck more capacity to try and win, and that's how Zonkore ended up just stalling out the game for 5 turns longer than they probably should have been alive for.
And I can't get over that Camovoran Soldier coming in clutch with the double block, because that looked like a near lethal turn, like just on the cusp so many times from KDF PETA.
An incredible set. Also the Nilajana game. I know we only got in halfway through, but I remember really falling in love with that deck when we saw it during Worlds, and I'm happy to see it sort of do the same thing that it's always done and get the sort of aggressive line and spamming a bunch of 3-2s.
I'm a big Sunken Temple fan, so when I see the Nilajana, and I'm like, okay, this is like one of 2 decks where you're allowed to run Sunken Temple, and you cut it? You cut it? Why? That's the coolest card in the game! It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll see more Sunken Temples. I'm sure there are some people on Karma set. Yeah, I've just opened up the spreadsheet. There's a lot of Karma set.
You know, now that you said it,
we're gonna
actually,
see some Sunken Temple.
Sunken Temple is kind of overrated. I might have to rotate that one just so that we don't have to like cast that anymore. Alan isn't here. Alan's not coming. There's no one to get excited about these Karma set versus Seraphine matchups. I believe we are going to try and get us into another game, because that one did go by rather quickly, all things considered. But production will let us know in a second here. Yeah, actually taking a look at the spreadsheet, like you mentioned, you know, I was like, wow, this is a really low representation. And then I realized that, like, the number 1 deck is Elder Dragon Galio Morgana, and the number 2 deck is Elder Dragon Morgana Shyvana. So just Formidables versus Dragons. And that's half the top cut.
Oh, this is really interesting. I think we're seeing like a Nami Ionia, sort of like old Nami, TF Nami Lee Sin going against, I presume it can't be Lee Sin? I think Lee Sin's rotated. Going against a Karma Seraphine. New Nami buff trying to make her name.
I heard a lot of people talking about Nami again, not just with the buff to Nami herself to be 5 spells instead of 6 spells, but also Master Yi, which is why I presume why Tidy is in Ionia. Getting that card down to 2 mana. Now, when Master Yi was buffed, they were bugged, and I'm not sure if that has been fixed, where I believe the bug was that, like, level 2 Master Yi is still a 3 mana card. I'm not sure if there were other bugs associated with it, but that's the one that I was aware of.
That's the bug that I know, and I'm pretty sure that's not out of the game yet. I'm pretty sure Master Yi at level 2 is still a 3/4 3-mana base lane. We do see the sun come down, protect Nami from the set. If you're not familiar with modern Nami, I think she says if you've played 5 spells, I level up while she's on the field.
Yeah.
So she can't just be played when she's leveled.
That is like one of the biggest disparities I have between me and the patch notes, where I went back and I checked, and when Nami was changed from I've banked X spell mana to I've played X spells while I'm in play, it was put down as a buff, and it definitely felt like one of the biggest nerfs that a champion has ever had to me. But this Nami is about to level. At the very worst, because we see the double arrows, they're at 3 out of 5. You don't start to see those arrows until the champion is more than halfway leveled, and so Tidy could level this in response. Also, should have the option to get it outside of the range of this spell with the... Okay, yeah, gonna go for the recall instead. Could have used the Darken spell.
Choice?
That's the one, Momentous Choice, to buff it up outside of the range on the attack, but is just gonna recall it instead.
I mean, like the card says, I think that was a momentous choice for them to make, but I think the +2 strength Thank you. It's going to be quite important for trying to push in lethals, right? I think Tidy needs to play this as like a massive combo deck where they attack on 1 or 2 turns with a bunch of attack, and I think using this as plus strength or even like a health buff against things like Mystic Shot is probably more important, while Recall isn't great when you're attacking because you lose the attacker when you're attacking with it. So I think it makes sense Nami getting the flip, but still not doing a lot, right? Like Nami has a couple of spells in hand. We do see Retreat Return. We see the capacity of trying to get things like the Coral Creatures back and the Shimon Wind Wish back, but I'm not certain that there's a lot going in Nami's way. To be fair, Rosadary also doesn't have either Temple or Seraphine, so not much going their way either.
Now, it's going to be up to Set to sort of keep these Namis in check or keep the board a little clear, but once you're, like, New Age Nami is sort of playing a weird game that Azir Aurelia used to play, where, you know, you would get down the Sparring Student and just grow that to infinity and force your opponent to chump block at every turn. And that's kind of just what Nami does now, is just like, hey, you have to chump block this thing, you have to chump block this thing. And something like Ionia Seraphine runs out of chump blockers pretty quickly. There's not a lot of them coming out of this deck, Spids, and so it shouldn't be too hard for Tidy if they can keep up this string of spells to get it going. The problem is that in order for that to happen, I think it's gonna have to be a Nami's ebb and flow to just get through the density of spells needed to get this board out of control, and Rosadary does have a Nopify for that.
We're going to have to see what the draws are. I think these draws are rather pivotal. We're going to have to see how this influences the game plan. It is a Master Yi deck, but we also see 9 lives as one of the better ways of blocking. I think both really good draws from the players. As Set tries to challenge in Nami, we're going to see the Retreat Return come down, but I presume a Yi hasn't been played yet, but Yi isn't a bad attacker. Getting constant like stats and the +2 strength can be very difficult for a deck like Rosadary's to deal with.
I think people have always really liked Master Yi, and it was just so hard to find a home for him. We kept trying to jam this little shit into everything. I'm talking Spooky Karma, I'm talking Wildfire, and that's pretty much the extent of the decks where he had any kind of footing. Now, going down to 2 mana, it's really what you want out of this unit that wants to come down. You know, it's just another 2 mana quick attack champion that takes over the game, and honestly, that's what Master Yi just always needed to be.
Do you see the Aftershock come down? Rosadary has put in so many resources to try and kill this Nami over the past couple of turns. 2 set attacks, a bunch of spells, and still Nami stays around with another Nami in hand, even if she were to go down to something like the Caustic Rift. There's just a constant supply of Nami.
Unfortunately, this is a lot of spells that have been used by Tidy, and one of the things that you need to keep in mind about this Shimon Wind is that it's not going to maintain its stats. It's going to bounce itself back, become the whoosh, draw a card, and go back down to a 1/1. Tidy probably going to have to use this Deny to push through damage or protect the Nami at some point, and that's going to pave the way for Rosadary to get through that Pursuit of Perfection. But I've been playing a lot of Seraphine. I would imagine at this stage of the game, especially with Set unleveled, Rosadary may be at the halfway point towards that Pursuit. Obviously, Suttering Songspinner going to do a lot to get us there, but when we just look at like what Rosadary still has in hand, between the Songspinner, the 9 lives, the Concussive Palm, the hand quality is so much higher than what Tidy has, and I don't know if they can push this board pressure enough to make it worth it. It's really going to come down to the Songspinner.
That Test of Spirit, presumably randomly generated from the Coral Creatures, allowing the Set to be pulled into the Master Yi, is an incredible turn for Tidy, and Rosadary has to respect the damage coming in and does 9 lives instead of the stun to protect the Set. Rosadary's gonna need to find something from this Songspinner. It needs to be draw, it needs to be some sort of interaction piece in any way, because if it doesn't have draw, I think Tidy's just gonna be able to go in for lethal on the next attack.
Let the tide carry you.
Probably. It's kind of... Master Yi is such a weird card, Spids, in that it's just like the tempo of when he levels versus when he actually gets to do his strike. The fact that like his strike doesn't use the stack can make it a little awkward. Like, yeah, it's a 9 power Master Yi, but okay, never mind. You know, I was gonna talk about the lack of damage, this, that, and the other. But drawing something like this 5 mana draw spell that's name is... I'm just completely... Place your bets? Sure, place your bets.
Place your bets.
Yeah, got it. Place your bets. It just offers so many spells over to Tidy. That's really what they were missing, was like more spell density within the hand. Even the Vicarian Vagabond now going to be able to... That's not its name. Anyway, Vicrash? Yeah,
Vicrash the Exuberant, yeah. It's okay,
there.
it's been a long time.
It's been a long 5 years. Vicrash, getting that Slipstream in there is going to give a lot more over, but unfortunately, Rosadary, I believe we saw that the Seraphine's at like 7 out of 9, 8 out of 9. What happened to... we're song spinnering right now. I'm looking at the hand like, where's the sputtering song spinner as it's resolving on screen?
It's the first round. We get a little bit. We have to, get back into our groove. We see the song spinner come down as Seraphine flips, seeing a bunch of units being able to be played. Oh god, now I'm failing. The Valors come down, which you can combine with the Celestial Blessing to try and get rid of a couple of the units, right? You can give these things +2 strength. You've also got this draw card in hand, and the newly buffed, it's probably like 4 months old at this point, this buff of the Children of the Forest, which I think is a 2-mana recall and ally now, and also does the old Children of the Forest thing. So very, very good song spinner. That Seraphine top deck sort of saved Rosadari's situation. Yeah,
and production doing a little throwback for me that I demanded out of the World Championship, which is flashing us that Karma is 9 out of 10 on her level of progression. And Children of the Forest is going to be used on this Grizzly to turn it back into the 9 lives, or maybe it's a lion. It looks like a bear in play, but 9 lives is definitely a lion face, I feel. Anyway, the Blinding Assault's going to be able to take out a number of these units. Tidy does have the place your bets, but Coin not being available at all because Tidy doesn't have the mana to play it. I thought the attack token had already come out for the turn.
Gonna have to see if Rosadari goes in to try and kill the elusive units or tries to do with Master Yi. Going for the trade against Mr. Thrift, but can be denied by just playing a spell. And you can buff up both of the elusives with the Wuju style, one end on either side if you were to defend it there. Both of these units will have the capacity of having 5 health, so they shouldn't be able to die to the Valors, right? They'll get buffed up once by Nami each, and they'll have the second half of Wuju style. And the damage that will be threatened isn't insignificant on the open.
No, I think the only way that Tidy had to actually kill the Nami was to go in with the 4 attack Valor on the Nami, force Tidy to use the meditation on it to buff it up, then go at it with the second Valor. But that would have required like very precise play around of specifically the Master Yi, and like it gets really awkward if your opponent goes for like the recall or something. So I understand Rosadari not going for it, especially when they sort of, recycled this 9 lives into their hand so that they had a good defensive capability for this turn. And now that deny sitting in Tidy's hand is still the one thing stopping Rosadari from just stalling out and jamming that Pursuit of Perfection. A Karma top deck could also swing it. That would give 2 Pursuit of Perfections on the stack.
Gonna see Concussive Bomb come down, get rid of an elusive unit, but there's still 2 more that are able to be threatened in, with Nami prioritizing the smallest unit to get buffed. You see Parley as well as just 1 damage burn, which obviously when you're thinking about a Nami deck, you're always thinking about burn as the main thing you're going to lose to, and definitely nothing else. We also see that the Vikrash Slipstream was drawn basically immediately after, so Tidy has a lot of spell slinging they can do and can definitely attack wide, but Rosadari, by drawing those Valors, getting them off Sputtering Song Spinner, does have a surprising amount of blockers. Oh my god, these Wuju styles.
Oh my goodness, this is
Master
looking
Yi
like
must be
lethal.
so proud.
Oh, the spirit of Wuju is alive on the APAC shard. That is for certain. That's 9 mana coming in. That's so many spells, so many buffs, just not from the Wujus, but the Nami herself and the 9 lives. Going to have to try and pull an elusive blocker and not quite going to be able to do it. And this should be lethal coming out of Tidy with deny backup, no less. Only 2 men on the side of Rosadari. Yeah, you might as well just ship it. See how much is actually necessary. And it's just 1 Wuju to push it through. That is going to be the exact 13. Rosadari going down. Tidy taking that in a best of 3 to move on to the top 32.
I really wish Tidy played all 4 of those, just to rub it in, just to show how crazy this hand was, getting at least 2 Master Yis and 2 from the deck. What an incredible draw from the Vikrash and from the Place Your Bets. But Nami's made it. I did not expect Nami to ever get a win in a top cut for like months, and now she's here.
Yeah, there's actually 6 Master Yi Nami in this tournament, which I'm just going to throw out some of the other decks that Nami is as popular as. Number 1, Jax Ornn. Didn't have that on my bingo card for the final Runeterra Open, where like, yeah, I knew Jax Ornn was going to be here. I think it's even within the top 5 represented, or like not too far outside of it, but didn't expect Nami to come in as this. Like, I knew people liked it, and that's sort of one of the things we were talking about earlier, right? People are just going to be running decks that they like. I might as well see if Master Yi Nami can go ahead and win a tournament. Damn what the analysts say.
Yeah, also, Deep has got 3 brings. I'm noticing on the spreadsheet. Deep, a deck that, like, I feel like always has exactly 1 in a top cut, and never more, never less. But we're seeing 3 right now. And that's one of the other very weird brings. Also, a surprising amount of Nico. I see 2 Nico here. Very, very interesting. Lots of random decks.
One of the things I'm looking for that I'm not seeing, and maybe I'm just not looking close enough, is Mill. Because APAC loves their Maokai Mill. And I'm just not seeing, also not seeing a lot of Mordekaiser. Now, I haven't really
Yeah.
looked at Standard too much since the nerf to Mage Seeker Inquisitor, but well, I was going to say the shocking lack of Mordekaiser, but then I remembered when we look back at the World Championship and we're talking about like Mordekaiser and Nora Elder and like these top decks that everybody was bringing, I think of the 21 APAC players, like 4 of them brought Mordekaiser. Like, APAC just doesn't like Mordekaiser, so maybe that isn't super indicative of the meta as a whole, and maybe it's just more of an APAC thing, which again is why we love to watch this region, right? They do it their own way. They go first in the lineup too, so it's possible that, like, you know, people look at this and go, oh, well, no one's expecting Mordekaiser, now I can bring it. So, like, APAC having to go first, set the stage, does definitely make their meta look a little bit different than ours, just because, like, we get to adapt to whatever they did.
Yeah. Another thing that I saw interesting, it's very much up your alley, Boulevard. 4 people brought Lurk, your favorite deck.
No, Lurk has never won a tournament, and Austin Yost and Mr. Emotional are on a campaign to finish off Legends of Runeterra with Lurk, and it feels targeted. I can't believe that I'm up here on the casting desk and I'm still getting hate drafted. I'm still getting targeted. They're going, yeah, I just want Boulevard to lose. I don't care about, well, they have to care about winning because you have to win with Lurk in order for me to actually lose. But yeah, that's not too uncommon. We've seen APAC usually jam in like 1 or 2 Lurk. JO1 has brought Lurk to a top cut before. Which is a weird fact about JO1 and, you know, some of the deck choices that they've made over the years. But believe that is the end of the top 64 in terms of the matches that we are able to see. Production either said 1 more or no more, and those are 2 very different numbers. They clarified that it's 1 more, so we're going to get you into a match, and now I'm just playing. It is going to be going to a short break here, and when we return, we will have the top 32 of the Fates of Voyage Beyond Standard Open. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. My name is Boulevard. Joining me is Spids. Spids, what does the WT stand for?
The WT? Because Spids was taken, so I had to add
Just
a
had to throw on a
WT
couple
for
letters?
was taken. Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, if Spids is ever gone, I just have to do the WT. If I could get rid of it, I would, trust me.
Understandable. I'm in a similar boat. I do not want to be affiliated with card games, so if I could just be Boulevard instead of TCG, that'd be great. But that's not what we're here to... Well, actually, no, that is what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about card games. We're here to talk about the top 32 of the APAC Runeterra Open. We are going to be getting into a game relatively soon. As you saw in the pre-flag there, it is going to be Amy versus Yada 64. Two players from the 2023 World Championship. The final World Championship. We're not having any more of those. So that's, these are two of the Titans, and they're going to go down in history as some of the last people to ever do it here in the competitive circuit for APAC. And honestly, we should be looking forward to a really good match. I remember I wanted to check what decks Yada was on, because they've been known to run some stuff. They've been known to bring Maokai a time or two. And this time it actually, that's what is that? Hold on. I saw one of the decks and I literally went, what is that? But we'll get that for you in a Oh, wow. Okay, we'll get that for you in a second here when we actually start flying the deck list. But two players, very high caliber, which I know we say that a lot about a lot of players, but this time, I promise, it's a little different in that they are world's competitors, top 20 within their shard. Hands down, going down in history like that. And so, if we could fly some deck lists, that'd be cool.
We should do bracket first.
We should do the bracket first. As you can tell, I'm a professional, I swear. Gonna take a look at who won, who lost in the earlier rounds. You can kind of look at this and digest it for yourselves, because there are too many names for us to walk you through it.
We're going to see Ryan go down, which is a little bit sad. I've been rooting for Ryan for a long time, and it's sad that he couldn't make it past the round of 64, but taken out by Green Slimy, tough competition.
Absolutely. Green Slimy. Very, very active APAC Twitter account, I would say. Definitely has been in a number of top 32s, top 64s, just top cuts in general, but they are one of the most active Twitter users out of the APAC scene, I would say. So probably someone that a lot of people are going to recognize.
We do see Rossidon make it through to top 32, right? There is no pricing for this outside of the glory of getting, first place. But if everyone makes it past this round, they do get that lucrative board, that very, very pretty board. So there is something for these players to go for. This is the last round that you either make it or don't. And we see Zunkwert having made it, as we watched earlier, as well as Amy and Yada, which is what we're going to be looking at when we get to it.
There's nothing that's going to be better than flexing on the bots in Path of Champions with your top 16 board, because I will say, I heard the music for that board for the first time relatively recently. It's a banger. It's a banger, so it's definitely something that you, if you're going to be idling playing through the PvE mode, you definitely want good music on in the background. The top 16 board is going to offer that up to you. Here we can see the end of the bracket, as well as Endgame Sag versus KDF Reroll. If you're wondering what the name of the opponent in the top 64 for Endgame Sag was, I believe we got a rough translation because it is very long, and it was something to the effect of hi, thanks for playing, goodbye.
Yeah, there's a lot of, sorrow and desire from everyone that's playing, and it's sad to hear that the PvP has gone the way that it has, but we still have one more tournament to go, and hopefully we can still make it a good one and still enjoy ourselves with it.
Oh, we don't have a choice. It's going to be an absolute banger no matter what, and that's why we love the APAC shard. They always bring some weird decks, and that's why I'm genuinely surprised not to see any Maokai, regardless of how good or bad I feel about it. That is something that I always loved out of the APAC. They put on a show, and a high presence of Udyr as well, which I don't think we're going to see too much out of EMEA and AM, because they're quite frankly cowards, and APAC is not. They will bring that sauce, and we're going to see a little bit of that sauce when we actually do get into the deck list here in a moment, because like I said, I was looking at Yada's decks and I literally said, what is that? Not this one.
First list of the Seraphine
I know
set.
what this is.
You're gonna have to wait. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for the third one to see that very, very tantalizing PNZ Freljord. But Seraphine set 3 Temple. Every other card is not Temple, but it's trying to make Temple even happier. We do see Capsize, which is really, really cute in this list. But that's about it. There's also no 9 lives, which is very weird to me. Feels like it's become a standard card, and it's just not here anymore.
Been very impressed with 9 lives every time that I play it. Capsize makes sense if you're expecting a more mid-range meta. It really does shut down your opponent trying to play on curve or like trying to jam out 2 units. This is the one that I was surprised by. It has been so long since I've seen Yordles in arms that when I saw Fizz Nora, initially I was like, oh, that's like Fizz Yumi, the elusive Freljord deck, right? And then I was like, no, this is Bandle City Piltover's on. Is it just elusives? And it's not. It's just Portals Yordles.
Wait, this is the one you got surprised by? You have no idea
yeah.
what's coming as the third deck?
No, I do because Yada actually played this at the last Open.
Yeah, I remember seeing this exactly one other time. I forget where, but it was a very, very interesting deck. I want to quickly go back to this.
Yeah.
This is a cool list. The Yordles in Arms, fantastic card.
I looked at this list at the last Open because Yada played this there, and I had to defeatedly type in like region champion because on the surface it looks like puff caps, and then you realize they're like, oh no, this isn't puff caps. It's just Teemo, right? And then you're like, okay, well it's like burn kind of, but there's like 1 blowback and like 1 shock blast, and it's kind of weird. So I went and I took this deck to ladder and I played it for like 10 games to try and figure out what was going on here. Spids, I never figured out what was going on here. It felt awful. I couldn't win a game with it, and Yada's just built. I have to concede that Yada is built different.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we can see it unbanned and going against Amy's list, starting off with what we saw earlier of the Galio Elder Dragon Morgana with 3 Balin, as you pointed out, as well as capping out at 2 nerfed Cynon. Very strong list that we've seen consistently be very good. Hopefully Precious Charger won't be targeted in this match, but you never know.
Yeah, it would be nice to see a little bit, we're forgetting card names. Players are forgetting that Petrified Charger can't take damage from skills or spells, but we are going to see a classic Ashel Blanc as well. Trifarian Assessor, a really cool card in Legends of Runeterra, and honestly, I wish it had seen play in more decks, but it was really only ever in this Frostbite midrange.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big losses that we got, one of the things that we never really got to access that greatly was like a Sivir LeBlanc deck, right? This like what Reputation was intended to be upon release. And I feel like Assessor could have been a really, really fun part of that deck. It was always overshadowed by Ash LeBlanc or Sivir Action.
And okay, Spids brings up Sivir. Take that off my bingo card. And then to round it out, we have Echo Jinx.
I mean, I have to talk about Sivir Action at least once. If this is going to be the last hurrah, the last time I'm on like an official broadcast, I'm going to talk about Sivir Action at least once or twice. But Echo Jinx, very fun deck. We see, as we always see with this, 3 Echo, 3 Jinx, 3 Voice of the Risen, and a bunch of, just normal predict cards. We do see 1 Mayim, which is very, very cute. I don't know how I feel about it in the list, but it can do some very fun things, especially because it gives you that 1 spell mana if you updraft a card.
Am a fan of updrafting cards, mostly just like pitching away one of your extra 4-traps, because one of the big issues that I have with modern day Echo Jinx is just like you have to play Echo, Voices, and Clockling, and that's just so many 4 mana units that all have like their different use cases in terms of like what turn you want to play them on. But if you draw too many of them, it becomes really hard to go for that backup Jinx plan. Because you run out 1 on turn 4, 1 on turn 5, 1 on turn 7. Like, it's so slow to just run out 1 4-drop after the other turn after turn, especially if you don't have a leveled champion. So like the Voices isn't very impactful, or like if your Echo's not leveled, it just can feel so rough in hands like that. So I do like the Mariam being able to ship one of those back if it's not the proper time to run it out in order to facilitate a better Jinx plan.
This matchup looks very, very interesting. I'm looking at the Sejuani Caitlyn Teemo, and I'm thinking that half the deck is trying to beat Karma Set with all the the trap stuff, and half the deck is trying to be good mid-range with stuff like the Dog and the Omen Hawk and all these sorts of things. But I feel like going into a deck like Galio Elder Dragon Morgana, I feel like the Teemo deck might be good just to spam in some puff caps and stall out the game, but I'm not entirely certain. Never mind, it's banned. Ignore everything there. We're going to see the Seraphine set be banned as well.
Okay, I have so much to say about this Teemo Caitlyn Sejuani deck because, again, I did take it to ladder and couldn't figure it out, and I noticed there are some changes that Yada actually made from the previous iteration of this list too, one that I think are really important, but that we're not on that deck just yet. We are going to be looking at the Yordles in arms up against Echo Jinx for game 1, and the Fizz in Yada's hand normally so good against these heavier interaction decks, but something like a Scrying Sands or a Quicksand, there is no answer that Fizz has for that because it happens at burst speed and will take that elusive away, at least in the case of the Quicksand, in order to let that unit be blocked.
So there were predict changes in the last update. Now you
Yes.
can stack predicts in a very specific way. If you play 2 predicts on the same turn, the first thing that you predicted will be the second drawn card over the next 2 turns, provided you don't predict even more. It'll still stay part of that in that stack. It's also weird when you add in time trick. If you predict, then skip on your time trick. My understanding is that the card is still second from your first predict, I think. But I'm not entirely sure because I've not played with it. All I know is that skipping a time trick predict after a normal predict does something funky.
Gotcha. That's not a use case that I had really thought of, but it does make sense, right? The predict change, for those of you unaware, being that predicting no longer shuffles your deck. It just shuffles away those 3 cards that you saw in the prediction outside of the one that you accept, which will obviously go on top of your deck. And so things like the Hex Tech Cat, the one that shuffles a Hexpliterator into the 10 bottom cards of your deck, you're not going to randomly draw it on turn 2 after you miss the predict on turn 1 onto it. It's no longer happening. It's still going to be in your bottom 10.
Indeed. We're going to see the Forsaken Bacarian come down right after the other predict card. Going to stack these out a little bit. We see the Echo in hand already flipped. Exactly what you need. Have that Echo on 4. Get ready to do some fun things. And Yada does have some portals, does have the Clockling to try and draw into a couple of things, but doesn't have the Year that they desperately need to try and be a bit pressuring.
And this is one of the big concerns that I think just everyone has with Echo Jinx. Is you get to the situation where it's like, okay, I need this Echo to connect at least one time in order to get my hand back into it, because this hand outside of the Echo, very, very poor. And Yada does have a way to kill the Echo between the Pie Toss and the Electro Harpoon from the Bandle Telestones. So if Amy can't find a way to get this Echo down, because again, like, you're not getting protection for your champions out of Shurima, Piltover, and Zon. If they aim 3 damage at Echo, Echo's going down.
Do see the Face Sprout come down, try and find something aggressive. We do see Swole Squirrel, a very funny choice you could go for, but I presume it's Grandfather Fae, try and develop 2 units. And what is a Swarm deck? If something gets you 2 units, you have to click it, and it gives Fizz Elusive, get that 2 damage in, trade the Owlcat into the 2-1. Not too sure about that. I feel like the Owlcat's very good defensively, but I mean, Yada's going to flood the board anyway, may as well get some units off it.
It's a weird... playing against Echo Jinx is weird, right? Because you need to keep their board clear so that they don't have very impactful voice Chrono Break turns. And that usually means taking some bad trades in the early game. And it's one of those things that just... the payoff never happens if your opponent doesn't find that big voice Chrono Break turn. And I think Yada just saying, hey, you know, if I jam a Yordles in arms and your answer is to just throw out... you know, a Chrono Break in response, it's going to feel really bad. I need to make sure that, like, you don't have access to this Chrono Break, especially knowing that, like, the Echo could be coming down here. And if you don't have Echo, then I'm feeling fine. I'm probably winning this game, but we are going to see the Echo go down. Of course, the damage is done. The Chrono Breaks are in the deck. Amy's not going to be able to get the card advantage off of Echo, but a strong predict here into a second copy will make this a very difficult game for Yada.
Yeah, having the Echo for the attack token gets that extra strike in. Yada doesn't really have a good way of, like, killing their own unit to protect the Echo, but we see Aftershock.
Oh, well, that is great from Yada. Suddenly, Amy is down 2 Echoes, and, you know, we look at this low card count, and normally you're like, okay, yeah, this sucks. I don't know how you ever win the game with a hand of, like, Right Quicksand Mystic Shot, but that's where the Jinx comes in. That's why people play, I mean, okay, like, Zillion rotated, and that's why we play Jinx, but there is an argument, even in Eternal, to play the Jinx over the Zillion because of what it does for the hands like these, where your champions are getting dealt with, and you just need that big refill.
I mean, there's this great Eternal tournament going on called Aegis, and we saw in that everyone was prioritizing Jinx over Zillion. We tried the Zillion version, but it didn't feel great. We brought it anyway, but I think we should have picked Jinx in the end. So I think Jinx has just trumped Zillion in this sense. We're going to see the Quicksand come down, try and kill this Fizz. There isn't much in the hand to be able to protect from that, but we do see the second Fizz in hand anyway. Amy gonna need to draw something like much sooner rather than later.
Yeah, Yada's not putting on, like, a ton of pressure. Okay, there's the Jinx. Rite of Negation doesn't have, like, a great target, and that's always kind of awkward, right? Where it's like, okay, well, actually I need to empty my hand, so I'm just going to Rite of Negation to, like, sack one of my units to do nothing, or, like, whatever the first spell you play is, just jamming the right into it. Yada does, however, have Fizz and Clockling, and Mystic Shot's only going to be able to deal with one of those. That elusive chip damage will come through, will be an issue, and with Fizz being level 2, Jinx might even get a target on her back.
Blade Pierced Revenant is quite funny. He grants himself Challenger when he dies, right?
Yes.
It's not other units, it's also himself.
It is.
All right, there
any
is a way
unit
to kill
that
Jinx here.
revives.
Yeah. This is a way to interact with Jinx. Yada needs any way to kill the Jinx. If Jinx stays around for like 5 turns, Yada does just die. But with Blade Pierce Revenant could find an opportunity. But also Pytos was drawn, so same way that they can die all the time.
Yeah, and Amy does have that right mana though, and is going to be forced to maintain that right mana. So if Yada goes for the same kill that they tried on the Echo earlier, it's not going to work. But honestly, they probably don't go for it, or if they do, they'll probably go for it next turn when they have... Oh, wow, just actually ripping the Right of Negation, saying, I want this Super Mega Death Rocket right now. Obviously doesn't have the mana to cast it, but really just looking for that draw 2 on the next round start.
I have to see if this play pays off, because there is the opportunity that Jinx could die very easily. These 2 draws, you don't even get to choose what they are. They could be a Chrono Break, you could get something amazing, or you could just get 2 drop borders and sit with nothing to do. But Yada also needs to find something, because you are right, there isn't that much pressure coming out from Yada. There's this Fizz that they can buff up to +2 strength with the Ban Tellstones for just 1 turn, pushing for 5 at most, but doesn't even sound like a great play in the end. They're going to need to find a Year, or going to need to find some way of pressuring it.
I thought this was going to be destroy a landmark from Yada just to stop the clockling from coming through on Amy, but actually does go for the removal of the keywords so that, stop the pressure from the Jinx coming in, saying, hey, this champion can't attack her, I'm going to push some damage back onto it. Quicksand and clockling, pretty good. Unfortunately, does not leave Amy with enough mana to cast the Super Mega Death Rocket.
And we do see Yada draw another Bandle Tellstone. You could pitch the entire hand here to kill Jinx, which might end up being the right play. But Echo, we see the 3rd Echo trying to finally stay in this game for a little bit of time, and can actually be played this turn and strike, but Yada does have some spells.
I did not...
Yeah.
I did not expect the Echo Jinx versus Yordles in Arms matchup to come down to the Yordles in Arms player just constantly pumping removal into every champion they see on site, like utilizing all of that burn. And honestly, Yordles in Arms seems so secondary, so far away from the minds of both of these players in terms of like, oh, how am I going to win this game? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Yordles in Arms was nerfed to only give +3/+3?
That's my memory too.
Okay, so just a main decked 4 Demacia. I can see why we stopped playing this.
Yeah, it's interesting that this is the last Echo. Typically with Echo decks, you're very willing to block with Echo and let him die, provided you get that draw, but this is the final opportunity to have an Echo around, so this Echo needs to be protected at all costs. We do see double draws from Jinx next turn if Yada doesn't go for it, and Amy's sort of pressuring that double draw just by consistently passing. I'm going to see the Pytos into the Perilous Pastry, into the Electro Harpoon, I assume.
Yeah, I'm
kind of curious deal with this Jinx.
I'm curious what Yada wants to discard here. Is it the Owlcat? Is it the second Telestone? It's probably got to be the Owlcat. You know, it's not great. Owlcat's okay. They're cute, but ultimately, Bandle Telestone is probably a little more important, especially when you're trying to find that last bit of damage and either just push through that damage with the Heroic Refrain, or maybe just get 2 multi-region followers into your hand to try and high roll your way to a Shark Tooth or something.
Oh
Jinx
my God.
off the top from Amy. How did they do it?
I mean, Amy's drawing champions, trying to draw into being a champion. We see, what, 2 Jinxes, 3 Echoes? Yada's had 2 Fizzes, but nothing to buff them with? This is monstrous.
Nothing feels worse in Legends of Runeterra than losing the game because your opponent just drew like 4 more champions than you did, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, you know, if I had drawn 5 champions, I would have won too.
We do see the Tellstones come down, going for the Yordle contraption to get 2 followers, trying to see if they can get anything valuable. We see 2 Explorers, but nothing they can really do besides deny keywords.
Things I did not realize. The Explorers really diluting the desperate grab bag pool of the Yordle contraption for those late game scenarios when you're trying to pull like a Furious Fae Folk or some other large game-ending multi-region follower. And unfortunately for Yada, the RNG on the side of Amy, they're drawing just so many champions off the top, back to back to back, and Echo Jinx going to pick up a win here. Which, you know, looking back over the course of the history of 2023 Legends of Runeterra, I noticed that, like, APAC really likes Echo Jinx. APAC really likes Shurima.
Yeah, I mean, Shurima was pretty much dead in the water last year. I read a really good article about it, or a Reddit post by this really intelligent guy who just went through everything about last year's tournaments. And they mentioned that, like, Shurima had no presence at all, except for, like, Echo Jinx very, very rarely. We do see Amy with the Ashe LeBlanc into a triple Portal Palooza by Yada. Very interesting hand.
I was going to say not an ideal opener for Yada, but Amy's hand is so incredibly slow that actually that's a pretty good hand. Unfortunately for Yada, I think Fizz... Oh, okay, I was going to say, if Amy wants to go for the Trifarian Glory Seeker, then Fizz might just be forced out here as a blocker for the open attack. Now, Bandle City Mare can be the sacrificial lamb if that's what Yada chooses to do, or they can roll the dice on Portal Paloozing and potentially taking 6 damage if they don't hit the portal immediately, but Fizz makes the most sense because this does still open you up for that Portal Palooza. And I do want to shout out as well, when we were talking about the predicted changes earlier and how that pertains to Echo Jinx, what it really works for here is you don't shuffle away your portals. So when Yada goes for the Portal Palooza here, if they then play the Clockling next turn, they will still have a portal in the top 3 of their deck.
We do see Junk Construct get drawn from the portal, which just continues the portal cycle every single time. Amy drawing the LeBlanc, a pretty good draw to get, but does suffer into things like Mystic Shot and the Aftershock that we do see in hand. Junk Construct going through, Amy not really wanting to interact with that. Plays LeBlanc, does get buffed, but is in perfect range for this Aftershock. Yada has to worry about things like, Troll Chant, or not Troll Chant, that card's rotated. Sky Splitter and Elixir of Iron, but if they go for it, LeBlanc will just go away.
It's always really scary to just throw spells on curve into Freljord when they have this much mana open, looking at that Elixir of Iron, just a bane of the existence of damage-based removal players since the dawn of Legends of Runeterra. So gonna go for a little bit of a safer line here. She really needs to find time to get down these Portal Paloozas and try to let those take over the game, but obviously needs the Nora for the big payoff for that to actually be a win condition.
All the world on one arrow.
And Amy having the special Ashe LeBlanc curve, 2-drop into 3-drop into 4-drop. Now they are one turn late on actually playing these cards, but Yada being very wary about trying to kill these 3 health units means that Amy can just play them and say, hey, I'm a Freljord deck, you can't interact with me, I'm going to attack with them and you can't do anything, even though Yada actually can do something and Amy doesn't have the response. This is the pressure that you can do when you're a Freljord deck.
And we're about to see... I mean, technically, Amy could start to proc Reputation this turn. They go in for an attack with all 3 of these units and use the Bloody Business, and we're going to see Yada again forgo to use that Aftershock, like you mentioned, playing very big respect to these potential buff spells onto the health of the units. Amy now in a position, are we going to see the proactive use of the Brittle Steel? Not necessary, going to be able to use it defensively to preserve the health of this Ashe, should they so choose. When you're up against the Bandle City deck, I mean, we saw the Pythos doing big damage last round, and honestly, just gonna let the Ashe go to 1 HP. No respect for the Pythos.
Well, there's always the Elixir of Iron that they can always play right afterwards. It is a very interesting play to go for that, but I think with the few freezes in hand, it is only this Harsh Winds and Brittle Steel. You can probably wait for the second Ashe before you try and do some cute Ashe lethal stuff, and you do have this draw that you're much more willing to try and play and see if you can draw into those cards later. I don't think Ashe is as critical for the pressure that's trying to be applied when you can just play other Reputation units.
That's true. I think Amy has a really good read, though, that Yada does not have a kill onto this Ashe, at least in the form of the Pythos, right? Because on the previous turn, you would at least want to throw the Pythos on the Ashe in order to stop the Trifarian Assessor. One of the big things that you need to keep in mind when you are playing against Frostbite midrange is, okay, yeah, usually you go, okay, I'll just bank the spell, man, I'll deal with it next turn. You need to stop the Assessor proactively, and Yada just packs it up.
Well, Amy now has the board if they didn't have it already. They're already at the top of ladder 4K LP. May as well have the board to rub it in everyone's faces with all the random lurk players that haven't heard that the update happened.
Every time I log in to play ladder and I go up against either Lurk or Galio Elder Morgana, I'm like, do you not know what's happening right now? Do you live under a rock? Are you ignorant to the state of the world? What are we doing?
Yeah, every time I go into the casual queue for Eternal, I think it's like 90% traps. That's all I see every single time. Not a single other thing. Those players just love shuffling in portals and puff caps. But Amy getting some very strong victories, drawing everything they needed, while Yada bringing Year, 2 years after it was good. And unfortunately just doesn't get there.
I'm upset that we didn't get to talk about this Yada deck, this Teemo Caitlyn Sejuani, because Yada actually got 2-0'd on the Yordles and Arms. Because one of the things that I noticed they did is they went down from 3 Charlatan Fishmonger to 1, which is like, Charlatan Fishmonger is weird. It's one of the puff cap cards in the deck, like literally the only one other than Teemo. And I kept running into situations where I draw like 2-3 copies of this card to draw like the 1 blowback and the 1 shock blast to try to finish my opponent off. And like, this deck is just, so weird, and I'm sure if you see the correct packages in the correct order, then it works very well. But if you get like a mix of the packages, like there's not a lot of synergy between them. When you draw 2 Teemo and a Wild's Claw Ferocity, that's one of the worst opening hands you can have in Legends of Runeterra, given that you don't play any other puff cap cards to level the Teemo.
I mean, people have their decks that they're idiosyncratically very, very good at, and it seems that Yara, didn't even try it as the deck that they were bringing first. They decided to opt for the other deck first, and unfortunately, we didn't get to see the secret sauce that would have opened our eyes to how the deck's actually supposed to be played. We are trying to get into another match at some point, but
some point soon, ideally.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be my preference as well.
When we get a 2-0 in the first round, usually we're going to be able to get you into another match. There were quite a few concessions in the top 64. Probably not going to see as many of those in the top 32, especially when the board is now just 1 win away from being yours. And here we see Eevee Arima up against Rayfok, and I don't know what this deck is. This is like Freljord Spider aggro with just triple... the double Elixir of Wrath and the Sky Splitters?
This is Darius Nar with a Precious Pet in it.
Okay.
Very interesting choice. We're going to see the Sky Splitter come down, try and preserve this Tusk Speaker. You could put in the Elixir of Wraths now to pressure a little bit, but Eevee Arima, I mean, it's turn 7, but it looks like it's turn 4. Very, very sad from their side, and Rayfok does have a bunch of Poros. I was going to say Yordles for a second. Poros to flood the board with.
At the very least, I would like to see Arima push through 1 Elixir of Wrath in order to get Darius leveled up. If you can draw it with like 11 out of 10 when you know you could have had it, it would have felt a lot better to just actually get that champion flipped. Obviously, we can see Hush in Rayfok's hand, which means Arima is going to be aware of the fact that the card is in the deck, and so just kind of wondering right now, can I save these for later? Should I push the damage while the Hush is offline? Is it really going to matter? And I do like the commitment of the 1 Elixir. I really like this from Arena, just setting themselves up for a Darius level.
Yeah, I think it's a good way of not showing that your hand has nothing in it. You can still pretend like there's stuff that they have to play around and make them think a little bit. We do see the Battle Fury. Very, very fun card to have, but does get answered by Hush relatively easily. We see Lonely Poro, one of the best draws for a Poro deck, able to flood the board with, I think, a full board of 3/3s right now, which does present... No, 1 away from lethal. Or 1 Poro away from lethal.
Is it going to be lethal with Impact?
Oh, it could have been. Yeah, if the other Protoporo came down, that was lethal. Respecting other units being played, obviously, but still, I think you're supposed to go for it.
Also respecting something like, I don't know if it's in the list, but like Elixir of Wrath or Sky Splitter, because this does leave open the second... Okay, not going to quite be enough for the Poros next to finish off a Battle Fury, but Hush is available if Rayfok wants to take it out, and yeah, that is exactly what we're going to see here, understanding that Arima is down to just 1 mana, not enough for the Sky Splitter, and so that is going to be a total board loss on the side of Arima. Luckily for them, the Hush is out of the way, 10 Nexus HP still available for Rayfok, which means a Darius would be leveled up, and the Elixir would be then 1 shy of lethal because of the Poros next.
You do see the dog drawn, definitely not enough, while Rayfok has Targon Tailstones, which could get a Great Beyond, or even just a Blessing of Targon. Either way guarantees the lethal at this point, and unfortunately, I think Rayfok's gonna get it, which does take us to a game 3, so actually I'm not too upset.
Okay, yeah, I'm always down for a game 3. Playing a lot of Eternal, I've really started to change my stance on like Targon Tailstones and how I want to play it in terms of like proactively versus reserving it for the Hush. In a matchup like this, absolutely save it for the Hush. They are an overwhelmed deck. You don't want to just randomly die to the Darius top deck. It makes sense, but I've really become a big fan of proactively going for the Behold the Infinite.
I think there's a lot of cool things that Targon Tailstones can do. Personally speaking, I see it as like 80% of the time it's Blessing of Targon. Feels great to play that card as a very surprise like buff spell, bigger than most other buff spells that we see, but Rayfok getting in the victory against Eevee Arima. We didn't see the early turns, maybe there was something that interesting that could have happened earlier, but Eevee Arima ran out of gas by the time we entered this.
And it looks like for this final game of this round of 32, we are going to see Frostbite midrange up against the Overwhelm. We saw Frostbite midrange sort of do its thing earlier in this round of 32. We're going to see if Rayfok can replicate the success that we saw, or if Arima will be able to turn the tables on them. It's not looking good for Arima. These are, pretty much the only 2 Freljord Noxus decks that exist or have ever existed, because I have no respect for Skargrounds. And so the Frostbite going to play very well into a deck that is just large unit with big attack points. But, you know, we Rico, we Rex, we flex, and we try our best.
Arima is definitely, I'm assuming Arima is pulling a little bit of Foundation's love with this. There is a 1 of Farron in Arima's list.
That is beautiful.
And 1 of Farron is so fun, right? It used to be in, like, sometimes in Draven, Tri-Beam. It used to be, you know, in, like, very, very, very old pirates in some lists. I missed Farron. I missed that guy, you know, getting a bunch of decimates in hand, and I'm glad to see it here. So I'm being a little bit biased right now. I really hope Arima gets to play the Farron and smack in and do a bunch of damage.
I have unironically forgotten about Captain Farron. I'm so sorry, Captain. I know you've done your military service. You should never be forgotten. And knocked one of my monitors over. No problem. Yeah, I do really like that tech, and I believe the nerf is just down to 2 decimates now instead of 3, which really does have some big mind game potential in a format where decimate is not legal, akin to what we were talking about earlier with things like Udyr, where your champion spell is no longer in standard, and so your opponent kind of forgets to play around it. Unfortunately for Farron, with the nerf to decimate to be 6 mana, you cannot Farron and decimate in the same turn at any stage of the game.
Yeah, it can be quite tough to figure out when you can exactly Farron, because it taps you out of so much, and if you don't win with the decimates, you just die on the next turn immediately. We do see that Rayfok does start with the Omen Hawk, while Eevee Arima didn't, and it's a Freljord mirror, so I think, unfortunately, we already know who the winner's gonna be, but if we get out of jokes for a little bit, Arima has a very pressuring looking hand. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, while Rayfok does have a turn 1, turn 2, but doesn't have the 3 and 4. I can do my counting, and I know one's better than the other.
So one thing that I do really like out of Arima is Red Barbed Razor Mace. I don't consider myself an aggressive player. It's not a strategy I lean towards very often, but Red Barbed Razor Mace was definitely one of my favorite cards to come out of Fate's Voyage Beyond. And I love that it's getting to see play in these Overwhelm lists, seeing play in a lot of like Nico lists as well. Rayfok, yeah, holding up that Brittle Steel, not going for the proactive challenge onto something like the Tusk Speaker. Second Red Barbed Razor Mace. Second Brittle Steel for Rayfok. This is not a good hand for Rayfok. They've got to protect this Glory Seeker for big bloody business value down the line.
Yeah, Eevee Arima able to pressure in so aggressively, but this is the issue with like decks like Ashe LeBlanc, right? They don't have defensive potential in their units, they only have it in their spells, and if they don't have units that make the spells do anything, it just feels so incredibly awful. These Red Barbed Razor Maces are just 1 tick above Brittle Steel as well, which feels amazing for Arima, because that's what the turn 4 and turn 5 is going to be. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. You could do Sabo into the Battle Fury, but I think it makes the most sense to try and go for these Razor Mace. Ashe Draw changes a lot, though.
That Ashe top deck is so good for Rayfok, especially given that it is buffed. This prevents Arima from just, like, playing the Gnar and trying to trade into it. That said, ooh, no, this is like perfect for Rayfok, because if Arima throws down the Red Barbed Razor Mace, it gets challenged, it gets frostbitten, you try to trade this Ballista onto the Ashe, and you just get hit with the Brittle Steel.
Yeah, I mean, hands like these get saved by single big units, and Ashe is easily the best one here. We're going to see the Red Barbed Razor Mace come down, going to be frozen plus challenged with the Glory Seeker, and if they try and go for the block with the Iron Ballista, it's just going to get frozen. The steel is going to feel really brittle of that War Machine as it gets traded into Ashe.
It was disaster from the moment Arima committed the Razor Mace. The only reason that Arima would ever commit the Razor Mace there is to try and block the Ashe with the Iron Ballista, and unfortunately just gets stuffed there. And that's the problem with just the bad hands from Ashe LeBlanc. It's really hard to have the read that your opponent has this weird bricked hand that's just like 2 Brittle Steels and an Elixir of Iron, right? Because that's not something you're checking for very often.
We do see the Razor Mace come down. It can attack in, but does get hit by the Bloody Business you were pointing at earlier, which I think is a pretty decent time to take it out. You might want to keep it for something like a Battle Fury later, but being able to protect yourself will feel great. Or you could just play the big unit that's chunky and blocks Overwhelm on its own without ever putting an Echo into the deck.
This is one of the problems with these Overwhelm lists, is sometimes your opponent actually just does throw down something a little bit bigger than you, and because Arima's been playing on curve for this entire time, they're not going to have that Battle Fury available anytime soon. They will have it on their next attack token, but by then it could very well be too late.
This is Rayfox going to be able to play LeBlanc next turn, flip her up, have Ashe pretty close to flipped, and have entire control of the game. I don't know what Arima can get out of this.
This attack sacrifices all of Arima's units, right? Saurian gets to block the Razor Mace, Ashe gets to block the Precious Pet, the Omen Hawk gets to trade onto the Legion Saboteur, and then Arima is not left with any overwhelmed target for the Battle Fury. And so it makes sense to throw out the pass here. Okay, that's just another Frostbite. That's cool. We're all having a good time. We're all chilling, right? Everybody's having fun.
Yeah. Arima really need to draw an Overwhelm unit and just hope that Rayfox doesn't draw like a Harsh Winds or a Flash Freeze, but we see that Ashe in hand going into it. All of these, reputation units that have 6 strength all of a sudden, because that's how Freljord works in modern day. Everything gets +1/+1. And Arima, I don't really think has any outs. It's not a pirouette deck, so there's no cute, stun lines they can go for. I don't think there's an easy way out for them. They can go for, a cute Whirling Death, but they've only got 1 Whirling Death in the deck, and even then there are 2 ways to freeze. Arima's in a really, really tough spot, and I don't know if there's ever a way they can get out of it.
I can't imagine one. That's the sort of issue with these Overwhelm lists. They're incredibly straightforward. They're very honest in what they're trying to do, and if you get a little bit tricky on them, they don't have a lot of responses to something like that. And so we're going to see the Ashe take down another unit. Just awful blocks that Arima has to line up to not die here. And even then, going down to 7, there's not a lot of hope for this Battle Fury to have a big comeback, especially because there's nothing that Arima can do about losing this Overwhelm unit. And if they throw down their 2-drop Overwhelm unit, they're only going into 7 mana, which is not the same as 8, which means Battle Fury is not a castable card. And even if it was, so many answers on the side of Rayfox.
So there are 2 very, very weird lines that theoretically Arima could go for. They can use the Pokey Stick to kill the Ashe and turn the Flash Freeze into a normal Ashe and then try and go for an Overwhelm line. Alternatively, if they can deal with the board in a very specific way, like try and get rid of the Ashe or something, go into something else, never mind, ignore the Pokey Stick. There's still Burn, right? There's still 2 Farons, there's still Darius's Decimate. There is a capacity for Arima to try and go for it, but I don't know if they're ever going to be able to stall that long through an Ashe Flip and a LeBlanc spell.
Yeah, you'd have to... Arima would have to draw Farron, bank 3 spell mana, survive, drop the Farron, double Decimate, and then find 3 more damage. Yeah, it's not... I genuinely, for a moment there, forgot that Decimate did not deal 6 damage. I was like, yeah, 2 Decimates and that's it, right? I was thinking of Old Farron, which would hand you 3 of them, and you could actually hit for 12.
Yeah. And... there's nothing to go for. Arima's probably looking through the deck list, trying to figure out, is there any way I can win before they strike me on turn 8? And... probably not seeing it. Having to tap under Battle Fury this turn, trying to find something they can play for. It's not like there's decisive maneuver in this list. There isn't really much they can do. Another freeze, why not? Just make Rayfox even more safe from any sort of thing that could go against them.
Okay, so the good news here is that Arima now has blockers through level 2 Ashe. So that's something.
Yeah, they can survive a turn and then play... Baron into Decimate into lose, because there's no further.
I was going to say, unfortunately, level 2 Ashe plus level 2 LeBlanc, or, level 2 LeBlanc plus Saurian plus Omen Hawk is 14, which is how much Nexus health Arima currently has. And while we're theorizing all the ways that they can potentially get out of this, yeah, you know what? You might as well. Arima ran the same math I just did, realized that they're dead if they just leave these units back and say, you know what, let's see if we can get some value trades out of these Brother Bonds. Best case scenario, Rayfox just blocks with Ashe and LeBlanc. We get to blow them out of the water with this Brother's Bond, and they have absolutely nothing in hand. No units and no spells, just a bunch of dead cards, and that would be a path to victory for Arima, but that is not how this one's going to play out.
Ashe LeBlanc weirdly showing up. Sample size of only the games that we're seeing so far, but Ashe LeBlanc looking surprisingly powerful. It's sort of a linearly strong deck in an unknown field that beats up on mid-range and only really loses to certain types of P&Z removal and big control. But it even can play into those with things like the Assessor. So very interesting read to be bringing into this meta, and seemingly very successful for the players that have brought it.
I'm really curious to see how this plays out, not as much in APAC, but in the remaining regions, especially the Americas, because one of the big weaknesses of Ashe LeBlanc, in my opinion, is aggro, right? You don't really have healing. If you get one of those stumbly hands, if you're just like trying to brittle steel to survive and you draw like a Trifarian Assessor with nothing really on board, it can get really rough. And the Americas historically is always the most aggressive region. And so APAC doesn't have a whole lot of that. We're going to see this Precious Pet come down. But again, like even this Darius deck that we're seeing is more mid-range than aggro. And so that might be something that the other regions are going to have to worry about and consider when they get in for their top cuts. But for now, it's looking really good in APAC.
Very angry Spider to finish off that round. And Rayfok getting the board, making it to top 16. Able to continue on to see if they can get that top 1 spot.
I was flabbergasted by top 1. I don't know why, but I was just like, yeah, top 1. That's who else is in top 1? I don't, it just completely threw me for a loop. Just the vernacular that you chose to use there. But as you can see here, Arima did manage to pick up a win with their Elder Dragon, and then unfortunately not able to get any Rico Wrecking flexing. Losing to the Poro King and Frostbite mid-range out of Rayfok, and so we will see Rayfok move on to the top 16. Getting down to, I don't know why, but the top 16 always feels like the halfway point of the tournament, even though it's not. We've eliminated 75% of the players, yet we still have about 4 or 5 rounds to go. So, you know, still a lot more Legends of Runeterra to do.
There's definitely a lot still in front of us to look forward to. I'm very excited to see how this ends up playing out. If it continues to be sort of this, half the people bring mid-range, half of them bring anti-mid-range, the anti-mid-range wins and we move on, or if we'll see something else, maybe some more aggro, maybe some more control.
Well, we've already seen some interesting decks coming out of a few of these players. Yada 64's lineup comes to mind. Unfortunately, Yada has been eliminated, but man, the lack of mill. How are you not going to bring mill to the last one, APAC? You were the ones always bringing mill. You even brought mill to Worlds in spades. You brought 3 different kinds of mill to Worlds, and yet here in the final hours of Legends of Runeterra's competitive scene, we do not see any mill. But it sounds like we are going to get into one more game for you here. We're going to do Kaj versus Green Slimy. And Green Slimy, as we mentioned, a player that we're pretty familiar with, wanted to get to see how this player is doing, and it looks like they're currently down a game. But they've got a leveled Seraphine in play with a back alley bar that's going to get blown up. And honestly, been a minute since I've seen anyone play bar in Seraphine.
I saw some Bar and Seraphine during the open rounds earlier today. It was very interesting, but then it got blown up by an Explorer spell, and then I won. So I felt pretty happy about that. Versus Cash, who's on presumably the same Seraphine Morgana that we saw a little bit earlier. We see the Pursuit in hand, we see Dark Binding, very strong card into pretty much every deck. And Green Slimy doesn't have a lot of value. I mean, there's the Seraphine, but no draw to really make Seraphine feel that strong.
I was kind of curious what was getting paired with these players to make them go on to the Targon version of Seraphine rather than the Ionia version, because generally when I see Targon Seraphine, I go, oh, well, that's because you wanted to run Karma Set, right? And that's where your Ionia PNZ was dedicated to. There's no overlap on champions because you get to play Morgana in this version, but that's not the case. Kaj is actually bringing this alongside 2, well, actually... Okay, I saw Elder Dragon, and then I saw Lysandra Volbear, and for some reason I thought it was like 2 War Mothers decks, but it's actually Nora Elder. So just preferring the Targon version of this, and there's a little poke for one.
I just sing 'em.
We do see the Sunburst come down, try and target this Seraphine, but we know there's another Seraphine in hand that'll just be constantly replaced. You can try and stop her song, but she'll keep on coming back. While Kaj having Rummage, but you always want Rummage for post-Seraphine, right? Like, the 4 draw is so incredible, and losing that draw beforehand doesn't feel great. We do see Morgana and Temple, but Temple will be destroyed by the Aftershock if it's gone for. You still have to do it, I think. You still have to sort of try, at least have it in hand, try and wait for Green Slimy to tap under, but Kaj still needs more than just this Temple.
You see your opponent tap down a little bit, and you're like, oh, actually doesn't even go for the landmark destruction on the on the Explorer, going for the removal of the keywords instead. Curious what that's for. Usually, if you're seeing that in the Seraphine mirror, it's to stop Set from killing your Seraphine, but you're not against the Ionia version. And maybe because Kaj is down to 12, Green Slimy's just saying, hey, I don't want you lifestealing with Morgana anytime soon. I really like you at 12. I'd hate to see you go higher.
It seems weird for an Ionia deck to care about Catastrophe, but it does also get rid of Overwhelm on Catastrophe, very technically.
Oh, true.
I don't know if that's worth it, considering you've got, you know, like 7 ways to interrupt a a catastrophe, but it's something you can go for. We see Song Spinner come down. You can go for a lot of burn here with both Drop the Bomb and the Powder Monkey spell, and we don't see that. Instead, we see the exact opposite. We do see 2 stuns, or this thing that combos with the stun, which is actually quite good against Seraphine here, as well as the Drop the Bomb to try and deal with something like the Octo Adventurer.
Given the context of the hand, I think grabbing the removal of the keywords makes a lot of sense in terms of, like, you know, playing around the Pursuit of Perfection. Weird part, we're well past turn 10 at this point. Seraphine is still not leveled. She's going to level for the first time now, which makes me believe that the catastrophe has to be, like, at maximum, like, 13 or 14 out of 20. And so, like, it is possible to throw down a Seraphine, level it, get a bunch of spells out. You know, we see the Rummage in there as well, and actually throw down a catastrophe this turn. And so Green Slimy saying, hey, that's like the one way that I could possibly lose this game. I have the Aftershock for the Temple. I'm going to go for the keyword blanking, and I got to say, great call out there, Spids.
Yeah, and another thing that's really interesting about this mirror, typically Seraphine mirrors have been all about, on turn 5, you either have Temple plus Aftershock or Temple plus Nopify, right? And you want to defend your temples with Nopify. This Targon version doesn't have a way to protect Temple. It must feel really awkward to play this mirror, particularly because Green Slime is going to have interaction pieces and Kaj won't have defensive pieces. And we see here, Kaj can't play this Temple ever and can't even threaten something like a Nopify. We do see the Proximity Puff Cap come down, try and deal with the Seraphine, but we see so much interaction from Green Slimy's side, including the Apprehend into the Falling Star. I think that one's Falling Star, not Paddle Star.
That is Falling Star, yeah.
Come down, try and kill the Seraphine. She's never living this.
No, Cash could go for the Rummage and maybe find either a Pale Cascade or a Guiding Touch to try and get the Seraphine to survive, but ultimately, yeah, actually that is going to be the line. Going to leave that Temple up, and the other option, I think, was just let Seraphine die and play Temple, but getting that double up on the Rummage, I think, does net you more cards in the end. And now, Catch has double Temple. So you can run one out, get it Aftershock, and then just play the second Temple. It's all good. Because, like, Green Slimy's not doing anything else for the remainder of their turn. Yeah, they're going to have a big mana advantage on you because they blew up one of your Temples for 3 mana, but they're not doing anything with that mana advantage, which is always one of the problems that we've seen with Ionia, right? When we talk about, like, old War Mothers, like, we would talk about, oh, you just deny the War Mothers. Ionia never did anything with that 8 mana advantage that they had just gotten out of you, and that's just kind of the hand state that Green Slimy has here as well.
We do see the Apprehend on the Stellarcorn, or the Youngling, sorry, which I think is a young version of a Stellarcorn, so I think I'm right lore-wise, but irrelevant. Then trying to go for the kill on the stunned unit afterwards. Interesting to prioritize that over something like a Seraphine, saying that I do want to pressure you with some sort of damage, and don't want you to keep this unit around. We do see the Temple come down, might be Aftershocked, then responded with another Temple, but Green Slimy has their own, which is huge for a hand that looks a little bit bricky.
Here I was talking about, oh yeah, you get to kill their Temple, and then what do you do? And apparently the answer was just top deck my own Temple, but we're actually going to see the Morgana instead of the Temple pave the way from that Aftershock, get a Shackles down onto Seraphine, which I think, yeah, Green Slimy could throw down the Temple and shuffle away the Shackles, but unfortunately, Seraphine would not survive the ordeal as Morgana is going to look to clear out this board. Now, Green Slimy does have answers here, probably going to end up bouncing there on Seraphine, but that is quite a big life swing.
I think Morgana is one of the coolest champions they've released in this game. The fact that you can do these really crazy plays where you attack and clear out the board, or attack and try and go for a cool attack where you're like threatening around certain things to get shackled, feels just amazing every single time I see it. And it's very cool that this deck does get to play for that sometimes, right? So it's very easy to level up Morgana because there's so many targeting opponent spells, things like Mystic, that you can go for those lines. And there is a world, theoretically, where Kaj can go for a damaging win if these sets weren't going to challenge this Morgana.
Yeah, there is still this Celestial Impact in hand to try and take out this set. I gotta quickly assess Green Slimy's hand. Actually, yeah, there's no answer for Green Slimy to protect this set, but they will just have a second set that they can throw down after the fact, and Kaj choosing not to go for the formula first is committing to the Sunken Temple.
Green Slimy's really putting up this reverb. They play a song and then it just gets played once again. The Seraphine died, here's another. The Set dies, here's another. Even if they're dying to, you know, swords from the sky, Set still comes down and says, hey, this is my fighting pit. I'm going to take out this Morgana.
This definitely feels like the kind of campaign where it's like, oh, you killed my Set? Well, have you met his twin brother? It's Set number 2. Pull out that new character sheet. All the stats are the same. No problem. Everybody's cool with it.
And we're going to see 2 Sunken Temples try and, dredge up something new, but Green Slimy definitely in the better position tempo-wise, card advantage-wise, everything's going up Millhouse for Green Slimy. We do see the Pursuit in hand, but can be responded with by 2 of the recall spells.
Yeah, the stun and the recall just pairing up well into this Pursuit of Perfection that comes at a time... I mean, Kaj probably thinking, yeah, it's possible that I have just been handed the win by getting this perfect 20 out of 20 on my Pursuit of Perfection. I might as well throw it down and see what happens. Green Slimy could stun it here. Might as well wait for them to go into combat so that the attack token is gone. And again, because Kaj is playing Targon rather than Ionia, there is no way for them to actually get the protection onto this, and so that stun is going to deal with that. But if Green Slimy doesn't win on the next turn or can't get a showstopper out of the set, that 30-30 is not going anywhere.
Is it possible to get it? I think if you use Mayim in a very specific way, it is possible to try and get that set showstopper. I think they had 11 mana at the start, but didn't go for the mana and instead went for the draw, not finding what they need. They can recall Seraphine to try and find something that gives you mana, because I don't think... Even if you spend the last 5 mana, set gets there, right? We started the turn with 11, not 12.
I believe... Slimy's got it in their head that this is gonna work, I assume. Otherwise, I don't know why they are... Either that, or they are... No, because otherwise you'd probably... part of me was like, oh yeah, maybe they're just trying to get all these dead cards out of their hands so that they can draw an answer for the for the cat. But then they used the soul, which, like... you could use on the cat on the following turn, and now they still don't have an answer for it.
Well, Kaj has drawn the beautiful Seraphine into Song Spinner, able to try and do a bunch of things with that. Now, Green Slimy can threaten some very interesting damage options, right? They do have the Sumpworks map on the set, can push in a little bit of damage after that, then look for things like Mystic Shot in the deck if they have that, but we're going to see Set come in, try and deal with the Songstress. We're going to see Sonic Wave, we're going to see Acathian Missile, or Children of the Forest. Children of the Forest is now a 2-mana recall, and more Powder, which is a very interesting burn option if they decide to go for it, going for the Porous Stories instead.
Ooh, I was gonna say more Powder plus Rocket Barrage is like kind of crazy. Not gonna go for it though. Instead, gonna get the Poro Stories, which kind of makes sense. It's kind of a weird debate on. Yeah, it's 6 more draws that I got off of Sunken Temple, but it's also like 6 Poros in your deck, and actually just not a lot going to be cast out of Kaj here. Just letting things rock and saying, hey, I'm going to try going for an open attack with this Pursuit of Perfection again. Did you draw another answer to it? And so far the answer is no, and no, that is going, 1 more draw, and it is a set, but that is not going to do it if Kaj goes for the open attack. Which I don't see a reason for them not to unless they really think that this Morgana is necessary. But no, it is going to be the open attack locked in, and there's nothing Green Slimy can do about that. Not quite locked in yet. Now it is locked in, and that is going to be Kaj moving on to the top 16, claiming that beautiful championship board.
The push and the pull of the Sunken Temple. Sometimes it gets you what you need, and sometimes you've just got a board full of nothing, facing a cat in a mech suit and just pummeling you down. And Kaj gets into top 16, gets the board, and Green Slimy unfortunately couldn't win with the Sarah set, being too owed on it.
It is so interesting to me to look at something like Pursuit of Perfection, which came out as a total meme card, right? Like that was made for YouTubers. And now it is the premier win condition in the favorite archetype of a subset of players that has been incredibly competitive for a year and a half.
Yeah. It's a very interesting life cycle, right? Like, inherently this card gets stronger over time, but you can never really imagine what that's going to look like until you live in that lifetime, right? Until you exist in that moment where it's strong. Because if you tell this story to someone, like, back during Rising Tides, they're like, yeah, maybe I can see that, but, like, come on, I want to play my Pirates aggro deck, and that's the only thing that's ever going to be strong. It's so weird to live in this world.
I think one of the most interesting things to check out in a card game, because a lot of card games have this, is like, hey, what was your singleton payoff? Because usually each card game is at some point a couple years in going to go, hey, if you just like run a bunch of 1-ofs, here's what you get to do. And for us, it's a 1-mana 30/30 cat in a mech suit. And honestly, I think that's pretty cool. What else I think is pretty cool is what these competitors are cooking up for us in the top 16, which we will be getting to after this short break. Hello everyone, my name is Boulevard Bracket Boulevard, and we're not going to forget the brackets this time because we have 16 incredible players that we're going to take a closer look at. But first I'm going to ask Spitz how she's doing. Spitz, how you doing?
I'm doing really great. I'm really excited to continue watching the game. I feel like we've seen quite a few interesting matchups, and I'm excited to hopefully see some more.
Yeah, I still don't have a great read on the meta. APAC definitely seems very like mid-range versus anti-mid-range, but we haven't seen any aggro players just yet. And I know when we were looking at the ladder stats, it's a lot of like ephemerals, which isn't really a tournament deck. There's like a few of them here. Annie Jin, I think, is like the big one that I thought we'd be seeing a little bit more of. But again, like APAC is typically the least aggressive region, so it's not too surprising not to see it happen here. But we are going to take a look at the bracket and remind you of who is still in the tournament because we are just down to our final 16 players. Don't worry, plenty of action still to be played, but let's take a look at these names so we can figure out who is still in the running to be the champion. And we can see a couple of the players that we followed already, like Arima and Rayfok, Kaj, Green Slimy. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, this is still I thought we were looking at a top 16 bracket, not a section of the top 64. I misunderstood this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that matchup earlier. I think we actually saw both of these, Eevee, Arima, and Rayfok, and Kaj and Green Slimy. They're going to have to fight it out, and they were both playing quite well. I think they were both on the Ashe LeBlanc stuff, so we're going to have to see the battle of the Ashe LeBlancs. Going into the page 2, we do see Rossidon and Tie-Dye?
So I say Tidy, but like Tie Guy is so ingrained in my brain that I do want to pronounce it Tie-Dye.
We also see Rossidon, who we haven't had on stream yet, despite him being one of like the premier APAC players. We're not going to have him on this time around yet, but hopefully we could see him in the top 8, getting through if he can. And then we get to page 3 with Amy, Darkbat, and Matek.
And then on the final page, we will take a look at the actual feature match that we have lined up for you here for the top 16. It is one of the top players, not just in APAC, not just in Korea, in the world. And certainly in this tournament, definitely one of the favorites to win it all. And that is a player whose name I will say when it goes to the next part of the bracket, and that is KDF Reroll.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't really an LOR tournament in APAC if we don't, sing our praises about Reroll. Fantastic player every single time. You just see the thoughts that go through his brain, and you're always wowed by it every time. And it would be almost poetic if Reroll was able to take the final APAC Open as his own title.
It really would be, because for those of you unaware, KDF Reroll won the first Asia seasonal. The Monuments of Power seasonal, back when it was the Asia shard, and it was, when we had Asia and SEA as two separate shards, which were eventually combined into APAC. Reroll's been here since day one, winning with, I remember the deck that really stood out to me was like Fiora Aurelian Soul, where APAC was just on this like mid-range pseudo dragon Demacia Targon value pile that like the rest of the shards just really weren't. And so it's incredible to see Reroll still here at the end, still fighting it out, trying to become a champion once again. Has barely missed out on some strong finishes at the World Championship. We got third place in 2022. Did not do nearly as well in 2024, failing to make it to the top 16. But I would absolutely love to see Reroll bookend competitive Runeterra.
Yeah, it'd be an absolutely fantastic sight to see. Imagine if we could see that in the other shards as well. I think that's quite unlikely. I doubt we'd see, EMEA and Emma have the first winner also be the last one, but hopefully we can look at the deck list soon, because I'm curious to see what Reroll has brought as his final hurrah.
Reroll is definitely playing this one close to the chest, playing with some meta stuff, but they're going to be up against JMPHK, who is on the Darius Gnar, which we just saw not really work out for, I believe it was a Rima in the previous set, so hopefully, JMPHK doing a little bit of a better job of drawing those early cards, getting the tempo out, and we do see like the Pirouette and a couple more copies of Whirling Death in here.
Yeah, it's definitely a different build, right? We saw the other version being on Precious Pet. This has opted for Pigeon, which has historically been a better option. The curve on turn 2 is absolutely crazy. Being combined with a really cool version of Galio Elder Dragon Mordekaiser. By really cool, I mean like 3 of the cards you're allowed to change have been changed. But we see Combat Cook, Citrus Courier, and no Sign-In. They've decided Sign-In doesn't make the cut anymore, but Citrus Courier's been one of like my cute little pet cards that I like bringing into random, Bilgewater decks, and I'd love to see a cute Riley healing everything up and going in for a lethal at one point.
Yeah, I've never actually seen Citrus Courier played in here, but I have been a fan of anything that like mass heals your board in the formidable lists, and so I'm definitely going to be a fan of it. I can't wait to see how it plays out. And then we just have scouts for the last one. I keep seeing this Chain Vest, and that player is just like, why isn't this a Ranger's Resolve? Why did they have to rotate that card?
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken about this many times. I love Ranger's Resolve. I love, having my board of a bunch of 1 health units. They play their Corsair Griff, and I just get to win the game instantly on the spot. Chain Vest doesn't hit that same scratch, unfortunately, but we do see that Reroll has brought, and it is the Dragons version. We saw, half the players are on Formidables, half the players are on Dragons. We actually haven't seen Dragons yet until now.
And like I mentioned, KDF Reroll winning the Monuments of Power Seasonal with this like pseudo dragon list, coming back to his roots here with another pseudo dragon list, obviously very different than the deck he initially won with this time. Actually on 2 copies of the Elder Dragon, which I think is really important to point out, because generally you're going to see the 3 Siobhan and the 2 Morgana, the 1 Elder Dragon, but KDF Reroll actually saying, no, this champion is really cool, really impactful, and maybe even getting to use that champion spell in a way we're not used to. And then the Garen Udyr Galio. This is where they have decided to put their Galio, separating it from that Elder Dragon in order to diversify their lineup.
And this is what Galio used to look like before Elder Dragon came out. It used to run a couple copies of Champion Strength, used to cap out at Balin in terms of non-champion units. And we see a lot more, I think, like spells in this version compared to what we see in the other decks. Very, very interesting list. Brought again with the Poro King, another list that can be a favorite of many people in the APAC shard. I feel like Poro King has, sometimes it showed up, but very famously once it did not.
Yeah, we really have been hyping up the rivalry between KDF Reroll and Chenia for the last couple of years, ever since they clashed in the qualifier stage of the 2022 World Championship, and then again in the 3rd, 4th place decider of the World Championship, where Reroll did come out on top. And now Reroll taking a page out of Chenia's book, who did just get 2nd place at the 2023 World Championship with that Poros, maybe grabbing a little bit of inspiration from their rival, who is unfortunately absent from this top 64, but Reroll, with a little bit of competitive spirit, carrying on that legacy. And looking at the head-to-head here, Spiz, how are you feeling about this matchup? Scouts and Overwhelm, not necessarily the most meta decks in the world, even when we talk about what is mid-range in the meta, but up against some weird decks on the side of Reroll as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's big mid-range versus slightly smaller but has reach mid-range, which typically favors big mid-range, right? Like, what does a 3/3 Overwhelm do to my 4/4 blocking Badger Bear or something, right? I think Reroll's in a very, very safe position here, but the point of decks like Darius Gnar and the point of decks like Scouts is to be mid-range in look and then win cutely through things like Misfortune's Burn, such as a level up from Quinn, or such as a Darius plus a strike spell going through. I think Reroll's going to feel really great here, and if they can ban out their only massive mid-range deck, Reroll's got 3 big mid-range versus 3 small mid-range, but JMPHK, the whole point of these lists is to be able to be really cute when you can play things like Whirling Death.
And And I am a little concerned about some things like Poros and how they're going to play into this, because as you mentioned, sometimes they famously do not show up. You just don't draw the Poro snacks. And in a mid-range v mid-range matchup, if, you know, the difference between winning and losing could just be you have a 4-4 and your opponent has a 5-5, and that's an insurmountable 1-point gap for you to try and bridge. And that can happen not only in the Poros, but also in this Garen, Udyr, Galio, because we saw from the list, it's a little bit lower to the ground. You're capping out at like Balin the Benevolent, going up against this other deck that has like 5 drops and 6 drops, and you just don't have as many heavy hitters outside of your champions. And I believe, if I remember correctly, it was 2 Udyr and 3 Galio, which does just further sort of push a gap into your mid game, where like your turn 5, your turn 6, probably not as impactful as what your opponent is doing on turn 5, turn 6, unless you have back-to-back champions to run out, which would mean like 1 Garen, 1 Udyr, because you are just on that 3 Galio. So like the chances of that happening, not super high, definitely a chance to get punished in that mid game.
It's very interesting to opt for Udyr versus Jarvan. I feel like Jarvan has been the main staple of your third champion in these Galio non-Elder Dragon lists. And to decide to go for Udyr instead, there is that 5 health. He does attack and block a lot more than he used to. We do see the bans come through, both of the Elder Dragons deck coming out. Makes sense, they're the biggest versions of any sort of mid-range you can build. That guy cannot be stopped, and he makes that well known as we go into Scouts versus Galio.
We see the Galio there in the opening hand. Imagine that's going to get kicked back. This is not the kind of matchup where you get to pretend that you're not going to get pressured until turn 7 and you could throw down Galio on a 5-wide board and just end the game there. But that Badger Bear going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting in a matchup like this, and JMPHK, a pretty ideal opener as well, especially with that Fleet Feather Tracker top deck. That is a nice curve of the Fleet Feather into the Petrified Broadwing, into the Misfortune.
Yeah, JMPHK definitely has, like, the ideal Scouts curve. All you could really want from this point is a Champion Strength and maybe a Quinn. But Reroll does have some good defensive buffing health spells, which can be really good into JMPHK. Like, if there's this Badger Bear, and he says, I'm going to block you every turn, and then when you try and kill it, they just keep getting 3 health, keep getting 2 health, adds in the suppression, which shouldn't matter too much, but can be slightly relevant. Reroll can set up this chunky board that JMPHK might not be able to go through, but Sparring Student, definitely a good get from the Mirai Warden.
And now for the first sort of big decision point here from JMPHK, do you go for the Misfortune, or do you go a little bit wider, play better into that Mirai strategy, go for the Petrified Broadwing, give a challenger with either the Shell Shock or the Fleet Feather Tracker, and just, you know, sacrifice one of your units to take out this Petrified Broadwing? It would give you a 3-3 Sparring Student, and I think that there's a chance that that pull does change the line for JMPHK, but that is not going to be the case. They are just going to proactively Sky Splitter single combat on the MF, and there is no clean way for JMPHK to deal with this.
What? I was surprised at how quick that was. This feels like a line that if I was to consider it, I'd have to, wait, a whole minute to decide, is this really the line I want to go for? But JMPHK completely out of mana, and KDF Reroll realizing, if I can get rid of Misfortune, I still have a blocking Badger Bear, I've got Harsh Winds, I can delay the late game well enough. Getting rid of Misfortune keeps my unit around for that extra turn, gets that extra challenge in. Very, very quick, but that's the quickfire decision making that a player like this is able to make.
Reroll has put in reps in Legends of Runeterra. Just every situation that you can imagine. Like, you look at turn 3, you're against Scouts. Okay, Misfortune. If they play Misfortune, am I doing this? Yes. Okay. As soon as it comes down, gonna slam that in. And Reroll has that for so many different situations that players never think they're gonna find themselves in, as well as these basic ones like the MF on 3.
That was also a surprisingly beautiful magical feathering, right? You can go in with this Broadwing and they can never Sharpsight. There's no way to get Sharpsight out of this situation. You can go in to kill the Broadwing or the Sparring Student now. Now it doesn't really matter as much. They did play a unit, Sparring Student did get buffed up, but very specific timing to be able to do that on, and on a unit that you definitely want to be playing the health buff on. I really like what Reroll's going for, especially into this Udyr next turn that can block down anything they desire.
And JMPHK, just continuing to go wide, is still going to be 1 mana shy of the Genevieve Elmheart on the following turn, so they're going to have to find a different payoff. And
let's go see what the draw is. Navigator's pretty good, but you would need to trade off your board this turn, do Navigator into Genevieve on the next couple of turns, but if you do Genevieve on 7, it gets responded with Galio really effectively, just not the attack tokens you really want with the hand that GMPHK had.
No, and this is also going to take out a lot of the challengers, so Fleet Feather Tracker could come back down, but this does really pave the way for the Island Navigator to come through, get that random 1-drop, go for the Genevieve on the following turn, maybe just go for like an open attack with it. But Udyr Harsh Winds is a great way for Reroll to really lock this one down. That's kind of what we were theorizing about in the pre-show, right? Talking about how, yeah, you can stumble on 5 and 6, but Reroll just doesn't.
The play of the Fleet Feather Tracker into the ram stance blows this out of the water.
Woof.
What a crazy 1 into 2. GMPHK can still do like a Scrutinizing Sergeant, try and find like a Misfortune or the Fort Amarcia guy, can go for Island Navigator, but Reroll's now having a bigger unit than any of the units GMPHK is going to have, right? We see the Galio, we see the blocking Badger Bear, we see this Udyr able to go in to try and set up for just regen or overwhelm or anything. What a blowout that ram stance was.
Yeah, and without the block from JMPHK here, Reroll is free to just sit on this stance and maybe go for another ram stance if JMPHK gets too wide next turn. Wouldn't be too surprised to see like a blocking Badger Bear thrown down just because Reroll is a little low on life. So if like if they went for like regen stance and then Fleet Feather Tracker came down and then a Challenger, would be in a little bit of a dicier situation than they necessarily need to be. But now Genevieve Elmhart doesn't have a great pull in the face of this Harsh Winds.
Reroll has the option of doing Galio, which can defend quite a bit into things, can do Harsh Winds to protect these units, can even do, the Petrosite Charger, which can keep up Harsh Winds, but also develop a unit that can't really be traded into easily. Udyr will discount this stance when the Harsh Winds go... I mean, you don't have to do the Harsh Winds to discount it, but I assume it's going to come down to do the trade very effectively anyway. In a mid-range matchup, when one player has the board and the other player does not, it's pretty easy to tell who's going to win, even if the health totals have a disparity of 10.
Yeah, the comeback potential is not the strong suit of Scouts. There's not enough over-the-top damage to surmount a 9. Or I guess it's going to be 6 as the blocks are rearranged here in order to take out the Scrutinizing Sergeant, leave this Buru Cultist over for JMPHK. But now the stance gets to come through. Looks like it's going to be regen either onto Udyr or the Petrosite Charger, or actually just the blocking Badger Bear. Get this unit healthy again, and then go for a Galio on the following turn. Should be enough for a level 2 Galio, and that should be enough to end the game.
So JMPHK still has this like 1 copy of Champion Strength that has historically always surprised when it can do things, but I don't even think it's big enough at this point anymore. Galio is just such a massive beater that like these 8 health units, 9 health units are still going to be big enough than a 6 strength attacker.
And all this damage coming through, 33 out of 25, and only 4 damage that JMPHK could push back on means that there is no way to stop this Galio level up. And in a mid-range matchup like this, when the Galio levels and that player has the board, that is the final nail in the coffin. There's nothing to do from there. And looking at this form up, it's just not enough to make any effective trades. And that should be the end of the game. Not even able to throw down the Genevieve as a blocker on the following turn. No attacks available again. And in fact, Reroll even has the Gentleman's Duel to proactively proc the Galio rally.
Just a demolishing situation. I mean, this is what we're talking about during the pick and ban phase, right? Like, the bigger mid-range deck just feels stronger. Every unit they play is higher on curve, and even though the main turn was the ram stance turn, you could still see Reroll having slightly larger units every single time, and Galio flipping just shows that in a nutshell.
There is that beautiful Infernal Galio flip. Where's that normal? No, yeah, that's Infernal Galio. Yeah, Challenger. Yeah, go ahead, Petrosite Broadwing. Go ahead and look at everything that you'll never be in. A second strike spell out of reroll means that they get to pick off whatever they want as well as go for the rally in the game. There's going to be the Gentleman's Duel from the Galio down onto the Genevieve Elmhart. That is going to be KDF reroll taking game number 1 with the single combat on the stack as well. Clear out as much as possible and push it through.
And that's going to be game 1. We see the surrender come down, not going to see the strike go through, not going to see the Galio do the little rally because game's already over. Surrender has been put forward. Reroll's other deck was another mid-range beating deck. It was the Poro King. Runs the higher risk of being able to brick, and Misfortune can kill the Poros if a Poro stacks doesn't get drawn by turn 3.
Live by the Poros, die by the Poros. You got to keep your army fed, and that's really the core of the Poro King. And I'm going to take a look at the list from Reroll. Double Sunburst, Celestial Wonder, some Guiding Touches, some Pale Cascades. This is looking like a... I'm not seeing anything too crazy out of this Poro list. There is the one of Fabled Poro. Spread around some keywords, and here we say, oh, okay, we see the Fabled Poro, the Zolani, and a Poro Snacks in the opener. Poro Snacks pretty good, and actually JMPHK getting off of the Scouts and over onto the Overwhelm. This hand from Reroll looking pretty good.
We've got the Lonely Poro, we've got the Quick Attack Poro, we've got the Poro Herder. JMPHK does have like a very early aggressive turn. We can do something like the pigeons into the dog. We can also just do Omen Hawk, try and see if we can draw an even better 2-drop if we really want, or try and get a buffed up 1-drop that you can combine with the pigeon. You're gonna see Decisive Maneuver, which doesn't do that, so we just play another dog, buff up everything in the future, try and get these big overwhelm units that can go through the Poros, but Reroll is going to be able to pressure relatively soon with these like 3 Poro Snacks in hand by around turn 6.
The one hope that JMPHK kind of has here is that Reroll isn't running any copies of Hush baseline. There are two Targonian Telestones, but that does mean that it's going to be a little bit of a premium that Reroll has to pay to get those online, and so normally you'd be like, yeah, you know, you can try and force your opponent's mana to get them down below the point where they do that, but when your opponent's deck is just full of 1 mana units, it's not a viable hope.
On the topic of premium, we did get probably the best keyword you can get on a Poro, only second to maybe Lifesteal or Spell Shield depending on matchup. Getting Elusive feels great here, you can always pressure in really awkward attacks, but JMPHK not drawing their buffed up units finally gets that Gnar as a 5/5, able to finally get some value out of these intended to be understated units of the Omen Hawk and the dog, even if that's not always the case. And we're going to be able to get the Pokey Stick soon and get some extra draw, and we do have the Sorry to get even more stats, but unless there's a big overwhelm unit soon, such as a Darius, I don't really see GMPHK getting through.
The good news is, for JMPHK, that this attack looks pretty good. Even once the Poro Stories has resolved, you've only got 2/2s, which actually, now that I see it all play out, and I'm remembering that, like, I don't know why I thought Tusk Speaker was also gonna get +1/+1, but now that that's not the case, yeah, this doesn't look super good.
No, I can see how I get that confusion. I'm pretty sure Sejuani has a voice line with a Poro that she also has with the Tusk Speaker, so if you're just like Sejuani, I think it makes sense to confuse one for the other. We do see the Gnar level up, give vulnerable to the Elusive unit, kind of like a happy thing that you can have in this moment. At least you can get the vulnerable on the most aggressive unit for this instance. Get the Pokey Stick in hand, a Proto-Poro drawn, and a Red Barbed Razor Mace that should be a 6/6 on the side of GMPHK. Definitely the good things drawn that have been buffed, but Reroll does have a bunch of flooding and the capacity to play the Zalani, which will have a bunch of stats when it comes down.
Yeah, the 7/7 Razor Mace is absolutely huge. The one hope that JMPHK kind of has here is they still have the Whirling Death, they still have the Decisive Maneuver. There are no freezes or silences on the side of Reroll just yet, and so this is a lot of overwhelm damage that Reroll's not going to be able to do a lot about. The problem is that I don't think there's any universe where JMPHK has lethal on the next attack token. They are going to have to wait one more. The mana just not quite lining up for the Decisive Maneuver plus the Whirling Death, and so Reroll is going to get one more turn. But their hand doesn't look like it's ending the game anytime soon. Zalani's going to be very far from, you know, sort of leveling up here, and these Pale Cascades and these Guiding Touches just continuing to pressure the mana of Reroll in order to get their cards a-flowing.
Yeah, these draws from GMPHK have definitely changed everything. I mean, this is the point of a Freljord deck. You start with a bunch of Omen Hawks, then you're like, oh, I hope these draws are good, and then the draws end up being good, and you're able to pressure for quite a bit. Echo going into the hand is something that Reroll can find time to play, but doesn't really want to, which means it will be able to do a bit of damage relatively soon. We do see the Poro Snacks come down, heal 2 health in quotes, by being able to block a little bit more aggressively, and Reroll does now have the Elusive Poro, but that's still not able to threaten in that much, while GMPHK has drawn multiple Overwhelm units and still has these spells in hand that can push even more through.
Yeah, and Decisive Maneuver here adds 7 damage? If that's how JMPHK wants to play it, but that's not the case. They... Actually, would that have been...
It would have been one off. It would force Reroll to play the Echo.
Yeah,
and then
Reroll doesn't
Pokey
have
Stick.
the mana for that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
Yeah,
Reroll would
that would have been lethal, I think.
That's what I'm thinking as well. Reroll has the Guiding Touch, so they would have lived through it, but JMPHK just saying, no, I can Decisive Maneuver on a later turn. All of these elusive, or rather, all of these Overwhelm units aren't going anywhere. I don't know. It always feels weird to be like, hey, you know, when you're playing a deck like Overwhelm, if you have a shot at lethal, you should probably take it. It's gonna be fine for JMPHK that they slow rolled this one a little bit, but generally I like to see them go for it.
I like that you said, you know, overwhelm units aren't going anywhere as Gnar D-levels and goes somewhere and the overwhelm's away. There is still the pokey stick that could bring back that overwhelm, but very funny timing, at least from my perspective. We do see the Daring Poro go in, try and pressure in for 3 damage, not any way to really deal with it, but reroll is going to have to try and find an opportunity to sunburst and then get like a hush or two just to survive the next attack. JMPHK definitely showing why Darius Gnar can be an extremely strong deck when it does its thing.
It definitely felt like I was giving a speech like, yeah, my overwhelm units aren't going anywhere, and meanwhile, like, Gnar is halfway out the door, and he's just kind of waving at me, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? That said, though, the Ichor still in the hand of reroll. If they want to sunburst the largest overwhelm unit here, or just the Gnar, because it is going to flip again thanks to that pokey stick, they are going to take an additional damage from the Ichor, and actually going to take out the red barbed razor mace, unless reroll... I'm trying to think of what top deck could possibly come out here, and I'm drawing a blank here. There's just not enough silences to fight through Whirling Death and Decisive Maneuver.
Gonna see the attacks come in. 3 units have overwhelm, and well, now there's a surrender. Reroll deciding that this is not what the Poros can do. And they get out of this, and then we're gonna have to go to the final game, which was Poros versus another mid-range deck, and I want to say Scouts.
That is gonna be rough for the Poros as well. It's just the premium that you pay for Poro Snacks, the 3 mana, in a tempo-based matchup like Scouts, can be rough, even with the ideal opener. And so, if Misfortune can come through, you know, maybe you get a cheeky trade onto a Petricite Broadwing when you blow them out with the Poro Snacks, but like it feels weird to be like, yeah, it's imperative that you open Poro Snacks, because that's just kind of the nature of Poros regardless of the matchup that you're playing. But Aurora Borealis, this is not the kind of matchup where you can pay the 8 mana effectively for the Poro Snacks.
We should mention that last matchup we did not see the Poro King come down. The capacity to get like freeze, you know, snacks or get, you know, keywords, try and find something like a lifesteal did mean that reroll didn't have their best opportunity. We see the Poro King in hand this time around, which can definitely secure the late game. It's such a power card, a 5 mana unit that's already big enough on rate that gives you like the best freeze card in the game, and also like one of the best buffing cards in the game as well, and the best way to get impact. Very crazy card in general. Can come down here if the Poro King can be leveled on curve, which it probably can be because Poro Stories is combined with it.
JMPHK getting a really slow hand here, and even rolling an ephemeral unit off of this Mirai Warden does give KDF Reroll plenty of time to play out the Poro Snacks, you know, develop these herders, get to that Poro King. And like you mentioned, the Poro King just one of the most efficient units in the game. When it just gets to sit on board for a long period of time, it's something you don't really think about until your opponent hits you with a double spicy snacks, and suddenly you're taking 12 impact damage on a 6-wide board that you didn't think was happening. And we are going to see the Poro Snack play out here. That is going to be a couple of trades, and just a Mirai Warden left on the side of JMPHK, who has no cards to play on turn 4 outside of that weapon.
Yeah, reroll's gonna have to make the most of this turn. Probably gonna do something like the Poro. I would imagine it's Poro Stories to see what you draw and then end up playing the Poro Bot anyway because you're upset that you didn't draw that well. We're gonna see the Poro Herder as another option, get into Fabled Poro, but can only really play one Poro afterwards, which might be the Poro Bot. We don't know what the keyword is. JMPHK not having anything that can develop, and reroll probably seeing that and being a bit confused. I mean, there's no reason to ever pass on turn 4 as Scouts unless you don't have a 4-drop.
I could see reroll like going through their mind and being like, okay, is this a bait for a relentless pursuit? Like, do they want me to further develop? And then remembering that all of those rally cards have rotated, you don't have to worry about anything like that. Demacia has moved away from the rally region, at least in the lower to the ground sense, cough cough champion strength. But that should actually scare reroll, because if my Scout's opponent doesn't do anything on turn 4 and then they drop a Quinn, I'm thinking I'm getting champion strength on 6.
I mean, it's a good read. It's a pretty sufficient read to have. We do see the Blinding Assault coming down, which almost says the exact opposite. You can't play Champion Strength anymore, but you could be setting up for something even larger, knowing that Poros can get pretty large. You know, JMPHK could hypothetically be trying to do, you know, the 6-drop into a Champion Strength afterwards, and reroll could still be scared of that, but it does give reroll a lot of time. This Poro King will be leveled up soon if they play the Poro Stories. No, technically they're still out. They can't level up the Poro King by next turn, but they can get the Poro Snacks by the next attack token for GMPHK.
They can level the Poro King if they draw another one-drop
yeah.
Poro, a unique one, which is sort of the problem, right? Because if you just draw another like one-drop Poro that you've already seen, suddenly things are getting a little rough. But as you called out earlier, just the power of the Poro snacks, the efficiency they are relative to the other cards in the game, like that Frost, if you can just rip like Frostbite snacks, Frostbite snacks, Frostbite snacks, Frostbite snacks until the end of time, you are going to beat Scouts. The 2-mana Frostbite is just entirely too difficult for them to deal with while you're just building up a bigger and bigger board. But JMPHK has the capabilities to continue to go wide, and if Reroll doesn't find a way to sufficiently level that Poro King, it might just be a little bit too much time and a little bit too much mana that Reroll needs to bide on.
Yeah, I think GMPHK really needs to top deck that champion strength. If not, it's just going to be too slow, but Reroll does give them those 2 turns. There is that capacity. We're going to have to see what these draws are, because they're probably the most pivotal draws of the game, as this attack comes in from the Mariah Warden trading into the Poro Bot. Interesting choice there. I guess the Poro Bot does act like a little bit of the Glory Seeker, being able to trade things easily if the Frostbite snacks were to come down, but I guess it also gives the weapon, which is pretty good. You're able to equip Quinn with it, be a bit more aggressive with her. She can flip next attack token, which isn't irrelevant. Quinn flip is way better than it always feels, or always seems to be.
You know, I actually was thinking, and I was like, can't Reroll actually level the Poro King by like playing Plucky here, and then like playing Plucky last turn, and then this turn going like Poro King, Poro Stories, Poro. But I don't know if Plucky has already been played. Oh, for Demacia.
It was the first Poro that died, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so not unique. Not progressing the level up. That makes sense.
Gonna see the Poro King come in, being a little bit, cheeky, saying, "Hey, you can lose your Quinn if you want into my Poro snacks that you can see in hand," or just playing it pre-committally, saying, "You're not gonna block anyway. May as well get my damage in because you're not blocking this." 3/3 goes down.
You know, just on spell mana says, hey, you know, I can Poro snacks now, I can Poro snacks later. I might as well get the damage. You know that I have it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Sunburst is a really nice top deck if JMPHK wants to go for a Fortamacia or a Genevieve Elmheart. Can take out one of these large scout units.
I guess the Sunburst is really powerful. Takes out one of the big units. Genevieve Elmheart can take out the Poro Herder into the Poro King and gets rid of quite a bit with that. I was kind of curious to see if the Fabled Poro will come down. If you roll something like Tough, you do force out the form up in a very unique way, because it should level up the Poro King. Or are we still 1 off? We're still 2 off, aren't we?
I think we're still 2 off on the Poro King.
Yeah.
I think there was an opportunity with the Poro Stories to like try and roll for it, but we were just not going for it, funny enough.
Thank you, production, for reminding us of the 4 out of 6. We do have this other Poro King in hand, so, you know, one king goes away, the next king comes back. That's the way lineage works, baby. As we see a Plucky Poro, but we still have this Fabled Poro in hand, which does mean a flip in 2 turns, or the Poro Stories, which surely we don't see the same Plucky Poro from this Poro Stories.
I'm not even sure if it matters at this point, Spids. Like, JMPHK can go a little wide with the Mariah, grab another Fortamacia, but ultimately they're missing power cards. There's no Misfortune, there's no more Genevieve, there's no more Quinn. And so Lonnie, the Bloodweaver, probably not too close to being leveled. I would say maybe +10 at most, maybe a little bit larger, but we can see it's not leveled in the hand at the very least. 12, okay. So yeah, +10. Thank you, production, for reminding me how right I am. So that's going to be finally the level on the Poro King coming out of one of these other Poros in hand. The snacks grabbed, the Vanguard Sergeant coming through, and once these special snacks start a rolling, it's probably going to take 2 Fortamacias to actually start trading down the board.
I don't know the last time I've seen the correct play from Scouts be double Fortamacia on the attack token, but I think I'm about to see it right now. You can go for the Mariah Warden and then do Fortamacia. That might be a better line, but I really haven't seen this double Fortamacia for quite a while, and I thought it looked very cute there for a second. You can get the mana back, but you only get it from attacking, so it doesn't really matter. We do see colorful snacks, not the freeze one, but you know, KDF Reroll can always just play another Poro, roll for it. We do see Champion Strength, but we're going to see Fortamacia this turn, Champion Strength next, I assume.
Yeah, CS is a little weird to do pre-combat because now it just gives the +4/+4 and rallies, so it would just be 1 larger on each of GMPHK's units and not take advantage of the rally. Not what you want to be doing. And so a second colorful snacks, this I believe is going to give a random keyword to all of your champions.
this is a very interesting spot. So it should be if 3 Poros die, Zolani is flipped, or even 2. Whatever it is, to block to survive here, Zolani should be flipped. And then you can just attack with Zolani on the open into what are going to be, 3 health units now instead of 6 health units. We're not going to go for it. We're just going to be large enough anyway. That's another line. You've got 2 options. You're shown, like, chocolate and candy, and you're like, these are both pretty good. I can go for either one. And GMPHK just losing their whole board to a bunch of snacks.
Yeah, there's no reason for... Like, reroll does not have to... open attack with Zolani, right? They could have even lost a few Poros here and then just go, okay, yeah, I play Zolani, and you go, okay, I play Champion Strength, and Reroll goes, okay, I attack you with Zolani and 5 Poros. But not going to be necessary.
That's game sold. I mean, we see the Zolani come out. Finally, some vengeance for Zolani on a stream, able to take over the world as she wants. Using these poor Poros that have no idea what's coming to them against a very scared Warden Spray. Not even going for it, just going for the open attack. Could have seen it, but I mean, it's Scouts. They never run interaction, so you can always do this safely. You see one lethal, you just go for it.
Yeah, reroll not one to get too fancy with it, just saying, I have lethal on the open attack, I might as well just do it. Zolani's had a weird lineage in Legends of Runeterra. I believe the only other time... Well, actually, no, we've seen her with, like, Husks, Yordles, and Poros.
Yeah, I mean, Zolani's supposed to be this, like, massive creature that's, taking control of all the dark, and in reality, all she gets in Legends of Runeterra is all the, small little critters. She does see some play in, like, Reaver's Row Aatrox, but then we're talking about Reaver's Row Aatrox, so we're not really talking about real things that Zolani's played in. Very, very cool set, though. Good to see the Poro King get a win.
Yeah, no Frostbite. Like, honestly, some of the lower end snacks that reroll could roll there, especially getting 2 of them in a row on the colorful, but just an expensive hand out of the Scouts and just nothing that they could really do about it. Like a pass on turn 4 against a deck that you are really trying to give as little time as possible. That's the thing about Scouts, right? Like, you can play aggressively or you can play the mid-range style, and like I think against Poros you really want to be trying to play aggressively, not let them buff up their units and get this really chump blocky board out, and just sort of like trade down on the like 1/1s, ideally like maybe 2/2s or even 3/3s if you have to like forward Demacia to trade down onto those. And JMPHK just did not have the hand to push.
Yeah, I mean, in the game that Reroll lost, it could have been seen because of the lack of the Poro King, but JMPHK didn't find that misfortune, and also didn't have a 4-drop, right? There was such little tempo on the side of GMPHK that allowed the Poro King to just get their turn 6, turn 7 victory that the Poro King is known to get.
Yeah, it's... I love Poros. That's kind of like all I've got to say there, but we do have another match that we are going to get for you. It is going to be... a name I cannot pronounce versus Matek, and we are going to get that for you in just 1 second here. See what these players are getting. Jump into the game, absorb the information, what's going on here, because we're getting into the middle of it, and we have to look around at the hand and the board state and what's going on, wait for the spectate client to catch up, and we are going to have Bing Bang Boom. Looks like Udi or Demacia, a classic of APAC, up against Deep.
Deep stun-looking Boulevard. Very interesting spot. We do see Nautilus able to come down on the next turn, obviously flipped, able to curve into something like the Megatusk, get a bunch of healing. We see Wild Claw stance come down on the Udyr, won't level him up, but we'll get him that final buff. Able to attack in for quite a bit. We do see the Challenger and the attack token on Matek's side, able to trade in quite a bit, but doesn't have a lot of gusto on their side, while the Deep player is able to play their Nautilus into a Megatusk. And if they draw another sea monster from the top, they'll be able to flood the board with bigger units than Matek can respond with.
Unfortunately for the Deep player, they are in a situation where if Nautilus gets pulled to the side, they could be... Ooh, actually, Magical Fettering, not a super important top deck because... Oh, she's going for the Maokai.
I quite like this. It does summon 2 units.
Yeah.
As opposed to Nautilus, who only summons 1 unit. 2 if you include the Megatusk, but Megatusk can already be played with Maokai. Very cool play, able to go a little bit wider and guarantee survival, especially because Nautilus is only discounting 1 thing at the moment.
Yes. Unfortunately, this might be a little bit of a bait for the deep player, because once the stance is out, you would think that you're safe to throw down your 4-1, but there is a Spirits Unleashed in the hand that will deal a 1 to everything and buff up the units of Matek for the remainder of the game, so that is going to be suppression. I imagine the stance swap will come out here, give some regen over to the Udyr, get it nice and large, and an overwhelm regen Udyr feeling like a pretty strong way to end the game, especially since that is going to be the level up.
I've gotten a note from production on what the translation for the name might be. Apparently it's Deadly Six Turtle Grapes, which, goated name. I'm already rooting for them purely based on that. Matek is going to go in for the overwhelm onto the Broadwing, deal a bunch of damage. Udyr gets the flip, gets +3/+3, and then +1/+1 per future stance. Very, very large, but still not big enough to get through the Mega Tusk. At least not without the Electrovaliant.
No, and yeah, I guess regen on the Udyr are a little redundant here. You are just trying to push through lethal. You're looking at this 15 that your opponent has and going, yeah, you know, I should be able to push this through. Sapling going to come through, not an effective blocker into the overwhelm units, and in fact, more so just food for that Petricite Broadwing.
It is a way to get that overwhelm damage in. We do see another Nautilus drawn, which is actually quite good for the player called Turtle, Deadly Six Turtle Grapes, because the Riptide is really good against a deck that is putting all of their eggs into one basket, right? Into this Broadwing, into the Udyr as well. Being able to consistently get those Riptides, and you'll be able to summon it back in over and over again, it's got to feel quite good. Now, it doesn't mean that it's game yet, right? Matek can keep this Udyr around, has another Udyr in hand, and Turtle Grapes is going to have to draw some amount of sea monsters. There is one guaranteed from the Joel Hunters, and that can pull the Udyr to the side if regen isn't applied. But I have faith in the deep units being able to be large enough to get through this.
I agree. The Riptide train, while counterintuitive to the Maokai plan, your Maokai plan is not necessarily plan A in a situation like this, right? If you can just kill your opponent by getting rid of their board, okay, yeah, they're going to replay their Petricite Broadwing. Well, guess what? Now it's an 0-3 with Formidable instead of a 2-12 with regen, Formidable, Overwhelm, Challenger, and whatever weapon is stuck on it. And so even if Udyr is the one that ends up going back, yeah, he's going to generate a stance each time, which will get him larger and larger, which honestly could be a problem.
I really like this +2/+2, purely because Joel Hunters is a nearly fearsome lethal, right? Plus any elusive unit, plus any, you know, other fearsome, like the Terror of the Tides. There is a fearsome lethal currently on the field, so giving the +2/+2 to the Broadwing does prevent that fearsome lethal to an extent, but Devourer is kind of a punish to that.
Ooh, and we also might see if the Udyr gets obliterated. Okay, we are going to get the Spirits Unleashed before that can happen, so at least there will be one more card in the deck of Matek who is actually debating on that now and saying, maybe I throw down a Petricite Hound.
You might also need the Udyr just as a blocker, because you don't know what the hand of Turtle looks like, but it's going pretty wide and might just be a good enough for a wide lethal, and you might need to play this Udyr as a big blocker as opposed to getting rid of this Joel Hunters. It does the same thing in terms of board parity, but at least you get to keep your unit around.
Yeah, I am... I'm trying to parse this one out, Spids, and I'm having a little bit of trouble here trying to figure out, okay, yeah, does Overwhelm Udyr just end the game next turn alongside this Overwhelm Petricite Charger? Because you can only Riptide one of them for the time being.
Maokai coming down doesn't influence anything here, because you're still not too wide. You can do Maokai into Riptide, be too wide, and get lethal guaranteed with 2 big units. This should be... but the 2 biggest units are going to be Maokai, or the 2 smallest non-challenge units are Maokai and the 7/7.
Not quite enough.
But you can guarantee that Nautilus hits with Fearsome, right? So if you play Maokai, you Riptide Udyr, you pull the Broadwing, you've got Nautilus plus whatever your second strongest attacker is for lethal. That you can give +2/+2 with the stance. That's such a tight spot.
I love watching you try to figure this out in real time, and it looks like MatTek is just going to go down to 2, throw the stance onto the Udyr, and now has 2 overwhelmed threats, but unfortunately for MatTek, Udyr just gets blocked by Nautilus, so can pull that to the side with the 1 Petricite Broadwing. Here comes Maokai. Is this... I don't think this is lethal. I think it's only 6 damage, 5 or 6 damage coming through from the Udyr.
I think it's 5 damage. I thought creating the sapling would guarantee a lethal hit. Oh, it's still... But it doesn't because of Riptide. The second largest blocker would be the 10-6 into the 13-11. And unfortunately, Sky Splitter does not get it past that. Is there any burn at all? There's... No, Udyr has Ram Stance.
Ram Stance will do it? Ram Stance will do it.
Yeah, because... It doesn't heal the Nexus. The Maokai champion spell does not heal the Nexus.
Yes, the worst champion spell in the game, Maokai's spell, coming back to bite us again. For years we've been begging for it to heal Nexus, and it just still doesn't.
I don't know if what I was talking about last round would have prevented the guaranteed lethal, although not gone for, thinking there might be another Nautilus in hand. But I think if you didn't let Udyr get the...
MatTek didn't do it.
The thing. Yeah, it didn't go through, which was very weird to me. I was expecting that to happen. Gonna see Keelbreaker and Treasure Trove be drawn. The deep players won. That was very crazy things happened in the last 2 turns, and I don't think my mouth will ever be able to get fast enough to be able to explain all of the weird intricacies of the possible lines they could have taken. But Treasure Trove does get played, could get anything, could get, 5 chained casters, or could get a bunch of Atacans. We're gonna see Funsmith kind of based.
Yeah, we get Funsmith, the Resurrection, which I don't believe there's a dead Nautilus, so this will just revive another Maokai. And it's probably got to be... I think you have to Keelbreaker to kill this Udyr.
I mean, you don't have to, because you should just be able to attack for guaranteed
Oh,
lethal,
yes.
right?
I forgot that we're not wheeling back into MatTek's attack token.
Yeah, no, Deadly Six Turtle Grape should be able to secure this in the bag, able to just... I mean, the Treasure Trove actually pretty much gave nothing. It wasn't increasing the chance of lethal in any way, shape, or form. MatTek going for the Ram Stance, trying to see if there's any way they can get out of this. Maybe if the Turtle player is able to... is going to, develop, they can try and do Inner Beast into something, but that doesn't seem very likely. They don't even have another Udyr in Dex. They don't have the capacity of doing the Udyr champion spell.
For the
which
draw.
would be a tie. I think we're just waiting for Turtle to get his victory, while MatTek is just thinking about what they could possibly do, if there's any possible out. And you have to give yourself that opportunity, try and find it, but it does not seem to be the case.
Just uninterested in playing any of the other cards in hand. Sees the 2 weapons, is looking at the available options, and saying, you know what, 2 saplings should do it. Here is yet another Maokai. And that is going to be the Petricite Broadwing, formerly a 4-12 overwhelmed, 6 keywords, just not going to be enough. That is going to be Deadly Six Turtle Grapes, moving on to the top 8.
I think MatTek had to go for the Sky Splitter line, but when you're fighting deep with your overwhelmed deck, you don't know how many cards are left in your deck, you don't want to run into something where you could lose. It's such a stressful position, especially in a top cut like this. I don't blame MatTek for doing a misplay like that. It can be tough in positions like those, but unfortunately just not seeing the line and getting a loss to deep, and deep making a surprisingly deep run. But
I'm glad you added the Baduntis, because I definitely wasn't going to. I was just going to let you marinate on that one. But as you mentioned, that is going to be deep now into the top 8 of the tournament, which is... Sometimes I overestimate my memory. I immediately, my eyes rolled in the back of my head. I opened up the Boulevard Archives and I said, what is the deepest run that Deep has made in a tournament in 2023? And I just don't have that information off the top of my head. It might have been a top 4. It might have been a finals. It might have been a top 64. I know it's made it, but I don't know how far it's gone. And so this could be the farthest run that the deck has made. Trying really hard not to say deepest run because that's just redundant. But I believe that is the final match that we're going to be taking a look at for the top 16. So we will be throwing it over to a short break, and then we will return with the top 8 competitors, the 8 APAC players that are vying for the final spot as a champion here at the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. Welcome back to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. My name is Spids. Joining me is Boulevard, and we're going to take a look at some APAC players here to remind you who is left in the tournament because we are down to our final 8 out of 64. Our final 8 players playing for the last chance to be crowned a champion, the APAC Shard in Legends of Runeterra. Spids, take it away.
I thought that was you for a second. Boulevard. I'm really excited to see the Korean players do quite well. I can put them right on my, my spreadsheets and do a tournament tactician all about my favorite Korean players, just like Boulevard like to do. You set me up for that. I had to do it.
That's true and fair and real because KDF Reroll is still in the tournament. One of the strongest players in Korea and APAC and the world. And looking at the 8 players that we have remaining, I definitely have my pick of who I think is going to make it to the finals.
Yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Amy. I feel like, typically ladder strength doesn't translate directly into tournament strength, but there's something about being 3k above everyone else that just sort of sells it for me. So I'd be very excited to see Amy try and take it through.
There's not a huge grassroots scene in the APAC Shard, and so sometimes a lot of their players that are just like have the itch to play a lot are going to go to the top of the ladder, and that's where like JO1 got a really big name, and even like Teal Red to a lesser extent was constantly like near the top of the ladder.
We also see many other players here. We've followed quite a few of these players' journeys. I feel like every time we've gone into a match, they've still come up here. We've seen Tie-Dye before. We've seen Reroll before. Obviously, we've seen Amy before. We saw Turtle just a second ago. I'm pretty sure we saw Cash at the very start. So we've seen 5 out of 8 of these players already, and we're going to be able to see a new 6th one soon in Tie-Dye's opponent, which should be quite good. I'm very excited about the matchup that we've chosen for this one because they've got some very interesting decks.
Yeah, we were looking at the players and we're like, okay, yeah, like we've already followed at least one person from each bracket. How are we going to decide a tiebreaker? And then we started taking a look at those deck lists. We were like, what are we trying to see right now? And we came up with the best possible matchup, bans depending, because sometimes we look at a player and we're like, yeah, you have this really cool deck, and then it just gets banned and we're like, okay, now we get to watch Jax Orin Mirrors for the 15th time. I don't know why you had that in your lineup. That was supposed to be the ban bait, and instead the ban something else, and the ban bait didn't work. But I don't think we're going to run into an issue like that here, because both of these players have brought something that I will not spoil. We will, when we get into the deck lists here in a moment, we will actually just show you rather than tell you. It's how effective storytelling works. But honestly, looking at the remainder of this bracket, I want to call my shot right now. I'm feeling a KDF Reroll versus Amy finals. I would say, like, hands down the 2 strongest players based on reputation that we have left in the tournament. And the cards will fall where they may, but I would absolutely love to see that. And honestly, I would just love, again, to see KDF Reroll bookend the APAC Shard.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm +1ing you on that. That would be my ideal final as well, just looking at the plays that we've seen so far, getting that little bit of storyline for KDF Reroll, seeing just, the sort of spicy picks that Amy's got versus the strength that Reroll has always brought. I think that'd be the best final that we could possibly get, but anything can happen. There's still 8 players left. It could be any random amount of the 2.
Yeah, there's not. This is why we play, right? It'd be really dumb if we were just like, okay, yeah, they've won the most tournaments, so they just win this one again. No, we're definitely gonna have the cards fall where they're, and we're not gonna pay attention to either of them this round. So if they both get eliminated, then we don't even know what happened there, because again, we're gonna be doing Tidy versus Uwazama Raven, and we're gonna take a look at the deck list for that matchup right now, and show you what you've been waiting for. This isn't... Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, screw it. This is it. This is what we're really excited to see. Wow. Gallia Morgana Elder Dragon. That's such a cool and unique deck list. Balin the... Wow, it's Formidables with Mira Aspect Ascendant. I never thought that card would see play. That's crazy.
To taper some of the sarcasm, 2 copies of Mahira is genuinely a little bit weird, and no blocking Badger Bear means that assumedly they're just going to let the enemy gamer attack and never block because you're not running the blocking Badger Bear. This is combined with the reason we did choose this, which was Master Yi Nami. We saw this a little bit earlier in the day, but we didn't really get to see the deck list at the time, but we get to see that it's a Shelly list with 3 Burbly and Coral Creatures and Stein Disciple, all these sorts of things. Harkens back to the old Ionia Nami, but in a new format in the new year.
It's been so long, I feel, since we've seen Fleet Admiral Shelly. There was, I don't remember if it was Standard or Eternal, but Condensed Shelly was a deck for a hot second, pretty much only an EMEA. And then we get Vayne Nar. We've been talking about this Galio being, or not the Galio rather, but the Udyr being a big APAC staple, especially paired with Demacia. And I believe it was like Vayne Jarvan Freljord that sort of like brought it to the threshold of other shards, and now we're just seeing Vayne Nar return with Warden of the Tribes.
Warden is such a boogeyman for so many lineups. You either can beat it or you can't, and there's not really like some sort of, middle ground for that. I know during my open rounds, there was someone just on Freljord Nora, and I just had to ban it because I assumed it was Warden. I had no idea, but I had to respect it, that possibly being the case. While TieDye has got the Karma set, Sunken Temple, very standard list. We've seen this a million times in the last year. We do see Singular Will, which is very, very cute, but... And Capsize, actually. You know what? For a Karma set list, they had 2 cards that are cute. This is big for a Karma set list.
I know that a lot of you have seen Singular Will in Karma set. I promise it was gotten off of a Reggie, and yeah, it's looked pretty good. And sometimes you randomly generate a card so often that you're like, hey, maybe I'll just main deck it. And then over here on the side of Tidy, we can actually see a very different Galio Elder Morgana. They are playing 0 copies of Sign-In. We see the Citrus Courier. We only see 1 Mahira. And of course the return of the Blocking Badger Bear, even if it is just a 1-of.
And we also see some landmark destruction or whatever you want out of the Pioneer. I don't know what's going to hit into the decks. You can't really destroy many things, I don't think. There's weapon destruction, which I think can be relevant, but that's about it. And then Master Yi Nami. They're both on it.
Yeah, this is not a typo. We are getting a potential Master Yi Nami mirror match, which is why we were so excited looking at the remainder of the players in this tournament. Like, yeah, there's 2 Galio Elder Morganas, but hopefully we get to see a Master Yi Nami mirror, because I think that would just be really cool. Nami, I believe... So, Poppy holds the record for highest represented champion in a top cut, percentage-wise, being 31 out of 32 in EMEA some number of years ago. But Lee Sin Nami is the highest represented single deck with 29 out of 32. And so Nami, very, very much like a boogeyman, very much in contention for like best champion in Legends of Runeterra history. Not as powerful as she once was in terms of the level up, but still has the exact same ability she did at peak terror.
I really like the fact that we get to look at this Yi deck, not only once but twice, hopefully, in this sort of matchup. I feel like Yi was one of these champions that was one of the things that we lost, right? It wasn't an opportunity for us, there wasn't a good opportunity for us to see this champion be powerful, in the same way that we were talking about, or at least I was talking about LeBlanc Sivir earlier, right? And the announcement happened just at the same time that Yi got buffed, so there was very little experimentation that actually had some meaningful impact into competitive nature. But being able to see Yi in this final hurrah for LOR, it's very nice to finally see him accomplish something after being in the game for a year and a half and not have anything for him in a strong way, right? He was a 1-of in some decks sometimes, but he's finally here to show what he means. And we're going to see at least one of them in this matchup.
It is really nice that when you look at some of the lineups that these players have, it's a couple of champions that were like kind of memes when they released. Looking at Master Yi, looking at there was one other in someone's lineup where I was like, yeah, this champion, Galio. Galio kind of sucked when Galio dropped.
Yeah. We're going to see the attack come in. The Omen Hawk getting rid of the Shimon Wind Whoosh for Stein Disciple. Kind of a sad trade from TieDye side, but what are they going to do with the 1/1 ever? It's never getting anything better than that unless you want to wait for turn 5 for your turn 3 Wuju Silent at the turn 5 attack, finally getting value, but then they just runs into blocking Badger Bear anyway. But TieDye got a really awkward hand. Double Shelly, double Unworthy Soul, but nothing to buff.
And that was actually a really heads-up attack from TieDye, because if they didn't go for it, then on turn 2, Raven would have been able to play the Darkened Spear on the Omen Hawk and, go in for that buff. And all of a sudden now, probably would have done it again this turn. That's like +2/+2 on the top 2 units of the decks that Raven just doesn't have now, that TieDye was able to prevent thanks to that turn 1 attack. And so I really want to highlight that. That was very heads-up.
It's crazy to see that, like, these 1-drops that can do very crazy things on other turns. The best thing that they're doing for each other right now is attacking on turn 1, which sounds very level 1 for what 1-drops are supposed to do.
Yeah.
But it's, like, inwardly better in the other way. But TieDye, again, the hand, 3 Shellys, nothing to do with it, while Raven has got Saurian, into the weapon if they want, into a Tumble. And TieDye doesn't have a great answer to that, except these Unworthy Souls that just get to replay the Saurian right after.
And even if Tidy is able to sort of stall... Oh, wow. I am wondering... It's always kind of a weird thing where you don't actually have a punish for your opponent developing. And you say, okay, well, if I attack and they develop this, then, I look dumb for attacking. And it's like, okay, well, they should have just played it beforehand. And so are you actually preventing them from doing anything? Because it's not like Raven was going to develop a challenger somewhere in the middle of this and threaten the Nami that was coming down or something like that. And so definitely would have liked to see that attack go through for the level up progression on the Vayne, for the 8 damage that you could push on your opponent. But it's possible that Raven's looking at these double Saurians and going, yeah, you know, I actually just win the game when I drop this Word into the Tribes. So the damage that I push through in the meantime does not matter.
Not only are these Unworthy Souls 5 mana and incredibly bricky, you can't even proc flow that easily. Tie-Dye's going to have to do Wuju style defensively when Raven goes for the attack to try and trade into something, just so they can discount the Unworthy Soul again for the tumble on a future turn. Erstwhile, you know, all of this is happening. There's still 6 damage hitting the Nexus right now into another like 15 on the next turn. Raven's just saying, I've got mid-range units able to attack in, and Tie-Dye, has nothing really to respond with.
Okay,
this attack is very funky.
Definitely trying to proc the flow like you were mentioning so that they can get the double Unworthy Soul and saying, yeah, you know, go ahead, block with your Badger Bear. I don't have anything up my sleeve, I swear, which is kind of funny. Also, potentially, I'd be very surprised if they're considering like a Sonic Wave to go after the Vayne. Trading your Shelly for that is hefty.
One thing I always forget about Unworthy Soul is that it does destroy equipment. So if you did go for the attack and then do the Wuju style, you can always get the immense value of getting rid of the Saurian's equipment and also increasing the tempo because they have to spend another 5 mana card over the next couple of turns. But Tie-Dye going for the slow play, hoping they can draw anything like a Coral Creatures or a Nami or something. Gonna have to figure out what they want to do while looking towards a currently lethal threatening attack. Gonna have to either block or respond with presumably the Unworthy Soul.
And the Unworthy Soul is so tempo negative for Tie-Dye here, it really prevents them from getting down the second Fleet Admiral Shelly because the cost has not been reduced. And even if it was, it's still like mana negative overall, right? Because you would have had to use 3 mana to use the Wuju style and the Meditate to get this down so to be a 6 mana play as opposed to a 5 mana play. And ultimately just like an incredibly poor hand from Tie-Dye that they don't have a great way to navigate into jam mid-range units down your throat.
I can't tell if this is a deck issue or just like a hand issue, because like I think one of the reasons that Nami hasn't felt very strong is that your units aren't good into mid-range metas. Going down to 1 health is very risky. But your spells also aren't supporting the stuff that like Sarah Set uses spells to support. There's this sort of like both the payoff that you're getting and the way you're accessing that payoff never feels like some sort of uniquely powerful thing compared to what you could be doing with other Ione things or other Bilgewaterian things. Maybe it's just a weird draw, and I'm see this in another world, and it's a extremely powerful looking deck. But right now, I'm noticing that Raven is just gonna tumble, and Tie-Dye's gonna have to deny this to not die instantly.
Yeah. Also, trying to figure out why Raven is cycling through to the other spear.
Skip button's further away than the spear button.
Maybe.
Saving APM, saving your wrist.
So now, again though, like Tie-Dye throwing down the Shelly pre-commits them in. Okay, this doesn't work. You are forced to Unworthy Soul this turn to not die to tumble. And so you no longer have Unworthy Soul mana.
You cannot buff up to 6 strength. Can you buff up to 6 health?
Yes.
You can buff up to 6 health. You can survive, technically, and you beat Condemn, technically.
Now you can't, though. Oh, yes, you can, because the Shelly proc will go. If you pre-commit this Meditate, then yes, you are up to. Yeah, sure. This plays.
Is a...
Here's the problem, though. Raven can go Gnar, tumble, and then has Pokey Stick lethal on the following turn, plus the attack with the Saurian and the Vayne.
Yeah. I like how we're talking really slowly, as if, we have to really think about this and work out everything. This is just an unfortunate situation from Tie-Dye in a deck that we're excited to see, where they draw, This is a deck with 40 cards, and you drew, 3 of the same 2 of them, right? And they don't actually synergize with each other, they synergize with everything else in the deck.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just, I think, talking, optimal line, I think it might actually be, condemn the 9/6 Shelly, you know, like just get that out of here, blast it, and then next turn play Gnar, attack, pokey stick. Oh, that didn't work. Tumble.
Combat Cook comes down. If it gets overwhelmed, that's just funny. We
Scout?
do get Scout instead, which gives you the rally this turn. They chose the other funny option. All right then.
That'll play, and that'll be lethal for Uwazama Raven.
Which does mean that the Nami deck could be played again against a different
Yeah.
deck. We could maybe see something that wasn't, you know, triple Shelly but no units.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if we didn't see the bans or if I just completely blacked them out of my memory, but I had no idea what was banned. I'm glad it's the Galio Elder Morgana on both sides, so at the very least we'll get to see either Karma Set versus Nami, and then maybe Nami wins, and we get to see Nami.
I have to see what ends up being the case. I know at least there's going to be one Nami, which is more Nami than I was expecting to see going into this broadcast today. And definitely more Master Yi. I feel like I would have expected a little bit more Master Yi on the day of the patch, and then I've heard no one talk about Master Yi since like 2 days after the patch. It's good to see at least some Master Yi make it.
I remember talking with people like a couple days after the patch, and they're like, yeah, you know, like Nami Yi is fun and it's cute, but it definitely read as a deck that was going to fall out of favor very quickly, and just you weren't, you know, wasn't going to see play. And maybe it's possible that it should have been that way, and that because this is the last open, players were just like, hey, you know, I really enjoy this deck, I'm going to bring it to top cut, and then I didn't lose, and I just kept not losing all the way until the top 8, and for one of these players, the top 4.
We do see the Nami Yi mirror starting with a Vestian Disciple on Raven's side. No good answer from Tie-Dye, meaning the draw gets in, which has got to feel great for Raven. I mean, in a mirror of any sort, like having extra value is always what you're looking for, and having that Shimon Wind attack so early is going to be really good. And Raven has a really good hand of the Nami and the Yi.
I was going to say, Tie-Dye does have the advantage of having the Master Yi on 2, but with Raven getting it on 3, that sort of invalidates that. Might have to go for the Vikrash here just to try and get those to bumps so that Raven can open up the way for their Shimon Wind again. But for the most part, this is kind of a weird matchup in that it's incredibly removal light, right? You're in Ionia, Bilgewater, there's not a lot of ways to deal with this. It's pretty much just going to be Sonic Waves going after Namis, but then when your opponent has things like Retreat and Tag Out, the chances of you actually succeeding on that connection are incredibly low.
Shimon Wind getting blocked by this other Vikrash. No real way to get through it, nothing that can really pressure, but that's mostly fine. You're just playing this unit as a thing to go down. Surprised not to have seen the Nami before the Shimon Wind. At least it's a proc for Nami. Because I don't think that was what was drawn from the Shimon Wind.
No, Nami's been here.
Yeah. We do see the Double Trouble being hovered. There are going to be some, you know, cheaper spells that they're going to have to work out how to play around. Nopify gets a lot of value merely by being able to deny a deny that has been Master Yi down to 3 at some point, which could be a play that ends up happening. We never know, as there are some passes and the draws continue to flow.
Okay, Shelly might be the breaking of parity that Tie-Dye needed, the advantage that they were looking for, because I don't know how to evaluate Shelly versus current Nami in terms of who is more efficient, especially when we're looking at the hand state of each player. What I will say is that Master Yi's going to get some procs, and Master Yi getting some attacks in is pretty good.
We do see the Nopify on the Double Trouble. It wouldn't have been buffed +1/+1 by the Shelly, but Raven realizing that one of their lose conditions is simply that Tie-Dye might have a bigger board, and getting rid of some of that capacity is quite powerful. Tie-Dye can't really attack here. Even if Raven didn't have these spells in hand, you have to assume that they've got them. So unfortunately, Tie-Dye just to continue to take the pass, get the flow buff, while Raven now threatening the elusive, saying, my elusives trading into your elusives benefits me instead of you, so I can do this attack and feel very satisfied with it.
Really curious to see how... Okay. Not so curious anymore. Know how that one plays out. But it is exciting to see both players untap with this... with the Shelly in play, with the Nami in play. Nami obviously still a ways away from getting actual value. For the meantime, it's just the +1/+0, which is far and away different than a +2/+1. And we can see like Yi getting a little bit of a buff here, but tie-dye with the quadruple meditate. I feel like this is the second time we've seen this deck, and both times we just saw quadruple meditate.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like I'm getting deja vu. I feel like all we're doing is meditating, and actually, that's all we're seeing.
Deja
we see
vu?
Raven.
More like deja woo.
How do I stop casting? Is there a way I can get out of this? We do see that Raven has drawn an incredible slew of cards, right? These Burbly Fishes are going to feel quite great with Anami about to level up on the field with some draw in hand. And tie-dye does have responses to this, to the big attack, right? They will be able to have all these meditates give that extra health. But I kind of like Raven's position as just a little bit more flexible in what they want to go for. I feel like when Raven decides to go in for their attack, they're going to have the sort of upper hand here.
I'm trying to figure it out. It's so weird because like Shelly is one of the elusive threats, but isn't going to buff themselves, whereas Nami has 2 elusive threats that they're buffing, and so you have to play very careful on what you do with the Shelly. I'm trying to also evaluate like what are the actual spells that are in Raven's hand, because at the moment it's only like a couple of attack buffs, and because there's a Coral Creatures and a Master Yi in play, all of the buffs are not going directly onto the elusives like they are for tie-dye. And Ghost now actually is a huge pickup off of the Burblefish to give that elusive over to the Master Yi, and we might just see like we might see a lethal attack from tie-dye here. There's no like interaction on the side of Raven at the moment.
Yeah, there's a few ways you can try and evaluate this board. One is saying that neither player is blinking, so they're both seeing it as like a, you know, who has the biggest stats sort of avenue, right, or mirror of some sort. In that sense, Guy has the short-term benefit, especially because a lot of these spells that they want to pressure in hand are temporary buffs, which means they can get that advantage the earlier they play them, because it's more of a percentage play for this turn. But Raven does have a lot of stall out and capacity to sort of like take that damage and set up for a future turn, while tie-dye doesn't really have a great way of getting out of that. It's a very weird mirror from me seeing it as like a Demacia-brained person that's never played these Ionia Bilgewater decks. I'm very curious to see how this goes. We do see 2 elusives on the field against 3 with no stunnage from the side of Raven.
Yeah, 5 elusives go in, 3 on the other side. And between, like, I have to imagine that triple meditate plus momentous choice is, if not lethal, a massive insurmountable board advantage for tie-dye in terms of elusive economy. Because while Raven's going to be able to get down some Burblefish on the next turn, tie-dye shouldn't have any trouble either taking the damage or blocking those out.
Should be 15 damage, I think, if you play every meditate and Wuju style, because it's +8, then +4, and then the 3 that's already there. It will pressure quite a bit. It should take out all of the elusives that, you know, Raven has. If they want to play the meditate to keep one of them, you know, keep Shelly alive, that's also pretty nice, but it doesn't actually threaten the lethal. The issue is, what does Raven do in response, right? Like, how does Raven get through these massive units, as you were pointing out? They still have that extra turn and a bunch of cards in hand, but not anything yet. Going for the Master Yi level is very cute.
This is what I was curious about. Is tie-dye going to go for the Master Yi level? Because that is going to be a massive problem for Raven on tie-dye's next attack token. And now we're seeing, you know, okay, I'd actually like to kill this Shelly. tie-dye still has the meditate in hand to try and force another spell out of Raven. There's still just like a fair amount of damage coming through. And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever seen a Master Yi one-shot level. I've never seen it just go, oh yeah, 0 to 12 in one attack.
Oh, this is a great way of denying that. The retreat, getting the Vic Rash back, which also has a summon effect, does allow for the slipstreams to get sent through, deny the Master Yi level up, and keeps an elusive unit for a future block. Very good use of retreat, something that I think both of us missed.
Beautiful. On the side of Raven, just how this interaction is going to play out in their favor. And now tie-dye still just looking to the opposite end of the board and going, is it time to meditate the Shelly? The answer looks like it's going to be yes. There's still potential answers out of Raven here, and it looks like the momentous choice is going to be what they choose to commit.
can be responded with momentous choice back, only to be responded with another Wuju style if they go for that line. We're going to see the Gruesome Theater be presented, a very cool alternative option, but can't be played because it's 3 mana instead of 2 because it's from a Telstone. We're going to see the buff come through, but presumably responded with yet another Meditate. This really does feel like a Zen matchup, despite the fact that it's so aggressive.
I really like holding back the Ionia Telstone there for tie-dye because with 11 damage getting pushed through here, Master Yi is like solo presenting lethal off of a Stand United.
Let's see the return come down, get Vikrash back into the game, Burbly right after, another Burbly maybe next. We see a burst speed spell in the Nilla Formless Blade. It's not owned by Nilla, it's just her theming. And we also see the Bilgewater Telstones, which can get the Powder Kegs for acute lethal, but instead goes for Parlay when tie-dye has no mana and removes an elusive blocker, which is quite huge.
Yeah, we were talking about how there's no interaction on the side of Raven, but there's no interaction on the side of tie-dye either, and they actually lose an elusive blocker here because it was a Shimon win, but not a lot of spells left in the hand of Raven when all is said and done. There were a lot of fleeting draws that go away, and without the Slipstream top deck, not a whole lot happening. Now, this is a fair amount of damage regardless. Is there a burst speeds? Oh, wait, you can get the rally out of the Bilgewater Telstone, right?
You can get Playful Tricks to go for the rally, and there isn't really a great way to interact with it outside of the Gruesome Theater if Raven doesn't think about Gruesome Theater.
And even then, there's a deny on the side of Raven.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. That's also another way to win the game. So yeah, I feel like Raven's probably got this. I don't think there's any way to interact with this that effectively. There's no... You can try and draw into something from tie-dye, but I don't think you have the mana to really afford anything from that.
Wait, is the rally just lethal anyway? Even if it doesn't...
It does present lethal already, yeah.
That's rough.
There's this cheeky smile, not even having to rally, just smiling right at the camera, being like, hey, this is lethal anyway. We could see Gruesome Theater again come down, gets denied. That ends up being the GG almost certainly, but tie-dye still has to go for it. Incredible game. tie-dye tried to go in. Dio wasn't able to make that pressure happen, even though that was their opportunity, right? Nami was always going to ball out of control faster than the Shelly would once she was flipped, I think. So, unfortunately, just the timing didn't work out. The hand state favored Raven.
And staring at that Gruesome Theater like, yeah, I guess I could bounce a Burblefish and take 8 damage, and then they rally and replay Burblefish and I die because I don't have anything left in hand. And also, Raven... I don't even know if Raven's going to fight over this. I wouldn't be too surprised if they just, like... well, they are losing the Nami, actually, so they probably won't let this go and just attack again.
Guy comes in, buffs up the other Burbly. The 6/3's got to make Drizzoth a little bit happy to see this. And the Gruesome Theater gets denied. And Raven is the top 4 of the Yi Nami disciples. Getting in to try and get into that, get into the finals, make a name for themselves.
Yeah, 2 Nami players enter, only 1 will leave, and it is going to be Uwazama Raven coming out on top of that one in that Nami Master Yi mirror, showing why you need the Nami and the Burblefish. Just a classic pairing within Legends of Runeterra. And it looks like I'm just going to pop over to this other window here, see if we can... Never mind, that was Spids asking if we're getting another game, not production telling me which game we're getting. A little peek behind the curtain for you. Not sure who is still playing, so we'll see what we can get into. If anything, hopefully we can catch up with Kaj and Maki, as me and Spid seem to be in unison on predicting that the Emmy reroll matches are going to go a certain way so that those players can meet in the finals, as they are on opposite sides of the bracket. And let me just take a look at some of the deck lists. These other players are here.
Yeah.
It looks like
Marky's got Gwen Zed, which we haven't seen on stream yet, which it's actually like a relatively well brought deck. 6 people have brought it, but we just haven't seen it around. We've seen more Marcy Nami than Gwen Zed, despite them having the same amount of brings.
that's true, which is weird. Honestly, like I have such a weird history with ephemerals. I recommended it to one tournament and nobody brought it, and I thought it was like pretty well positioned, and ever since then I've been like, do not bring ephemerals to this tournament. And now everyone wants to play ephemerals. Okay, just because Gwen's in it, now we can run ephemerals.
We are going to be going into the not playing well versus KDF reroll, I think. And not playing well has got an interesting thing in their lineup. It's a Teemo, Tristana, Gnar, Ionia deck, running Bandle Gunners, Sign-In, Ghost, all the good stuff, and a Treasure Trash, just for good measure.
Oh, just for good measure. Yeah, can't forget Treasure Trash.
We do get into the game. We are going to see that deck. I'm pretty sure it's that deck versus Formidables. There's the Beard. If I look at the deck list, it does not run Beard. This is Jinx Cannon. Oh, man.
Oh, you had me all excited. I didn't really look at the region combination. I'm sitting here like, oh, wow, it's like Sign-In Bandle Gunners. It's reminiscent of like Fae Tristana. That's pretty cool. And then it's just, no. I've seen Jinx Cannon before. I'm familiar.
We do see the 1-drop into the 2-drop into a 3-drop on KDF reroll side. Just a stock standard, what you want. While not playing well has a lot of decisions to make with what they want to make as discard fodder, what they want to discard with. They can do Arena Promoter on turn 4, but what they want to discard? Do they want to discard the Chompers, or do they want to discard the thing from the Ottopus or the thing from the Autosquire? Lots of options to go wide with. Gonna see the Petrified Charger on the side of reroll, and a lot of interaction pieces for that next turn.
Such a wide board. Spitz, you want to know what I hate the most about Ken and Jinx?
What do you hate the most about Ken and Jinx?
I hate that it constantly tests my knowledge of the names of the Mecha Yordles, which I constantly don't put in the work to remember. And so you're going to hear me just calling every single one of these guys Trumpatecker while Spid says the proper name because she memorized them all and I did not.
Yeah, you say that. Earlier today, I was playing around my own Trumpatecker, and then only when I played it did I realize it was Doonhopper mech. So, you and I might not be too far. We do see the blocks lined up. We don't see the Arena Promoter come down. Yudoski's Snow Dog staying around, getting some good blocks in. But as a Jinx Cannon player, getting them down to 14 at around this health while you've got this sort of hand feels pretty good. We see the Beard come down, going to try and go into presumably the Arena Promoter next turn, trying to discard whatever they draw, or the Mystic Shot, while KDF reroll doesn't draw any units, only has the spells in hand. We see the Yordle Squire being drawn, a great option to be discarded, well, the Spear to be discarded by the Arena Promoter.
Why not the Shield?
Well, because I don't know, man.
Oh, look, it's the Shield!
Damn it! I lost the 50-50.
I gotta say, it was really strong of not playing well to prank the Adulski into the inability to block, because when you're going with these really wide boards, it's not impossible for Demacio Failure to catch up by just like chump blocking down a couple of units and going like, oh yeah, you know, you actually like lost so many units on the next attack that the next one's not looking good. There's going to be a Trumpatecker on the side of not playing well. Single combat onto the unblocking Yadulski because gotta play mana efficient, gotta take advantage of this unit. And there's still a sweet gentleman's duel. And a Galio top deck for the +4/+4 is a turn early. Here comes a Little Dipper, aka Trumpatecker. Gonna discard that Jinx and now has Last Breath summon a Jinx.
Yeah, it seems like the Trumpatecker's got something in its trumpet. Seems to be a Jinx that's going to come out at some point. Has to be interacted with eventually because it does a damning amount of damage. And not playing well can even flip that Jinx this turn if KDF reroll does a block in a very certain way. KDF reroll growing a Galio, not something they can do this turn. And not playing well, doing just an incredible amount of damage. I don't typically see Little Dipper be played, but I think this was a really good spot for it compared to the other options they were given in like Salty Spinner and the other one.
It's so awkward for reroll to try and block this Little Dipper. Just the attack is way too much to ignore. The health is one shy of being sort of like killable by this held back Yadulski. You'd have to like pre-commit the Sky Splitter onto it, which is not great, and then a Jinx pops out, which is even more not great, and instead we're going to see Sky Splitter pre-committed onto... Okay, just going to rearrange the blocks, throw it down onto the Yordle Squire rather than the buffed up Otterpuss. And there goes the Trumpatecker Maker. And ultimately, still a very, very strong looking board coming out of not playing well going into the Galio turn, which is still only going to be 2 blockers provided over to reroll. That's not enough to survive the next onslaught.
Reroll... I mean, playing Galio seems like a losing line, but it's also one of the few options that you've got made available to you. You can see the Darkened Spear come down.
Their universe, we're not playing well, just like Mystic shots their own little dipper, grabs a rocket, and okay, here comes double
please,
Jinx.
please do it not playing well. You can play well enough for this.
Her people.
I don't even know if it's the right line, but I want to see it so badly. Well, they're probably playing right. This is probably the right choice, but man, oh man, the double Jinx on the field.
Yeah, this at the very least prevents reroll from attacking, because then not playing well would get to rocket and then rocket again for lethal.
And that's game. I didn't realize this was match point until just now. It seems reroll has been knocked out. We can't
nuts.
get that, you know, poetic glory, but not playing well with their Bandle City decks. They did win with that deck that I was talking about earlier, the Tristana sort of Ionia thing. So maybe we can see that next round, hopefully. That'd be quite nice. But we now have our top 4.
And with that, I do want to say Korea has been eliminated from competitive Legends of Runeterra. And that's a really big thing for me personally. I got started in casting by doing the Korean Invitational, like one of the first things. So I've always had a massive respect for the region. I've always thought they were like incredibly strong players. And reroll, inarguably, top 3 Korean player. Inarguably. Arguably number 1. Not just in Korea, not just APAC, but the world. And to see them start off their career with a win at the Monuments Power Seasonal Open and then finish it in the top 8 of an Open after a very disappointing 2023 Worlds performance. I think like they were very hungry to come back this year and prove that they still had that 2022 reroll in them, and the fact that they won't get that is heartbreaking for this player, for me, and for the community. And so I wholeheartedly want to congratulate them on not just this top 8, but one of the most incredible careers in Legends of Runeterra.
I mean, absolutely. What am I going to say after that? That was so heartfelt. And
now it's
and
your turn to
meaningful.
talk, Spids. Where's your speech?
I didn't prepare that monologue you told me to, damn it.
Nuts.
Yeah. I think that is the last match, so I do think we're going to be taking it to a break. Hopefully we can see you in the top 4 right after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. My name is Boulevard, joining me as Spitz. We are down to our final 4 competitors, and I accidentally opened the League of Legends client trying to click to the other tab of this this little spreadsheet here. Gotta organize my tabs better. We are down to our final 4. We will show you the names of those players in just a moment, give you an idea of what they were playing for. Normally, a couple of years ago, these players would all be locked for the World Championship in 2024, but that is not how we do things here, and we don't have a World Championship in 2024, so they're playing to win this tournament, and that's about it. So we're going to take a look at those players now. Just to remind you again, me and Spids were hoping for an Amy reroll finals. Reroll has been eliminated. That is no longer possible, but Amy is still in it, and they're going to be playing against Maki in our feature match with Uwazama Raven, and not playing well on the other side of that bracket.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen, I think, 3 out of 4 of these plays. The only one we've not seen is Maki. We saw Raven with the Nami Yi doing quite well in that matchup. I think we've seen not playing well for like half a game, and then unfortunately we just couldn't catch the rest of it. But Amy has been playing pretty consistently. If you don't know them, they have something like 4,000 LP on the APAC ladder, 3,000 more than other people. They made it to Worlds. I think they're the only Worlds player still in our tournament at the moment, and just an incredible, strong player that I think we're expecting quite a lot out of in this matchup.
That is absolutely true. And I know earlier in the day, you called out not playing well as a name that you're constantly seeing in the top of these APAC Runeterra Opens, and saying like, yeah, it's kind of an ironic name, obviously, because they're constantly doing well in these events, and you were kind of hoping, it'd be kind of jovial if they could actually make it all the way. And like you said, we haven't really taken a look at them, so we haven't gotten to actually look at their level of play, and I haven't even taken a look at their deck lists really to see if it's just like, oh yeah, Lurk's about to win its first Open because not playing well keeps getting the odds attack token. We'll check back more on that in the Americas, see if Lurk can finally get one before we sunset this competitive circuit season lifespan. I don't know, esport. Anyway, I'm trying to look at how much LP Amy actually has, and the stupid website's just not loading.
Yeah, the few things are a little bit down at the moment. Yeah, we should hopefully see the deck list for Maki and Amy pretty soon, because it should be a really good matchup that we can get a lot out of. We're going to look at Amy's list. This is the Elder Dragon Morgana Galio that had, there's been like a few versions we've seen so far. This one is still on Sinon, it is on the Balin, it is on 2 blocking Badger Bear, and it's no longer on the no longer tough suppression guy.
Yes, Mage Seeker Inquisitor has been cut, which is like still a little surprising to me, because some people just don't know what's going on, and they're still just jamming Galio Elder Morgana on ladder, and every time they do, they still hit me with the Mage Seeker Inquisitor, and I don't think it's a particularly good card, so I am actually happy to see it cut in favor of like Balin the Benevolent and go towards a more formidable style. Speaking of formidable, something that doesn't care about Frostbite. Here's Frostbite.
And we've seen Frostbite do quite well. I think when we saw Amy earlier, we did see just a demolishing Frostbite play into a surrender from memory by the enemy gamer there. And, I mean, this has been a deck that makes a lot of sense. We're seeing a lot of this, mid-range stuff. If we look at the top 4, there is less of a presence of mid-range. We see not playing well on triple aggro, for example. And Amy has also brought the Echo Jinx, another sort of anti-mid-range presence deck. We see, the 3 Echo, the 3 Jinx, the 3 Voices, the 2 Clockling, as you're saying. There's so many 4-drops. There's just a lot in this deck.
I was yawning and I lost it, and then I was just going to say Rite of Negation is a 4-drop, and that was going to be my contribution to this entire conversation. Taking a look at Maki, we've got Scouts with a Playful Trickster in the main. Wow, that's surprising and cool, isn't it, Spitz?
I mean, it's a 4-drop. You can play it on turn 4 and be very aggressive with it. Very cool list. We do see the Penitent Squire in this version, which can be procced from the Sergeant, the Badger Bear, the Sergeant, the other one, the 5-drop instead of the 3-drop, as well as that's it, actually. And then there's Zed Gwen, which is a deck that I know you've got a lot of thoughts on. Very, very aggressive in a very particular way.
Yeah, Ephemerals have always been a little weird in that how good they are in the meta tends to revolve around how good Dragon Ambush is. For example, if it's a control-heavy meta, Control is not going to deal with Dragon Ambush particularly well, right? It's like Withering Wail or like Vile Feast or some kind of ping, and it's like it can still just be a lot of damage. And here it still plays pretty well into the mid-range meta because of the Hallowed mechanic, and your units are just getting a little bit too big, and also Stagehand is just a very broken card. And then, honestly, I really didn't expect double Frostbite mid-range in the top 4, but these are very different versions, because we can see the Kato the Arm here going for the more aggressive, overwhelm, actually game-ending position on this deck.
There was a period in Legends of Runeterra for about like 2 years where, you know, Ashe LeBlanc wasn't a deck. It was a joke. You know, why would you ever bring Ashe LeBlanc? That's never going to be good again. And then it just showed up like 6 months ago as another deck that's consistently strong. And now in this, you know, bookending thing to the tournament circuit, we see Ashe LeBlanc and Scouts. Very fun return to form.
Yeah, it's when we launched Legends of Runeterra, you know, patch 1.0. It was like Scouts, it was Frostbite mid-range because it was with the release of like Rising Tides, and like Frostbite mid-range versus Deep was a huge tournament matchup. That was like one of the deciding factors for a lot of lineups, and it was like Frostbite mid-range, Deep, and Scouts were like the big 3 decks for that patch. All 3 of them are present in the top 4 because we've got Deep on the other side of the bracket. And so everything comes full circle. Galio wasn't there in the beginning. Elder Dragon wasn't there in the beginning. Morgana wasn't there. But like all these other classical archetypes, even ephemerals, have like always existed. They weren't good back then. You know, they've gotten infinitely more tools now than they've ever had before. But I definitely did not expect to see like so many classic decks coming in here in the final hour in the top 4 of this event. I thought it was going to be a lot more aggro. Like Annie Jin, I thought was going to have a higher presence in this tournament like it does on ladder, and I think it's just been completely absent from the later stages.
I wonder what the bans are going to look like. Amy is running this like very anti-mid-range thing, so you could very easily keep up Scouts and then try and get rid of something like the Ashe LeBlanc. Saying Ashe LeBlanc is pretty good into the decks that I'm running. It does sort of the same thing. Ashe LeBlanc can be really good into Echo Jinx because you can never let Echo attack. It just dies to Brittle Steel in a really blowouty way. So I can imagine that being the ban, but I wonder if Marky is also considering banning Echo Jinx. Surely not. Surely they're going to ban the Ashe LeBlanc.
One thing that's always really weird when looking at the bans is when you look at a deck like Ephemerals, it's like, okay, this deck like kind of sucks, and it's incredibly explosive, but sometimes it also just kind of sucks, and you could leave it open and they could draw one of those really mediocre hands and you could just completely steamroll them and it's not even close. But they might also get that hand that just completely blows you out of the water. There's nothing that you could do about it. You've got triple Shark Chariots coming in at you every single time they go to combat, which will sometimes be on your turn because of the Dragon Ambush. I know there was only 1 copy in Maki's list, but it's still completely possible. And you just have no answer to it. It's complete wash. And so when you look at decks like that, because there have been a lot of them over the course of Legends of Runeterra, I also think of like Vayne Rumble as a deck like that, where like it's very linear, but it's also very explosive, and you don't know what hand your opponent is going to get. You have to assume it's going to be the explosive, and that's why we're going to see Amy go for the ban here.
We're going to get into game. We see Scouts versus Galio, Elder Dragon, Morgana. We see a full pitch, trying to find anything. Amy drawing everything more expensive than 5 mana. Not really what you want to see. There is a Junior which saves them in a very, very marginal way, while Maki has a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop.
And again, I want to shout out this tech from Maki here, the main decked Playful Trickster. You know, who needs Relentless Pursuit? Who needs Golden Aegis? The 4-mana rallies are alive and well, and at fast speed, no less.
This really is a return to form, back all the way back to, you know, fast speed, Relentless Pursuit for 3 mana. We do see the attack come in, deal 5 damage. Amy doesn't really have a great response. There is stabilization tools in things like Morgana, and a 3/3 isn't the worst thing to have in the world, especially with the buff of the +3 health from the Shield of Durand. We do see Charger being drawn at 2 turns too late, while Quinn is on the side of Maki, a great curve.
Maki doesn't have a lot of cards that get hit by the Mage Seeker Jr., so the fact that Amy is getting any value out of this card, and actually not insignificant value, especially given that, like, there's not going to be a lot for Maki to do on their next turn unless they can draw another unit to play on curve. Just like continuing to tax that mana by making them pay 1 more mana into the Blinding Light means that they will not have form up available on the Quinn turn, even if the Mage Seeker Jr. gets dealt with, and that's very impactful. However, they are offering it up to Maki, saying, hey, you know, if you want to try and trade the Vanguard Sergeant for this, that's fine. I'm curious to see if the Shield of Durand is going to come out. I think it will, just to maintain the board presence on the side of Amy, and Maki takes the trade.
Very surprised, in my opinion, to see that block. You can sort of guess that Amy's got a weird hand with no 1-drop, 2-drop, which are the things that you're sort of mulliganing for, and then deciding, okay, I'm not going to respect combat tricks in this block, even though any combat trick blows me out in an incredible way. Very interesting to see that block, but Maki still has a lot of go wide and can curve that into a Fort Demacia on a turn 6 attack, so it's definitely not out of the water just yet for Maki.
I understand what Maki's going for here. If my opponent is going to Shield of Durand something, Mage Seeker Jr. is probably the least impactful thing that they could ever use that Shield Durand on, especially in a deck full of formidable units, or if I need to try and take out one of these elusives, like we see the Windsinger here, thanks to like a Blinding Light plus Valor. I understand that this is where you're going to get value out of that combat trick, and I don't think I could see the argument for saying that, like, yeah, this Vanguard Sergeant doesn't super matter. Obviously, when we're looking at the hand of, like, okay, you're going to go wide, you're going to play Fort Demacia for your win con, you would have liked to just have as many units as possible.
I really like this open pass from Amy. When you've got Morgana in hand and you're not threatened to die, especially when Amy's got like a fantastic turn 6 and turn 7, threatening the Morgana and actually forcing Maki to pass, saying, Maki can't let Amy play Morgana, the shackles would be too much. And all of a sudden, Amy has managed to stall out the game.
I don't think I like that from Maki, because if it's between Quinn's getting shackled and just not playing Quinn, let me tell you, Quinn getting shackled and being on board is better than just not playing Quinn. And I don't think Maki is playing a deck where they can force Amy to take the proactive approach. Maki has to be the aggressor here. Their deck just costs less mana. That forces you inherently to be the aggressor. And this is the part where Amy's going to start running out all of the Elder Dragon portion of the deck.
Yeah, Maki also not electing to start with the Fleet Feather Tracker, and now going to get suppressed a little bit, unable to play any spell as soon as this goes off, because if you wanted to play the suppression, you can no longer afford the other spells in your hand, and there's no real good attack here, right? Amy's Hound is a 0-4, and all of Maki's attacks at most have 3 strength in terms of what a formidable unit looks like or how Quinn looks. Amy has stalled out this something beautiful and can still curve this into a Windsinger or a Fire Spitter into that Galio.
Normally, I'd be okay with Maki going in with like Quinn just to get the level up progression, set something up for the Valor or the Petricite Broadwing, but if Quinn goes in, then they do go down to Enraged Fire Spitter because Amy is still floating so much mana. And just like you said, I really like that suppression timing because I think Maki really wanted to go for the Inspiring Light here, get a very large board, actually have decent attacks into this Petricite Hound, and it's just completely slipped away from them. And I guess they're just going to go into combat here because I don't know that you can afford to pass.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage being pressured through. There is going to be a 6-wide board on turn 8 for Maki's attack. That should also be able to get buffed up a little bit. You can do it into the Playful Trickster as well. Amy won't be able to be that large just because it is a 1 unit per turn deck. But what Amy can respond with are ways that interact with the board on the axis of wit. Things like the Morgana getting something stunned out. The Fire Spitter being able to destroy something like the Fleet Feather Tracker when that comes down. Maki did a very aggressive option that I don't think is going to pay off as well, but Fire Spitter doesn't take anything out, just reduces the health of the Quinn, which is probably pretty good for Maki, all things considered.
And I like Maki making the challenges that they did, not just because it pushes the most damage, but because it makes the Fire Spitter more ugly, right? If you had sacrificed one of your Petricite Broadwings in order to preserve the Valor, for example, then Valor just gets gobbled up by this Fire Spitter. And that would not be as good of a position for Maki as they are in now, which is to say they still have a shot at winning.
Amy is going to be able to get rid of one of these units and threaten quite a bit of damage. Actually, a lethal amount exactly with everything that isn't Fire Spitter right there, so 2 blocks will have to come through minimum, which means Maki's next attack is only going to be 4 wide, which against 4 block is exactly not enough in every single interpretation. So Maki's going to have to find some way through this, maybe try and play for a top deck Mariah Warden, play for a top deck Island Navigator, see what their options are but Amy has stabilized this something beautiful.
There are so many times when playing against a Galio or Morgana where the game feels incredibly winnable and maybe even slightly favored for you, and then Galio hits the board, and suddenly things are looking nearly impossible, especially like a Deathless Galio, because for some reason it's a summon effect, like anyone was ever going to Rekindler Galio.
Yeah. Galio, he's such like an instant winning card, right? 7 mana, basically win any mid-range matchup. We've seen it so many times in this tournament. I feel like Galio is one of the main staples alongside the Elder Dragon themselves. Just an incredibly strong option. And we see the attack come in, get rid of the Quinn for some blocks. Getting rid of the Quinn does mean no more possible Quinn champion spell, which might be one of the ways that Amy could have possibly lost, but also could give a Quinn back. Don't know if pulling the Quinn is the right line from Amy's perspective. It's a very marginal thing, but can be relevant.
At the moment, you know, Maki doesn't have to sacrifice any additional units. They can block the Mage Seeker Jr. with the Island Navigator in order to survive and preserve this 4-wide board, but then you get into the next turn, you could play Feet of Feather Tracker, you know, maybe go for a Fortamacia and a Rally, but without a unit top deck, and I believe specifically a 1-mana unit top deck, the Fleet Feather Tracker is not going to have Challenger. And so
Cytherea looking towards Galio and saying, I can take this on. This is what my journey would lead me to. Unfortunately, Cytherea's being a little bit naive in that approach and is going to be traded off very, very quickly. Not going for the block you were suggesting of the Island Navigator into the Mage Seeker. So I don't really know what out Maki is looking for at this point.
Me neither. Even 7 health on the Island Navigator. Yeah, and it's 25 out of 25 on Galio, which means that this Galio is going to level. It definitely feels like the Island Navigator blocking the Mage Seeker Jr. would have been a lot better, because with Galio leveling, I do not see a path to victory for Maki. I'm trying to think of, like, what does a Misfortune top deck look like? And the answer doesn't feel like enough, especially given that, like, anytime Maki goes to do something, Amy can respond with either Morgana or Windsinger or whatever the best play at the time is.
Scrutinizing Sergeant is cute and is able to get something like a Misfortune or another Sergeant, like a Vanguard Sergeant. Doesn't threaten a win directly, although Misfortune getting buffed up via something like the Fortamacia afterwards does at least whittle down the board a little bit, and you do get rid of the Spell Shield on the Galio as if that is the best possible thing you can do. But Penitent Squire and Shell Shocker are not the captains from Bilgewater, very unfortunately, and the pressure just looks all gone.
It's definitely one of those rough end games, as they tend to be for scouts, when they're just sort of slowly getting chokeholded out of the board, when they can't quite slip through the big mid-range. And now it's up to Amy, hey, you know, there's a Fortamacia showing in hand. If you Morgana something, they can't unshackle it and go for the Fortamacia. But she's going to be a Petricite Broadwing in order to leave up everything but Synen. Here comes Fortamacia, and now that that has been committed, Morgana can wholly lock down one unit.
And remember, when Maki attacks in, if they decide to attack in, Galio does do the rally and the attack back, which means something like the Fire Spit is able to go in, get the trade, and then return back next turn post Deathless, which can be a line for certain. Getting rid of the Scout unit just to prevent any extra damage coming in. It's not as if this play is awful for Maki. There is some pressure going in. Some things will be traded off, but this still favors Amy in a very, very great way. Even possibly coming down with the Elder Dragon next turn, just clearing everything up.
And I've gotta think, Spids, what would this attack look like if there wasn't a level 2 Galio? What if the Island Navigator had blocked the Mage Seeker Jr. and Galio was stuck at 23 out of 25? Would this still be some hope for Maki? Because as it stands now, they're getting some good trades. You know, Amy is at a low enough life total that they've got to take some blocks here, but there's a trade from the Hound, there's a trade from the Fire Spitter, Galio can still trade down onto something as well. The Challengers are trying to line up as favorably as they can for Maki, but there's going to be a lot of board clearing going on here, and with the state of Maki's hand, if both players were to lose their entire boards, Amy would come out on top of that as well.
Formidable is also a really cute keyword in that Galio, as just like a 0-2 on the field, does do very little as himself. You don't have to block him for the next 4 turns. It's not common that this play pattern against Formidable is relevant, because if this is how you're playing against Formidable and you're not killing their units, typically you're still pretty sad. But it should be noted that the attack coming through right now is not that strong, and if you never kill the Galio, Galio can never be that massive health body without a commitment of like multiple spells. So while this spot isn't great for Marky, the attack from Amy just does only consist of this Mage Seeker.
It is always one of those weird, do I kill this champion or is it like not great? Because if a second Galio comes down, game's definitely over. At the same time, leaving O2 Galio does still give them morale. Okay, there's the second Galio. Okay, whatever, man. Yeah, and this Elder Dragon coming through at the 9 mana is going to heal up the Galio back into an 0-4, which is more of a formidable threat, and that is just going to be the end of game number 1 there. Amy keeping our hopes and dreams alive, Spids, of making it through to the finals and having a World Championship competitor take down the final open.
I mean, strong showing from Amy. I know we're talking about Marky's plays a lot, what they could go for, but, you know, early on, Amy's hand looked really, really awkward, and they just managed to stay in the game. That pass on turn 5, threatening that Morgana, Marky respecting it way too much than they really needed to. They just needed to play that Quinn, and even if Quinn is shackled, she's getting her level up proc. You can always unshackle her once she's leveled up. I think that would have been a much more aggressive lane, but also the 3-3, locking down these Inspiring Lights to be 3 mana, that tax was incredible.
A very rare Mage Seeker Jr. takes over the scout matchup angle from Amy on that one. Don't know if they had a read or if it okay, it's impossible to have a read, right? It's just like, hey, yeah, I haven't put a card on the table for the first 2 turns. Here's my 3 drop. Yeah.
We're going into Scouts versus Echo Jinx, a favorite matchup of mine. When I was learning this, I felt incredibly... it was just a great time learning how Echo Jinx plays into Scouts. It always feels great when it works out. And we see Amy starting off with a 1 mana predict, into a 2 mana predict next turn, almost certainly into Scrying Sands on the turn after. But Marky has the Scouts hand. 3 1-drops or a Mirai Warden into the Misfortune with the attack token on 3. Second Misfortune in the hand, just in case you need it, just in case you want Make It Rain, which is pretty good against Echo Zillion, or Echo Jinx in this instance. Marky should feel pretty good for their chances in a matchup that's typically not great for them.
I'm down to let you just solo this one if you want. You seemed incredibly excited about getting 2 of your favorite matchups into each other.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see Sivarakshan anymore. This is the best I can get. We're going to see extra predicts come through. Going to have to decide what comes through. Again, like, the predict change is not something I've messed around with too much. I hope we don't have to see that come in, because I'm going to not understand it fully whenever we see it. But probably going to see Mayim come down with both Mayim and, or even just having 2 units. Misfortune can't really attack into something like a Mystic Shot for future turns. But Echo's not flipped. There's only 3 things for Echo, which means you want to do Scrying Sands this turn, almost certainly, just to make sure you're constantly getting that predict cycle. If you can get Scrying Sands into Time Trick, that would be the best thing you could do for your attack token 4 with Echo.
I feel like we've already seen sort of the high end of the predict change earlier when we saw Yordles in Arms and they were playing Augmented Clockling in a Portal deck. I feel like that's the extent of what we're going to get out of this change, and going for the spell mana to fully bank that, use the Scrying Sands, and then scry for a spell to play with the Echo. I didn't think Amy needed spell mana more than they needed cards here.
I think more so they wanted a unit, and I do think spell mana is better than not for, in the event that you get a spell-based draw, such as this Time Trick, which I almost have to assume is the take, puts Amy in an incredible spot. Scouts is not a deck with interaction, so being able to have a flipped Echo on the attack is one of the best things you can do. If Echo ever gets to strike and doesn't die, you've almost won the game, and Scouts can't ever prevent that from happening, so going all in on that game plan is pretty commonly successful for the Echo deck. And we don't see the Time Trick. All of that for nothing.
Run this line of thought. I guess now you just get the Echo Time Trick, because, like you mentioned, you're not playing against a deck with interaction.
I mean, Mystic Shot does keep you around for a little bit longer, but I definitely like the Time Trick. You weren't overly pressured, although if there was another Mirai Warden here, maybe I would have said go for the Mystic Shot anyway. So Amy going for the safer line that has like less of a high standard deviation, but feels less linearly powerful. Typically against Scouts, you want to do the most linearly powerful thing because you're both, you know, solitaire decks facing each other. But going for Mystic Shot can definitely make some sense. We do see the Predict in trying to probably find the unit in Forsaken Bakai. And we do see the Chrono Breaks get shuffled in after the Time Trick now.
And with the, it's no Karma set, but I think Echo Jinx, having both of their champions developed, is going to more often than not be a game-ending threat. Granted, we have parity on the other side. Maki is going to be able to get Quinn and Misfortune down, which will, I would say, end the game faster and more efficiently than having Echo and Jinx around will.
Do you see Quinn come down? Amy's got a really interesting decision of either Mystic Shot the Valor to, you know, make sure Echo doesn't die, or let Echo die, get the free trade-off, and spam out your board anyway, right? You do have the Jinx coming up in the next turn anyway. We do see the Mystic Shot come down, which is a fine play. I don't think it's much ado about nothing, although if there was a form up, that would have been quite awkward from the side of Maki. But we see this trade come through. Also makes sense. Good trade, I think. Losing your Echo is perfectly fine.
And if a Chrono Break comes through, I don't even know if Amy would take it and jam it this turn. Probably. I don't see a reason not to keep the Echo train going.
The pressure's quite high, right? Echo either says block or decimate, and that's a good spot to be in for a card that's also getting you draws every single time. Unfortunately, that's not what's seen. Presumably, we'll take... Interesting. I think I would have taken the Rider Negation to play around Champion Strength, because we already have some good blockers. But Chronomancer is also Chronomancer. Develop something is pretty good, and you can stack Predicts now, so you can work out what you're getting over the next 2 turns.
Okay, Voices actually comes down. This prevents the Misfortune attack. I was kind of curious on how Amy wanted to play this one, because if they threw down the Forsaken Bakai, if Maki's hand tracking, they go, hey, that's not the card that you just predicted for. You have 3 mana open. If I attack and you trade down my board and then you just Chrono Break, that's kind of rough for me. Maybe would have dissuaded an attack or like some of the attacks, and actually now going to pair the Misfortunes, make it rain to full clear this board, and that is a disaster for Amy.
Yeah, Amy losing everything and not knowing what they're gonna draw can be really sad. I mean, there's a 3 in 32 chance or something of a drop border. Might be slightly more than that. Which isn't really what you want to see in an instance like this. We see Ancient Prep, which is all right, but doesn't develop a unit until 2 turns later. We're going to see the Chronomancer come down, find the drop border. There we go, get some blockers. But Misfortune still around and no way to interact with her just now.
That said, if Amy can empty the hand, this is a pretty juicy Super Mega Death Rocket that we're looking at. It's going to take a little bit of doing, though. There's the Chrono Break, which is going to make it more awkward to actually empty the hand to level the Jinx, which is sort of the one situation of a non-bow that you'll get in a deck like this. But I think if you have to... Oh, it's like, oh no, my non-bow. I have to rally with level 2 Jinx in play without getting mass board revive value. Whatever shall I do? Here's a Super Mega Death Rocket.
Maki has a Scout attack that will flip Misfortune and then the attack afterwards. That's already 6 damage to the Nexus. All Maki needs is 5 more damage to hit in any way, shape, or form, and that can include Misfortune's Overwhelm. We see Amy not opting for the Predict because they want to secure that Chrono Break in hand, but it doesn't look like it was going to be enough, and Maki had a really good opener and is seemingly able to win a matchup that I don't think is that great for them. Even as a fearsome, just to rub it in.
And does...
The attack goes through, does the triple shot, and I mean, what is Amy gonna do?
I couldn't remember if the Sentinels procced off of skills and spells, or just spells, and I was like, is this thing about to level up to a 3/3 because something died to Misfortune?
I don't think it works with skills from memory.
It does not. We would have seen it level up already, and yeah, that is just not quite enough defensive capabilities on the side of Amy.
And Maki taking it through. Now, I think that it was well played by Maki, for sure. No Fallen Feline being rotated, I think, changes that matchup quite a bit as well. I'm remembering most of the times that I played it, I could rely on the Fallen Feline to take out the whole board, but Maki playing really well. Amy having to be on the back foot for a little bit too much of the game, not having what they wanted to accomplish quite aggressively. Maybe if they had kept their Echo around, something else could have happened, get those extra strikes in, but fortunately that was not the case. Now we're going to see an even harder matchup in Echo Jinx versus Ashe LeBlanc.
And this is a non-traditional Ashe LeBlanc, as we see in the hand there. You have Kato the Arm. There's no Darkened Spear, so a little bit of the protection is gone. But it's not a completely different build, right? This isn't super overwhelmed focused. It just includes Kato the Arm.
Amy starting with Ancient Prep, knowing that they don't need a block on early turns, but doing Ancient Prep on turns 1 through 3 as opposed to turn, the 3, 4, 5, makes it such that Voices is a much better draw on turn 5, making sure you're using these Clocklings early. It's sort of a minor thing, but knowing which one drop to play in front of the other one drops always feels good when you have that logic backing yourself up. And Marky only really having a Snow Dog in response. LeBlanc will come in, but can easily be Mystic Shot, especially when you're not holding up Sky Splitter.
Unless Maki draws Elixir of Iron, because Yudelsky Snow Dog reduces the chances that you draw a unit, and it's bloody business. Okay, yeah. Goodbye, LeBlanc.
Well, might not go for it. There might still be the Elixir of Iron, but I think you pop off this Mystic Shot every time. Letting LeBlanc stay and respecting that is almost even worse, right? At some point, you're going to have to Mystic Shot this LeBlanc. May as well do it sooner rather than later, because there's nothing else you're really spending your mana on the side of Amy. But getting the attack in on the dog, buffing up the health of the units in future. And we see Raven taking out not playing well on the other side of the bracket.
Raven goes down, or not playing well goes down. Reroll goes down. Is Amy about to go down as well? Is just every player that we've brought up just going to go down here, and we're going to get a Maki versus Yamazawa Raven finals? It's possible.
Yeah, it turns out the caster wasn't chained, they were cursed and not able to decide on who will make it and who will not. We do see the attack come in, not developing the Echo ahead of time, really trying to play around the Brittle Steel and a develop of some sort. Getting the little bits of damage that you can get in when it's possible. You also can't get the time trick, but you could still have the extra strength in from the Echo. Not having the mana capable, I'm not sure where all the mana went. Was it just that Mystic Shot that took all the mana?
Yeah. I mean, there's 5 units on board. That's...
Yeah, but typically the predicts are 1 mana, and by turn 4, you've got 10 mana to spend. 4 mana on predicts, 4 mana on Echo. There was 2 mana on Mystic Shot. Where'd the last mana go? I don't remember. I'm the one that's supposed to know this. I'm the one watching the game.
Was a drop order played and not predicted?
Maybe. That could be an explanation for where the mana went. Or maybe it was a time trick instead of one of... No, but we see the 3 predicts on board. I don't know where the last mana went. It must have been a drop order, but that means that Echo wasn't flipped on time, which wouldn't have mattered, right? It's hard to play Echo into that spot anyway because of things like a develop plus a Brittle Steel, but I would have liked to have seen the mana at least there to present. Nonetheless, Marky now has... It's sort of like Marky's time to shine, right? We're finally getting to the mid-turns of the game where Ashe LeBlanc can do things. We're seeing the Scholarly Pioneer come down, big enough to try and threaten Jinx, but not be successful through things like Scrying Sand and Quicksand. Getting the heal, could do quick attack denial in some cases, but heal's always safe. And going to go for the attack in to deal with the board a little.
I don't know if Maki really gets a chance to shine here because, shying away from Amy's board and what they've been doing for a moment here and focusing on Maki. Maki played a naked Trifarian Assessor on turn 4, which is one of the worst, probably correct plays you can make in Frostbite midrange, and just really speaks to the weakness of the hand. We're looking at the Kato the Arm, which wouldn't come down until this turn, but they went for the Scholarly Pioneer instead, so they're trying to challenge the Jinx. And the Pioneer, even if it does get hit with the Scrying Sands or the Quicksand, will be safe. I imagine Brittle Steel will be used to preserve the Challenger, and then try again with the Brittle Steel when Jinx goes in for an attack or Echo goes in for an attack. But ultimately, Maki is so far away from fixing their hand because next turn they have to go for Kato the Arm, and then hopefully on their end they could draw another cheap 5-power unit, be it Glory Seeker, be it LeBlanc, get 2 draws, and then have no mana, and we're 3 turns later. It's just so much has to go right for so little to actually happen.
And the mana's also even more awkward because you can't afford Bloody Business on anything right now. You can't play the Kato into a Bloody Business. The mana is just 1 off at the moment. So Marky's going to have to draw something like that Ashe. And we've seen we've seen Frostbite mid-range draw Ashe before, and a bad hand looks like a good hand. I don't know if it's going to save this one, but there are possible states for that to all be saved. We see the Scrying Sands come down, have to pick between Aspiring, Time Trick, and Bakai. We see the Time Trick being chosen, a good choice in my opinion, as we move into the next turn.
It's going to be a couple of blocks coming out. With Jinx not going down, Maki really can't afford to use the Brittle Steel to preserve the Snow Dog, and also don't really need to. The damage by the Snow Dog has been done. It's not something that you want to overcommit into. Yes, it's a very good card, but I don't think it's like as game-endingly broken as you might hear some people talk about it like. It's just so tempo efficient. That's why we talk it up so much. But you definitely don't want to overcommit into it. Now Echo is down. The Chrono Breaks are gone into the deck. The Time Trick is available. The Brittle Steel is available for this Echo, but also Jinx is going to level and has a Rocket this round, which will take out an additional blocker.
And Marky's going to have to find a way to respond to this. There's two cute options that Marky can go for. They can heal up this 4-1 before it gets shot down by the Super Mega Death Rocket. You can also pre-commit the Brittle Steel on the Jinx to prevent 4 health that you can't prevent otherwise. Very awkward spots that you never want to be doing on the side of Marky, but almost feels quasi-necessary as they don't have great other alternatives. They can play the Assessor again to just exist. Healing this unit I think is a good idea, but playing the Assessor, not getting a draw, and then Kato's going to come down next turn, and these Assessors are going to have no one to speak to.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been a more winning line to play Kato the Arm and... No, Kato Bloody Business, you didn't have mana for that. You only had 8 mana.
Yeah. It was really awkward.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the Predict come through, get the Feral Presence, which you can now play even though you know Echo's gonna create a Time Trick, which is a play pattern I'm very not used to. I was about to call that a staunch misplay. Actually, as we see this Mega Death Rocket come in.
As I'm thinking about it, I think I would have preferred Kato over the Assessor. I don't think double Brittle Steel is coming out this turn.
I think I am in agreement. If that was the... Playing around the Brittle Steel, I guess. Saying that you're in such a good position, interact with me, but not taking the advantage you've already got, especially with these 2 strength units into the 2 health blockers. Very interesting to not have gone for it.
Paying respects to both Brittle Steel and Sky Splitter as well, because if you're predicting Brittle Steel, you could still go in with the Jinx, but Sky Splitter does kill your Jinx thanks to the Scholarly Pioneer, so I understand... Amy just going, hey, your hand is actually so bad, I can Super Mega Death Rocket you to death. At least until I find Chrono Break.
Yeah. Amy plays the Forsaken Bakai, sees Voice of the Risen, Chronomancer, and Quicksand. Probably gonna take Voice of the Risen, although Quicksand does get you out of very cute positions in certain spots, but Marky doesn't really have anything going for them. I mean, we've said this a bunch of times, but this Incisive Tactician, like, you're rallying into a board you don't even want to attack into anyway. Just a sad spot. What can Marky get? Something like Harsh Winds. Something like Ashe, maybe? What else could Marky try and get to try and save this position?
Maki can use Kato to challenge Jinx and Bloody Business the Echo. And if both of those champions go down and do not immediately get revived by Chrono Break, that feels like a win for Maki. Like a game win for Maki.
And I think that's the play they're going for. Makes sense. It does get rid of all of the sort of pressure that Amy has had for this period of time, even if it's at the cost of the Scholarly Pioneer. Still goes in for a bunch of damage and should be quite powerful.
And it just goes to show you, Kato the Arm really showing why his place is in this deck in a game like this. It's not really about the overwhelm damage in this specific instance. It's just about getting that attack buff so that you can challenge a champion like the Jinx and take her out. Having a little bit of a production issue on our side, so we can't see the game at the moment. Am I still a robot? Take that as a yes. Okay,
All right, I don't know about Boulevard, but I'm back in this. I'm finally back.
Am I back in
I guess
this?
they went for the strike play. Or they went for the kill Jinx, but not for the bloody business, realizing that they don't need to kill Echo ASAP unless there is a chrono break. And Amy is threatening quite a bit with the voices, but isn't lethal threatening because of things like this brittle steel, right? If Echo goes in, you can always brittle steel in response, or you can try and strike ahead of time and be quite aggressive. I kind of don't like the strike here. I feel like you can always save it for later, but maybe I'm not playing around the off the rip chrono break.
I guess it's just mana efficiency, but I still, with the brittle steels, I would have liked to... I guess because everything is at 1 HP, you don't want to actually wait for Amy to go into combat, because then you're just taking a bunch of damage anyway. I'm actually really surprised to not see Amy just go into combat, but I mean, like, there's still the harsh winds, so maybe you should have just let it sit around and, I don't know, maybe, I guess it's just a mana efficiency thing, which, like, doesn't feel like it should come up in a situation like this, but because there is that incisive tactician, you know, just kind of hoping that you can get some kind of kill with it later on.
Yeah. So you can... Marky can go in for something like a Kato plus the 4-1, trade in a little bit, lose these units, and then go back for the incisive tactician right after. And all that Amy can really respond with is something like the quicksand or an echo block. But both of those have really safe responses, right? Quicksand, if that's the card in Amy's hand, Marky's feeling great because quicksand does not win the game. And the brittle steels are able to prevent echo quite effectively. Amy is really relying on top decks in a deck that... You know, you would think Echo Jinx is a great deck to be top decking with, but not when you're not able to predict, because most of your deck is just like 2/2s and 2/3s, and they don't actually win the game.
And it can be really rough. We saw it a little bit earlier where there was like the double predict potential. I think it was like Scrying Sands into Feral Presence, and it's like if you don't like your Scrying Sands card, or like you kind of like your Scrying Sands card, so you go for the Feral Presence instead, then like... you know, you could end up stacking your draws. You have to like skip a little more proactively, which I think you were already skipping a lot of things on a lot of predicts anyway. We are having a couple of issues here on the production side, so neither Spids nor myself can see the game. Hopefully you can. Okay, we're back, and it looks like the Incisive Tactician has been committed, and is this just lethal?
The stream is a little bit blurry, so I don't know what the damage number is, but I'm seeing 17 overwhelm damage. I think this is lethal, and Marky has beaten Amy in this matchup. I think was a little bit favored, but the draw looked so awkward, but Marky making the best of it, and Amy, our favorite going into this, has been usurped by Marky, and now we have our 2 finalists.
And that means a couple of really interesting things here, Spids, in terms of just what decks we are going to see represented in the finals. Ephemerals has made it to the finals of this tournament, thanks to Maki. We saw it banned there. Hopefully we'll get to see it played a little bit later on. We also have Master Yi Nami in the finals, as I believe Yuazama Raven is our other finalist. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Okay, yeah, so we've got some spice going on here in the grand finals.
And I mean... that's what you want out of an APAC broadcast at the end of the day. If anything's going to be poetic for APAC, we're going to have 2 finalists on decks that aren't at the top of any of the, you know, Runeterra websites in any way, shape, or form, and that's what we're here for. That's what we love about the game.
Definitely excited to see Nami pick up a win potentially, or for just like Gwen to pick up, I believe, her first non-red Gwen win in an open. I know there have been like a couple of scattered Gwen lists throughout a little while, but for the most part, like when Fire Spitter came out and we were looking at like Shadow Isle Fire Spitter, very quickly moved over to other regions, and Riven became more of a Targon thing or a PNZ thing, and so it just never really got that. So I'd be excited for Gwen to get another win. I wouldn't mind something like that, but we will find out who will actually be our champion when we return for the grand finals. Do not go anywhere. We're about to wrap up the APAC Legends of Runeterra competitive scene. Hello everybody, my name is Boulevard, joining me is Spids, and welcome to the finals of the APAC Legends of Runeterra Esports. We have our two competitors, it is Maki and Uwazama Raven. We are probably about an hour away from crowning one of them as the champion. They've got some pretty unique decks that we're going to take a look at here in a second, but first we're going to take a run through the bracket to remind you of the journey that they have taken to get here, the titans of the shard that they have slain along the way to claim their spot in the grand finals.
As we see, Raven has taken out Not Playing Well and a reroll, who, I mean, what a 1-2 punch to try and get rid of, right? Like, two of the best players, especially reroll with your heartfelt speech about them before. They have to be something if they've gotten this far. While Maki taking out Amy as well as Kaj, both players that we've seen through quite a lot throughout the tournament, playing quite well. Amy at the very top of APAC ladder at I think like 4,400 points. The next highest is at 1,400. They've taken out giants, as you were saying.
Yeah, and we've got some very classical decks around just Legends of Runeterra as a whole here in the grand finals. Maki on, you know, like the scouts and the ephemerals and the frostbite mid-range. And then Uwazama Raven on, I want to call it more of a standard lineup, but it's really not. It just contains the Elder Dragon Galio Morgana, which I think is still, despite the nerfs, like very much the boogeyman of the format. And so we'll take a look at the decks there in a second, but like you mentioned, very hard fought to get here into the grand finals. Obviously it always is, but when we look at like some of the, I think APAC, the top end of APAC is more definitive than it is in other shards. Like you could, if I said, hey Spids, name the top 5 players in the Americas, and like you would have your list, and then like I would have my list, and someone else would have their list. If you ask for the top 5 players in APAC, I think you're going to get a lot of the same lists. I feel like a lot of people are a lot more homogenized on that, and like reroll, definitely in that top 5. And so to see him fall out, a little unfortunate, but it is going to be what it is. That's just how the cards play out, and that is why we play it out. And now we're going to take a look at the deck list, because that's the interesting part. There's some spicy stuff going on here. Okay, not this though. Not this one.
Yeah, some spicy stuff as we get blindsided by the one deck that everyone's bringing. But, I mean, this is still an interesting version of the list. It's on Tumahira, which is a lot heavier on the top end than other versions of this list are on. We also see no blocking Badger Bear, but we see 3 Balin. It's very refined. It's got the whole, 3 copies of everything and very marginal amounts of 2-ofs and 1-ofs, but at the same time missing a lot of the primary cards that a lot of other decks are running when they're on this.
And then we've got really one of the spicier decks here in the Master Yi Nami. Was discussed a lot during the Master Yi buff and the Nami buff of the latest balance patch, but ultimately I think a lot of people thought it was going to fall to the wayside, and we saw a mirror match of it in either the top 8 or the top 4, and now it is represented here in the grand finals and could just take it all down.
And I mean, it did a very powerful thing on both sides when we were watching it, right? The amount of elusive pressure that it's able to provide while not needing to ever commit. It can stay and stay and stay until one time when it seeks an opportunity and goes straight in. And it's combined with this Warden of the Tribe's Vayne Gnar, something that we've never seen on stream today, but they've made it to the top 2, so I imagine a bunch of people have let this up and then had them fall to it. An incredibly strong list when it does its thing, and it does its thing pretty often.
Yeah, I believe this was banned in the other match in which we got to see Iwazama Raven, and Warden has really been a standout card over the last year, dominating the Eternal Ladder and then getting into Standard and dominating that as well. But now I'm going to take a look at Maki's list, where we have this Playful Trickster Scouts list, which I feel like I said Playful Trickster Scouts like it's named after that, like there's 3 copies, but it is just really surprising to see this 4-mana rally, where it's just like replacing one of the traditional copies of Champion Strength and saying like, yeah, you know, 2 copies of Champion Strength is awful, but if I can get like a Playful Trickster into a Champion Strength turn, that's going to be a lot smoother, that's going to feel a lot better, and it has really defined Maki's run so far. And then Ephemerals.
I mean, Ephemerals makes sense with Scouts. It sort of does it's a similar thing. It has, like, good early game cards that aren't above rate, and then it goes into a turn, like, 4 through 6, where everything's above rate because they played for this combo for the entire game. Things like Sparring Student, Shadow Apprentice, Zed, Greenglade Duo, Moonlit Glenkeeper, all of them feel incredible as the later turns come on. Only one Opulent Foyer is a very interesting choice. I feel like many versions have been on much more of those because it stacks up that Hollowed so well, but deciding only on one because of how they wanted to refine these cute lists.
And then for the Frostbite mid-range, we see a little bit of a substandard version. We were talking a lot about that Kato the Arm, how it's like, you know, it's really the main difference between this and your more standard version. But man, did that Kato put in work in Maki's top 4 match, letting that overwhelm damage come through for lethal, but also just comboing with the Scholarly Pioneer to actually be able to threaten the life of a level 2 Jinx.
I mean, I think looking at these 3 decks as a cohesive unit, as opposed to just each deck individually, all of them have interesting choices regarding the ratios. And when we've seen Maki play them, it feels like they're one with the deck. They understand every single option they can be presented with and knows which one's the right way to go with. It feels like, I don't know much about Maki, feels like, you know, with my reading into them, they've picked 3 comfort decks with their own little cute tech cards, and it's done quite well for them getting to the top 2 spot against Raven.
I'm really hoping that we can see some of the more interesting decks shine here. Galio Elder Morgana, probably not going to be the ban from Maki. I imagine if you're coming in with a lineup like this and you're making it this far into the tournament, you have played against a number of Galio Elder Morgana. You're probably leaving it up. You feel like you're extra strong into it, which wouldn't surprise me too much. Without Reckoning in the Frostbite midrange, maybe that's not the case. Maybe I'm overstating it, and it's just, okay, yeah, ban that, play into the other ones, which I would like to see. You know, I want to see this Nami in action. I want to see this Warden of the Tribes in action, even though it's a card that we've seen in a couple of different flavors, but ultimately it's still just like, hey, yeah, here's Omen Hawk into Yadulski, into Saurian, into Warden, and there's a couple of other interesting cards in between, but for the most part, like, Warden is a song and dance that we've seen before, but so far removed from Master Yi Nami that I would love to see that deck again.
Master Yi Nami, I would also love to see as well, but I'm looking at the 3 matchups that Master Yi Nami has to go into. All 3 of Maki's decks are the sort of decks that lose to cards like Mystic Shot, lose to cards like Aftershock, but none of Raven's decks are on these sorts of Mystic Shot, Aftershock sort of things, and especially Yi Nami has no good interaction for cards like Misfortune, Zed, LeBlanc, and even things just like Badger Bear. I feel like Maki could try and 2-0 the Yi Nami with relative success.
You know, one thing I'm starting to notice here, while I'm even just like looking at the region combinations, I can't remember the last time I saw a grand finals with no Piltover and Zon in it.
I mean,
someone's always got a Karma set or a Seraphine, or at the Worlds we had Neela Janna. I even thought like Echo Jinx from Amy was going to make it in here, and then that would have been actually really nice because like APAC just loves Shurima, especially comparative to the rest of the world, and so it would have been really nice for like Shurima to come in and win something, but not going to be the case. RIP Shurima. Looking at the bans though, yeah, not too surprised to see the Ephemerals go away. We've seen that banned out of Maki before, just saying, yeah, this is a little bit too much of a high roll deck that I can't deal with, and okay, actually, yeah, gonna swap the ban over onto the Galio Elder Morgana, which means we are gonna get to see the more interesting decks coming out of Yumezawa Raven. Unfortunately, Ephemeral is never going to get seen, but I know how much you love Scouts, so maybe, and we got it for game number 1.
I love scouts, but this third card is not my sort of card. But we do see Misfortune into Island Navigator. Very cool 3-4. When you have it with form up as backup against a deck like Freljord, you do get that very strong feeling attack that you can do. Mirai Warden also being adjacent to that game plan. But Omen Hawk into Broadwing into Saurian seems like a pretty good thing for Raven. They might pitch the Saurian in single combat, try and find a little bit more, but overall, both players have a relatively good hand for what they're looking for. It should feel like a relatively tight matchup.
I was really hoping for the Adelski to come through. Just get that Omen Hawk into the Adelski. Nice, quick, easy finals. No one has to worry about anything, but instead, going to be a little bit of a stutter step here on turn 1 for Maki, and even with the Mirai Warden coming down, you know, Yumezawa Raven can start to buff up the top of their deck with the Spear rather than the Adelski. It's just a 1-3 instead of a 2-3, but actually going to put their pedal on the metal and throw down a hefty attack.
Aspiring Student, pretty good get from Mirai Warden. Not as good as a Shell Shocker, which would have felt absolutely amazing with this the Inspiring Light, but still a good get. Sort of irritating to try and deal with because it just gets larger and larger, especially with cards like Mirai Warden and Valor and Quinn coming in on turn 5, being able to buff that up to something like a 3-3. But overall, pretty good Mirai Warden from Maki. Gonna see what ends up coming through. 2 spears. I almost fear might be like 1 too many, but you never know. Spear always feels great when you get to play it.
If you can find the mana and the time to throw it down onto multiple units, yeah, Spear feels absolutely great, provided you then draw the units and not a bunch of spells. But I want to shout out Yumezawa Raven not going for that attack with the Broadwing last turn, having the read on the Misfortune and saying, how do I deal with that? The answer is probably, it's either A, just Darken Spear the Broadwing and block it, or B, don't block with the Petrified Broadwing and single combat it on the next turn, in which case you probably still need the Spear to play around the form up that we do see in Maki's hand.
Knowing what your ways are to deal with what the opponent can do is like the heart and soul of what Legends of Runeterra is all about. Like keeping your units back so that you can use them on future turns is exactly what this game's all about. And we do see this attack come in trying to bait out the block for that very same reason. You can cycle the weapons before the attack on Misfortune, but that's what that attack is doing, asking, hey, are you going to let me use form up to beat your Broadwing when it comes in or not? And it turns out that Raven's accepting the 5 damage to be able to deal with Misfortune.
It would have been a little awkward while Raven can cycle through multiple spears. The second spear after a block onto a 2-power unit would have put this Broadwing at 4, which again, not enough to actually challenge the form-upped Misfortune. So Yumezawa Raven saying, hey, I've got a pretty good read on what you've got here. I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to take the extra damage. And it's kind of a weird situation where you're never going to know if it's going to pay off because this is actually playing around the form-up. So if you're right, it's not going to get cast.
There's a really interesting choice of Inspiring Light specifically if you want to try and be protected from this Broadwing plus Spear. It can be interacted with the single combat, very particularly doing an even trade on the Broadwing with the Misfortune, which is a good enough trade for Raven, especially if they're interrupting the Inspiring Light at the same time. Or Maki could just go for the wide plan, right? Go into Broadwing, then into Mirai Warden, then into Valor, ignore this Misfortune, but try and push in for a bunch. They're going to play the Mirai Warden, get the Voidling, which I don't think is going to get evolved, unfortunately, as the Broadwing does the challenge on Misfortune.
I'm kind of curious whether Maki uses the form up anyway in order to trade on the Broadwing. It looks like that will not be the case. I like holding it back. I don't think it's particularly good. And now just hanging on to that Inspiring Light for the Quinn, and that's going to be 6 wide, very powerful. Misfortune with the Petrified Broadwing. I wonder if that changes things.
Both plays are really powerful. The Valor is able to get the free attack onto the Omen Hawk, which means that about 2 or 3 more damage is going to go in by the other units being able to attack. But getting the Misfortune level is a much more pressuring thing, especially because you can still curve that into the Broadwing. Broadwing being able to take out Vayne is quite nice as well in that sense, even through a Darken Sphere because of the 1 hit from Misfortune plus the extra health from the Inspiring Light. So a very tough decision to make, and they are going to go for the Misfortune lane. I do think that is the better option, but, you know, Quinn is also really, really powerful. Sort of got 2 great options, hard to choose.
Yeah, when we're talking about champion level up progression, even with Misfortune coming down this turn, she's not leveling until your turn 9 attack token if you get a scout attack on 7. Whereas if you threw down Quinn here, she could be leveled on turn 7. You know, barring some kind of rally top deck to accelerate the Misfortune. And so it's something to think about. I'm not sure how much a Quinn level actually matters in a matchup like this. It's more about like pushing through that last little bit of damage as Valor pulls the largest unit to the side and you're able to hit it. But we're just going to see single combat come out and punish this misfortune play. Even the form up not going to be enough to save her. And again, now I have to wonder, this looks like a more appealing form up to actually trade onto the unit than the previous one did. But Ranger Knight Defector, not really the powerhouse he used to be. I don't know if Maki really cares about this. Could just trade for it with the Petrified Broadwing, but I imagine that's going after Vayne.
Lots of tough decisions to go for. This might be one of the higher value misfortunes, form ups, but getting the Inspiring Light down does pressure quite aggressively. Everything's got 3 strength or more, able to trade in for quite a bit. You also mentioned the token earlier, and I think the token is very interesting. This token, odds token, favors scouts a lot. Their power cards, turn 3, turn 5, even turn 1, are much better on this. At the same time, they can open attack before the Warden of the Tribes comes down. So on purely the basis of tokens, Maki is in a very, very good spot, irrelevant of the game. Obviously, as we see the game, you can see that be prominent, but very interesting to see if the tokens were the other way around, would this look much better for Raven?
Okay, yeah, I like holding back the Omen Hawk here because it activates Glacial Saurian. And without this bird in play, Saurian's not going to draw a card. I'm not really paying attention to the life totals and the board state as much when I say something like that, but I don't know if the 2 damage mattered as much, and now a little bit of an awkward turn from Raven. They can still throw down the Saurian, but getting no draw off of it makes this card significantly worse. While Maki draws third misfortune.
Yeah, I guess Maki really is the queen of Bilgewater with all of this misfortunes coming through. I feel like one of the side stories we've had today is just the prominence of being able to draw your champions consistently. Every single time we've seen more than 3 champions being drawn by a player, it feels like they've instantly won, and Maki's now drawn their 4th champion in 3rd misfortune. Having to make the tough decision between Quinn or misfortune, you can probably do every card in your hand by the turn 7 attack or the end of the turn 7 attack, and a deck like Ravens doesn't really pressure development punishes all that much outside of Warden of the Tribes, so it's definitely something you can go for, develop the board quite a bit. You also have the Fortimacia, just go Quinn into Fortimacia or even Misfortune into Fortimacia quite effectively.
It's going to be a huge problem for Uwazama Raven. Once the champions start to actually touch down on the board, we set up for the Fortimacia, and in the meantime, this Petrified Broadwing is doing what it can, but having to take out a 1/1 elusive is not ideal, and that's going to pave the way for Maki to actually throw down the Misfortune, curve it into the Quinn, and still have the mana for the Inspiring Light. Like, this is going to be an absolutely devastating line here. Okay, the mana still doesn't line up. I was going to say, 3-2 Valor actually looks pretty mediocre into a board like this, and then I saw the form up, and I was like, okay, well, actually they can't cast Inspiring Light and form up, so maybe it doesn't matter. But Valor is just going to get to trade onto one of these. Here comes the Glacial Saurian, which will be able to defend against Quinn.
It will defend against Quinn, but at the cost of the Saurian's life, which is pretty wary, provided that this Inspiring Light comes down, or the former, but I think it'd be... Actually, both seem pretty good, right? Being able to keep your Quinn around post Saurian block with the form-up is an option. You can also pull the Saurian to the side, make sure the Quinn gets a much safer attack in. I'm sure one of these lines has a deterministic lethal, or close to it, and applies the most pressure. And this might be it.
Yeah, I think it is this one. This gives Maki a lot of flexibility with this form-up. If Raven goes for the block and then doesn't use something like Sky Splitter to defend against this, then Maki has the option to form up the Valor to actually kill the Saurian. And I would say pretty safely assume that there's not anything additional coming through on that, because if there was a Sky Splitter, I'm sure Raven would love to kill this Quinn.
Do you see the attack go through? No blocks are allotted. It's going to be 3 defenders or maybe 4 defenders versus 5 attackers, but being able to get the extra ping in plus whatever form up goes onto is deterministic lethal, and Maki takes the first game.
Just a classic little scout curve, plus, 3rd misfortune never hurts, and that's going to be all it takes. Now, the form up onto the Mirai Warden will put us up 1-0 here on the finals on the side of Maki, less than 10 minutes into the round, and Uwazama Raven I think that this is the deck where they were always going to have a little bit of a harder time. We're not seeing this Warden of the Tribes deck perform so far, drawing double Warden. Just a hefty cost when you draw that many win conditions against a deck that has, yeah, a 3 mana win condition, a 5 mana win condition. And so,
Love ya.
I guess the best way to put it, things all according to plan for both players so far. I don't think Uwazama Raven is too surprised to take this loss.
Yeah, I mean, Scouts is a very linearly strong deck, and if you're not going to interact with them, and Raven tried with the Broadwing but wasn't able to get there in that way, meant that Scouts could just run away with the game by having, you know, a great turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, going into turn 6 and turn 7 for the lethal. But we do see Ash LeBlanc, a much tougher deck to be consistent with. You get these awkward draws, you know, half your deck is spells, half your deck is units. If you only draw one but not the other, you're not going to be able to win against decks that it should be good into, but you never know with LOR.
And that's the exact reason that we see something like Ephemerals be the ban here, right? You never really know with LOR on how things are going to work out. We've seen some pretty good Frostbite mid-range games. We've seen some pretty bad Frostbite mid-range games. But one of the big things that we've seen is like how easy one top deck can swing it, which is something that I feel like we're not seeing a lot in the current landscape of Legends or Runeterra. So many times I feel myself looking at a player's hand and going, yeah, they need like 3 cards to unbrick this. And that's just not really what you're getting out of Frostbite midrange. In fact, only 1 card mulligan, and we're just going for the double Omen Hawk Glory Seeker opener. Omen Hawk on the side of Uwazama Raven as well. This could be the final game of this Runeterra Open Spids. I am excited.
I mean, this is what LOR is all about. Just a bunch of Omen Hawks looking at each other, buffing everything else, being that supportive friend that they are. And if it draws something like a LeBlanc, that would be incredibly strong for Marky to be able to play that on turn 3 with the attack token. Or they could still go in for the Glory Seeker. I mean, it gives you 2 options to try and draw the Ash in future turns, get that combo going in more aggressively. See the Omen Hawk attacking in, and Raven has to make a choice. They can play the Darken Spear on this Hawk next turn on turn 2 and decides to go for that line. And that was something we were talking about, I don't know, 3 rounds ago. Being able to not choose to trade your Omen Hawks on turn 1 because of things like the Darken Spear.
Build your own Omen Dog is a very underrated line in a lot of situations. It's going to work out great here. Unfortunately for Raven, Maki already has a 5/4 Trifarian Assessor, which is just like, there's a reason that they avoided printing cards in Legends of Runeterra that just say like summon, draw a card.
Secure the kill.
We see the Trifarian Glory Seeker come down, not really trying to kill anything right now. It could try and take out the Hawk, but it's a very low value thing for one of the best cards in Frostbite midrange. So Raven just takes the pass, not wanting to lose their Badger Bear or something else. But Raven now has some options for what they want to do. They can do Omen Hawk into the Badger Bear, develop the board a little bit, create some blockers for what Marky might be wanting to develop, or play Combat Cook, start getting that weapon in, being able to cycle it around. If it's a good weapon like Overwhelm or Scout, it can be quite powerful, but we see the blocking Badger Bear come down instead.
Maki has the option to go for a 2-draw here off the Assessor. That is going to be the case, and that's one of the weird things about LOR, and it happens in a lot of card games where you have these cards where it's like, well, I could draw 6, and you need to know when it's okay to draw 1, or even as we saw in previous rounds, draw 0. And I think the draw 2 is perfectly fine here. If you try to like sandbag this and just do nothing this turn, Kato comes down on your attack token, you can throw it onto the Glory Seeker to try and go over the Badger Bear. It's like, okay, but I think here, just pushing the damage onto like the Omen Hawk to make it a more effective trader is more out what you're looking for out of Kato than the actual overwhelm damage itself.
It's funny to see 5 units on the board have the Sharp Sight keyword, a keyword that was only on 1 card for about 2 years of the lifespan of the game, then applied to 2 more, and those other 2 cards have become mainstays for every single deck they could possibly be in. Not a keyword that's relevant for this, you know, matchup, but very funny to see, you know, the can block elusive be so prominent. We do see this massive Kato come down, can't be killed by anything in Raven's hand except like a unit block plus a single combat, and able to buff up something like the 5/1 challenging a small unit or the 5/4 pressuring in quite a bit.
With the life totals being what they are, I think Maki is actually just even going to get more useful damage out of throwing in that Omen Hawk as well. I think if you can keep Raven's board clear, you're going to feel better about that, not just because of the impending doom of the Warden of the Tribes, but also just Glacial Saurian. You know, we talk about how you want to proactively remove 5 power units from the board of Frostbite midrange to stop the Trifarian Assessor. The same is true of units with subtypes against something like a Warden deck.
This Saurian is quite large, being able to block the Kato. I forgot, you know, this whole game was about Omen Hawks, and yet I forgot the fact that everything they draw is going to be massive. We do see Gnar plus Gnar's Wallop in hand for some future interesting plays when we get into the later stages of the game, but Raven doesn't have the Warden of the Tribes they need to secure that late game.
Okay,
you see the attack come in, pull this unit, makes some sense. We could see a single combat, but it would cost 8 health just from this Overwhelm attack alone.
And even then, Maki still has the Elixir. Raven, you would imagine, is going to throw out a safety block onto the Kato if they do go for the Elixir, or for the single combat. But it's a question of, like, how much does 8 damage matter? And the answer is probably a lot, given that Maki's probably going for, like... Actually, I think a single combat here would, if Elixir is used, fully proc Reputation. Yes.
It should do. Depends where the single combat is, depends which direction it goes. If it goes from the Omen Hawk or the 3/3 Omen Hawk onto the 8/1 to protect the life of the Saurian, it wouldn't, because, you know, it would die before it does the strike. We don't see the single combat pop off. We just see these trades go in. We see, you know, trying to go into Gnar on a future turn, but only able to develop one of the units in hand from the side of Raven because they only have 6 mana. They're going to need to draw something a little bit strong because Maki has a great turn 6 in Ashe plus the other Glory Seeker.
The biggest problem we've seen out of these Warden decks, all Night Spits, is just, like, making it to turn 9. You don't really have any stall tactics. We talk about how difficult it can be for something like Karma Set to make it to turn 10 when that deck is fully built around making it to turn 10. Whereas, like, Warden isn't built around making it to turn 9. It's built as just, like, a sort of standard mid-range deck, and it's like, yeah, you know, if I'm still alive by turn 9, I guess I'll drop a Warden of the Tribes and win the game, but you don't have any specific tools within your deck to get you there.
I need just a moment.
We see Maki go for the Glory Seeker. Good option, try and trade into things. Can be pokey sticked down, but if you block with the Omen Hawk from Maki's side, you can either force the pokey stick to be on the Nexus or on the 5/1, which is a little bit of a small win that you can try and get in this game. These Omen Hawks are sort of doing very little. At this point, you can buff them with Kato, but that's not the best play into a deck that doesn't have that many interactions for things that can be buffed with Overwhelmed by Kato. So having these 1/1 blockers, really a great way to preserve HP while you need to flood the board with things like Ashe and the Tactician. Raven thinking about what they want to do here. Maybe they can do single combat, maybe they can do the weapon to play around a couple of things, or just open attack. There's a few options that's available for them in a situation that's not great for them. They're going to go for the pass.
Really playing respectfully of the possibility of Harsh Winds. And Maki says, yeah, if you're going to respect Harsh Winds, I'm going to leave it up, and I'm just going to take this pass into the following turn. Not feeling pressured to develop the Ashe previously and get down the Saurian now. Doesn't really feel like they need the draw. They could probably win the game with just the cards that they have available in hand. But now we do see the Warden of the Tribes picked up for Raven, which is important because you were talking about these 1/1 blockers. There's a lot that they can block until that Warden of the Tribes comes down. So you do need to find the value of them on that turn 8 attack token from Uwazama Raven in order to get maximum efficiency. Otherwise, it's just chaff on your board that, you know, that 1 damage unlikely to make a difference when you're blocking down the Warden.
You do see Combat Quick come down. Quick Attack and Combat Reel, both tantalizing options. Quick Attack can feel really good into most decks, but Freeze decks are unique in that they deny Quick Attack by simply removing all of the strength of the unit. We do see the attack come in from Glory Seeker, trying to freeze the Gnar with the Ashe. We do see the Overwhelm on Ashe as opposed to the Glory Seeker, which makes sense. You're going to push in more damage like this, but Ashe is already a tantalizing block. But you can combine this with something like the Harsh Winds or even the Bloody Business to push in an incredible amount of damage. But Raven does have many, many ways to answer this.
And this feels like a big damage push, right? I feel like it might have been safer to do the Overwhelm onto the Glory Seeker so that you can kill Gnar even through Sky Splitter. And either way, you're just pushing the 3 additional damage, right? If Ashe isn't getting blocked or whatever the situation ends up being. But now both players have so much mana available. And again, with with triple single combat, Uwazama Raven once again just passes and will lose pretty much the entirety of their board here. There's going to be a proactive Harsh Winds in order to prevent this. Some of these trades and just like completely dominate the board on the side of Maki.
Yeah, I don't know what Raven's thinking with these sorts of aggressive choices. They have to blink at some point because just playing the Warden isn't going to be it. They're even going to use one of their last units in Wallop to try and do this. We obviously know that if they went for the single combat, it would have been instantly interacted with a free spell. But what is Raven's plan outside of that? It feels like they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, but they've chosen not to, and that seems worse than at least trying.
You can either single combat into a Harsh Winds, or you can die with 3 copies of single combat in your hand. The choice is yours, and Uwazama Raven seems to have chosen, I will die with 3 single combats. And again, Uwazama Raven just drawing double Warden of the Tribes. It doesn't look good.
Anaka does come down. You can get an Anaka into an Anaka into an Anaka into a Warden. There can be some pressure coming down, but I almost feel as if Maki wants, they can just entomb this a unit, maybe lose one of their own units during that, and then go in for the swing afterwards. They could also play the rally guy, go in, assume that Anaka is not going to ball out of control, but there is that outside possibility if Incisive Tactician comes down, that Anaka will do the Anaka thing.
Trying to think, if Maki does go for the Entomb, Uwazama does get a single combat off. Would you go after Ash or Kato?
It's gotta be Ash. I think you've got to accept that Kato's going to exist. Kato does pressure a lot more, but it gets blown out by Elixir of Iron. Maybe you have to hope that they don't have it, right? You have to make this choice at some point. But we do see the Entomb come down, going for the defensive, aggressive line. You know, the best offense is defending yourself from the ways they can win. And we're going to have to see one of these single combats come down. Anaka's going to have to choose something, because if not, I mean, I think Maki just gets the open attack lethal.
I think it's got to be the Ash as well, mostly because if you go after anything else, then you turn off your Omen Hawk single combat on the following turn, which you can use to answer, like, you know, the overwhelm on the Trifarian Glory Seeker, in theory.
Yeah. We do see the single combat on the Kato gets answered by Elixir of Iron, and I fear this may be a short set, Boulevard.
It is certainly looking that way, Spids, because the bloody business on the side of Maki will prevent the single combat from the bird on the following turn. There is, a second single combat, but because Ash is surviving through all of this, that bird is not going to have any attack points, and Maki actually just lets it go, says, yeah, I'm not worried about that, that's fine. I'll get that back later.
I am surprised by this play. Did I misread how the Elixir of Iron would save this?
No, I'm surprised as well, but now Uwazama Raven, yeah, still presenting lethal thanks to the Incisive Tactician, or Maki rather presenting lethal thanks to the Tactician. So even if Uwazama Raven were to throw down the Warden of the Tribes, we can see how big it gets before it goes down to 0 attack and cannot block thanks to the level 2 Ash ability. And that is going to be Maki claiming their spot as the final APAC Runeterra Open champion.
In LOR, once you see a lethal, you sort of go for it, and this is the lethal that Maki decided to go for. Leveling up Ash in the final hour of the APAC tournaments and all the tournaments that we have here going forward. Very, very fun to see Ash sort of start LOR and then end LOR in APAC.
Absolutely. And it's really funny to me because when I was looking over 2023, at the start of the year, Frostbite Midrange had like 4 second places, and it just couldn't get over that finish line. And now at the start of 2024, Maki is able to, sort of bridge that gap and get Frostbite Midrange the victory that it so rightfully deserves.
I mean, Maki bringing these Rising Tide 2021 decks against the modern day of, Warden in a region combination that no one would have imagined would have worked for the past 3 years of Freljord Demacia. And we're showing that the old heroes have sort of taken out the new blood in what is a very, at least for me, emotional ending for an APAC tournament.
Yeah, for the longest time, Demacia Freljord and Demacia Noxus were just like completely unplayable region combinations, but they have both claimed victories now in their own respective rights. Freljord Demacia almost like a staple at this point, thanks to Formidable's. And yeah, just like I love that region combination for APAC because they were very much like spearheading the Udyr Galio kind of stuff way before Balin the Benevolent. And so, Spids, that's going to put a pin in it. That is going to be the end of the Fates Voyage Beyond Standard Open. Thank you so much to our audience, to our production crew, to Spids. If you have a few words that you want to say before I get on my high horse and start ranting.
Yeah, I mean, LoR has been a fantastic journey over the past 4 years for players, for viewers, for everyone that's been a part of this. It's been very lucky for PvP LoR to be such a big part of my life, and I assume many people watching. So I don't want to be, using this opportunity for my own soapbox that much, but this has been an absolutely amazing experience, and I'm so glad I got to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's been okay. I don't know. My journey is not quite over yet. You will see me again on the Americas Runeterra Open in a little over 12, or I guess a little less than 12 hours from now. Spids will be there as well, just not casting alongside me. Spids will be playing, so no pressure. We're probably going to get Spids round one, because it'd be weird not to. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody who has been watching, to the APAC community who welcomed me with open arms when I was getting my start in casting with the Korean Invitational, with all of the things that OGN was doing, where I was introduced to players like Chenia, who I was able to follow through their journey from the King of Runeterra all the way to the second place at the World Championship. That was absolutely incredible. Thank you all so much to you that have watched, to our producers, our friends at Riot Games, our friends within the community. Thank you, and good night.